A little bit of love being shown to the viewers right now, but just as a reminder of Doc's keys to the game before we get back in our best of 5. Doc's keys to the game, once again in Overwatch, are to pummel your opponent, play what you're good at, instill fear, and objective is greater than kills. And Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. I definitely want to say Meridian Tech has nailed the instill fear part. I think, or at least they're trying to. I love the kitty ear headphones. I definitely do just need to highlight that really quick.
Very fearful.
What a nice addition. We also have a little bit of an update on the Smash standings. It looks like Burley is currently up 1 against Shelly, and we see Jerome is up 1 against Blackfoot, for those of you Smash enthusiasts out there. Are you a Smash enthusiast?
I dabble.
You dabble? Who do you dabble in?
I like Kirby. You know, he's silly.
Just the little ball of silliness.
Yeah. Maybe not meta, but.
Does it matter? Does it matter if it's meta when Kirby is so cute?
Yeah.
Our next map is going to be Shambali, which is one of the newer maps introduced to Overwatch 2. Do you have any specific maybe tips, tricks, or strategies for Shambali?
You know, Shambali is one of those maps where there's a lot of diverse comps playable as well, you know. You do see people going for spawn holds on defense, on rush comps, particularly with Ramatra. But also you see a lot of people playing, you know, Sigma comps, just going for that spam with the Zen, with the BAP, with the snipers, just picks and some spam. So we'll have to see what they really come out. It'll change how they play drastically, because this map can be played in so many different ways.
So Shambali might be one of those maps where it's like, well, we're going to find out if Meridian Tech is just as good at poke as they are brawl. And if they're not, now might be the time for Thunder Ridge to kind of eke into reverse sweep territory.
Yeah, it's possible. It's never over.
And third point Shambali, it seems almost impossible to cap sometimes on ladder.
Yeah, those quick respawns that they have on that third point just to get back to point on defense, whereas it's such a long walk back on offense. You have to really team wipe essentially in order to get that, which is going to require a lot of coordination from either team, whoever's trying to capture it.
Would you compare it to third point Havana?
Yeah. It's about as difficult to capture.
It's about as bad.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, if you're attacking team, third caps Shambali first, I mean, even though I think first attack can be very determinant for Shambali, because if you go all the way to third point, you're probably going to win.
Yeah.
Because third point is just so oppressive with those defender respawns.
Yeah, Shambali is one of those maps that's just difficult to capture in general. Like first, second, and third, both are really difficult for the defenders to get through. So much natural cover for the defenders to play around, whereas there's not too many on the attacker's side.
So they're definitely just kind of like swimming through a barrel.
Yeah.
Looks like we hear a Reaper in comms. It looks like there's a Ramatra Bastion, so whoever is on defense is definitely looking to play the distance game. What do you think of that Brig pick on the support line?
I think if they're going to be playing Brig, they're going to look for more brawl-type fights. You know, she doesn't get as much value
in a poke
fights are longer. Yeah. So it looks like with the Ramatra, they're going to be looking to take that brawl in the front lines, look to win the front line with the assistance of her.
Oh, especially with that Reaper, too. I didn't see that on the corner there.
Yeah.
Looks like on the attacking team, we have a Sigma. It looks like Meridian Tech is trying to play the poke game. It's that BAP Zen lineup that you were talking about. Sable is already going to get the pick onto Kermit and the Bastion. Wow, we see another emerging Widow. And with Trash also, Trash going down on the Bastion to that Widow, maybe a counter swap Widow might be in order, as it looks like Meridian Technical's attack is proving to be quite the force for Thunder Ridge to withstand.
Yeah, it's hard to really build ults when the fight lasts 1 second, you know. Sablody closest to his ult at only 40% here, 3.5 minutes on the clock. That hold was going to be really strong for Thunder Ridge, but hard to hold when you get picked.
And the Penguin Weapon Charm, definitely do need to highlight that. I think that's why they're getting so many headshots. Looks like we see the Reaper kind of teleport right onto the Widow and is just going to get SNG down and forced to do the Wraith Walk of Shame out on the solo Widow. We see Meridian Technical really taking the fight on the cart. Immediately IDK is down, and with that Reaper down as well, Meridian Technical is up too and looking to push their advantage. So we see the Sigma front and center on that cart just pushing right into both of their supports, and immediately the Bastion gets picked last. And that's first point for Meridian Tech. 5 minutes and 18 seconds counting down.
Yeah, it's looking really strong for Meridian Tech. You know, they haven't even had time to build an ult. They're just falling over on Thunder Ridge. However, the law is 70-6. Mid-fight, he could build it, and Flux was going to be really strong against that Monkey comp with only the Suzu to keep him up.
And now that they do have that Susu, they have a little bit of flexibility in kind of resisting some of these Meridian Technical ultimates there. We see the Discord on the Monkey and the Orb of Harmony on the Sigma. That Monkey's going to actually have to play a little bit more passively around that corner, just living in fear of this Zenyatta. As we see Kermit go down first, that takes away a lot of sustain for Thunder Ridge. They just have a solo healing Mercy, doing their best, left-clicking as hard as they possibly can on that Monkey. Now on that Genji, there's the Sigma ultimate that you were talking about. We see a lot of spam damage coming out, and poor little B Mercy in the corner with the Discord Orb is just going to get socked in the face, and that's a wipe. That's almost a wipe for Thunder Ridge.
Yeah, Thunder Ridge looking to take angles on their more dive-oriented comp, but it's just so hard when Meridian Tech's taking them first with their poke, making it impossible for them to surround them, which is what Thunder Ridge obviously wants to do.
Got a little bit of a stagger there on the Tracer, so that's point 2, just as easily as it felt like point 1. 5 minutes and 34 seconds remaining. Meridian Tech is just dominantly controlling these fights as we see Sable get the headshot elimination, no less, onto the Genji. Third point, Thunder Ridge. I expect them to start being able to kind of come alive here. Even as their Mercy goes down, they have a massive respawn advantage, like we were talking about.
Yeah, they are forcing ults out. That fight was already lost, and they got an extra window out. There's only Transcendence on the side of Meridian Tech now. It's going to be really easy. If they get a good dive on the Zen, they can force it out and then disengage and re-engage once it's over.
We see the Law on the greatest Sigma skin in the game. A limited event skin. We see them spamming the Tracer at least a little bit. 78 to pulse, so definitely looking to get in your backline and drop a pulse on that Zenyatta. Looks like Tracer's kind of eyeing them. At some point, Thunder Ridge needs to get on the point. 4 minutes and 43 seconds remaining, and it looks like there's the contest. We see the Valk, we see the Suzu committed. Thunder Ridge has realized this is their last hurrah. We really need to get in there, start pressing Q and winning the game there. It looks like Prometheus actually is stuck in the ground somehow, and once again is socked in the jaw by the Law. As we see IDK Random dropped a little bit below half HP. Kermit the Frog has officially the Kitsune Rush, which they will be committing probably as soon as they can. We see the Kitsune Rush, but immediately Crouton is going to take down Kermit, and a Kitsune Rush isn't very useful if there's not anybody to stand in it. As Tracer is going to get bopped on point, we see Mercy once again just kind of touching to contest, and at this point it's all Thunder Ridge can do just to get bodies on the point.
Yeah, you actually saw that Kiriko get canceled in the cast because she died as she was casting it. Really hard for her.
So it looks like Meridian Technical... It's interesting because they're almost playing the Sigma like he's a brawl tank.
Yeah, they're just playing so aggressive, denying any angles from Thunder Ridge. It's so oppressive to play against when that Sigma with so much HP, so much damage. Closing that distance, you have to really take cover, or else before you know it, you have no health left to dive as the Thunder Ridge comp.
Especially with the Zenyatta Orb, that Monkey's just like, wow, I'm having a really hard time even getting into their backline. The most he can do right now is just kind of tase the tanks and look for a way in.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Mercy Kiriko duo?
I think Lucio would be better because, like I said, they are getting hit so much on those rotations, you know? Having that Lucio just to shorten the time that they are rotating, close the distance just that much faster, allow them to set up those dives even quicker and actually maybe get on the back line before the Sigma can poke them out. The Mercy, there's not really too much to pocket in Thunder Ridge's comp. They have Tracer, they have Genji, and they have Winston.
And the most you're going to get is maybe Winston's Taser does a little bit more damage once he gets in the backline, but Winston can't get in the backline right now, so that blue beam is not getting utilized to its fullest extent. We see Kermit switching over to the Moira, maybe offering a little bit more survivability for Kermit. We see Sable once again on that Widowmaker. We're expecting them to be just as oppressive on defense as Prometheus is known for a sneaky footstepless flank. Ooh, quite the shot.
Widow duel on the field. Trash finally taken down.
It looks like the Zenyatta, it looks like that Zenyatta flank did not go very well for Prometheus, as the fight is just kind of being cleaned up as we see Kermit go down in the room, and then at this point it's just poor Ramatra and Nemesis form locked in a room with a Discord Orb, counting the seconds until they're sent back to spawn. And Meridian Tactical is up a little bit more on ultimates than they were after winning first fight on offense.
Yeah, pretty much 50% to almost all their ults. One more fight win, and they should have all of them. 5 check marks, really hard to deal with. It does look like there's a pause on the field.
Looks like as we kind of see everybody asking for the pause there, we see Sable just waiting for somebody to peek them on Widowmaker as the pause is being asked for. No, we see the nevermind there in chat, right as the Widow crosshairs kind of take a shot there at the Widow duel. Nobody's head is taken off quite yet.
Yeah. Thunder Ridge's comp here really seems like they're listening to Doc's key to the game, you know, just playing to their strengths, just trying to see what they're good at, you know, not trying to force anything they're uncomfortable on. Just everyone playing to their strengths, it seems like, and I hope it actually ends up working out for them.
Because, I mean, you can play the metacomp all day if you'd like, but if you don't know how to run the metacomp or you're not comfortable on those heroes, you ultimately get more value out of somebody that is maybe off meta, but you're much more comfortable with. For example, if you have hundreds of hours on Mercy, but maybe 2 on Lucio, even though Lucio is the hard meta pick, Mercy might still be better for you.
Yeah, and so, you know, you do see that Bastion. It seems like Thunder Ridge likes to pick that Bastion a lot. And so, you know, if they can use that shift properly, actually force out cooldowns with it, they can maybe force the Sigma back, take that high ground from them, set up in a better position. And I think that's their best chance of taking this first point.
And is the way to take the high ground going just through the left-hand stairwell or the right-hand stairwell?
I think they need to go through that left side. The right side, they're going to take way too much poke. You know, they do have that Zen Sigma from Meridian Tech, so.
They'll be back in spawn before they even reach the stairwell if they go on the right. So it definitely looks like there are members over there trying to push to the left. We see the Sim TP down. We see the Ramatra just pushing carts straight down main, as it looks like Thunder Ridge is setting up just for a main push. So with not a whole lot of ways to deal with this high ground right now other than a Symmetra on the solo flank. We see Random with the Discord Orb just valiantly doing what they can on the point, but unfortunately they're just going to be picked down from that high ground. It's only like maybe 5 meters up there, but it's inaccessible from the cart, and so it's feeling really oppressive for Thunder Ridge right now.
Yeah, it's just so hard. All that cover that high ground provides, it's going to be really hard for Thunder Ridge to take this point without forcing them off it. But if they can group up, use their ultimates, try and take left side. I know they don't have any yet, but it does look like they are grouping up, trying to take that left. Not any ults on their side yet. If they take this fight fast, they'll be able to take this in an even fight with no ults.
It looks like now Meridian Technical is rotating with that Symmetric going down first, and then IDK Random immediately after that. Meridian Tech up 4 before I can even finish calling the main tank has been downed. And left is theoretically the right approach. What isn't working?
I mean, the Law there just landed a great rock. You know, the scouting from Meridian Tech, they figured out they were trying to be sneaky with it.
The Law OP, please nerf.
Yeah, I think playing sneaky might not even be the best option. I think they just got to go fast, you know? Because if they get scouted playing sneaky, it's still going to be a slow push from them where they can get caught out.
It looks like once again they're on the main push. We see the Sim TP immediately destroyed, and Sigma just throws everybody up in the air. The Law is in your backline on your Symmetra. We see Krujon winning the battle of the supports against Prometheus with a well-placed Zen Orb to the head. Trash winning the Battle of the Widows. High point for Thunder Ridge as we see the Coalescence committed, but there's not a whole lot of people to laser through to keep alive other than the Widow.
Now with more brawl-oriented ults coming up for Thunder Ridge, I would like to see them try and retake left again. Now that they have that Ramatra ult that's going to last for the entire fight if he uses it correctly.
And if they can keep him up against the Zenyatta Orb, definitely do have to say that Annihilate is what Thunder Ridge is hoping can get them through, but Meridian Technical has the answer in Transcendence.
Playing on point here is going to make it a really difficult to get that Ramatra ult value, as they can just LOS it on the high ground.
Ooh. Looks like we see Sigma rotating on cart. There finally is the contest here. Ooh, Ramatra goes down before he can even pop the Annihilate. This might be fight over for Thunder Ridge. It looks like Prometheus is just a solo Ana doing their best on the point. As we've all found ourselves there. It's a sad day. Looks like there is no contest. Meridian Technical up 3 in our best of 5 with taking Shambhala. Oh, Zen play of the game? I'm here for this. Very excited. I bet this is the one where he beans them with an orb. It looks like 69 HP in a dream, an amazing immortality field to kind of enable the play. We see Genji immediately getting taken down, and then after that just kind of burns the Winston. This is when poor Prometheus takes their first Law Fist to the jaw. And with that, Meridian Technical, I can honestly say you should feel very proud of your performance right now. What an exceptional showing on those 3 matches. So, just to kind of talk a little bit more about the game, what do you think that left hand wasn't working for Thunder Ridge? What do you think it was?
Like I said, I think they just have to play faster. I think that's more likely to catch them off guard than, you know, that sneaky play. Because all it takes is one person to see him. Sneaky plays ruined. But if you just go fast, even if they see him, you want to give them not enough time yet to respond, to communicate about what to do. You want to catch them off guard. You want to ruin their communication. And if they can just get in there, split their focus, make them all kind of confused, I think that was probably their best chance at taking that.
Which, going as fast as you can, and Lucio would have enabled that, but really you can also just have everybody press W at the same time and be into the enemy team. Going down main is just kind of that high ground's right there, and especially with that Sigma, he's just putting thousands of points of damage. I would have loved to have seen the Law's stats at the end of that, because there's no way the Law got through that with less than 10,000 damage. There's no way.
Yeah.
Like, and it could definitely even be higher than that, considering they capped all the way to 3rd point, even though the next attack only went to 1st. So the Law was definitely putting in work on Sigma. And Zenyatta, I see you with the Discord Orb. You were definitely helping to enable all of that. And with that, we do have a top 5 plays from this match, and top 5 plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Enjoy these top 5 plays from that match. Once again, trying the right-hand room strategy. It looks like King Swiffer has actually been pressured to about 75%. What a May wall, definitely have to say. Just stop the Kitsune in its tracks, and it looks like now the fight has really begun in earnest as Ramatra is making the enemy team suffer as they have. But unfortunately, that is not enough to save them. As we go 100, it looks like Sigma Shield is going to go up. We see that Sigma set up high ground. The enemy team is just kind of running into this Junkrat right now. Ooh, poor Junkrat couldn't get out in time and goes down to Toddy on that Lucio. This is Meridian Tech on attack, already on the point. Widow's gonna snipe that Baptiste as soon as he jumps. We hear it in the arena. The oh chorus. And Trash is really putting in some work, man. They're walking into a Reinhardt with the ultimate. No, the ultimate is not committed just yet. That was my bad to say. 1% and still climbing, looking to build that. Even so, the Sigma pushes forward into the Reinhardt. We see the Shatter come out, just lays them out, but a well-placed Suzu is going to keep Thunder Ridge in this fight. We see King Swiffer just going back and forth between 2-7. It looks like once again they're on the main push. We see the SimTP immediately destroyed, and Sigma just throws everybody up in the air. The Law is in your backline on your Symmetra. We see Crouton winning the battle of the supports against Prometheus with a well-placed Zen Orb to the head. Trash winning the Battle of the Widows. High point for Thunder Ridge as we see the Coalescence commit.
And just LOS it on the high ground.
Ooh. Looks like we see Sigma rotating on cart. There finally is the contest here. Ooh, Ramatra goes down before he can even pop the Annihilate. This might be fight over for Thunder Ridge. It looks like Prometheus is just a solo Ana doing their best on the point. As we've all found ourselves there. It's a sad day. back into the very full Boise State Esports Arena. We are approaching match number 5, which is Meridian Tech versus Middleton. We saw a dominant performance of Meridian Tech on first map. They ended up going 3-0, so they're looking to maybe try to sweep Middleton, and Middleton is for sure looking to put a stop to all of Meridian Tech's momentum. Thank you everybody for being in here in Arena. Make sure to cheer for your team loud and proud, but also be respectful to the enemy team as well. I'm still your host, Colby Alloway, and still joining me to call all of the action is one of our biggest brained Overwatch professionals, Matt Mercadante. So we have a very rare opportunity on our hands, having everybody in Arena. So how would you kind of describe the ambiance, the vibes, the energy?
It's hype, you know. You saw when Middleton was doing well, everyone got excited. I meant to say Meridian Tech, my bad. But I hope we do see some more Middleton fans in the audience, cheer them on when they do well. I want to see the crowd get hyped for their team.
Of course, we love to see that. So just to do a little bit of kind of a divide here, who here is cheering for Meridian Tech right now? Okay, a good number of people, a loud amount. Who here is cheering for Middleton in this matchup? Oh my God, they got the cowbell involved. So it definitely seems like the fan favorite here is Middleton, and I'm making that decision almost entirely based on the use of the cowbell. So with that, we do have Doc's keys to the game, which will help both of these teams at least have a little mechanical basis to go off of in Overwatch. And Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch are to pummel your opponent, play what you're good at, instill fear, and the objective is greater than kills. And Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming is the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. So if you want to be on the Boise State Overwatch field someday, Drop-In Gaming is the way to be. Or if you want to be on desk, just get involved with Boise State Esports. And we actually do have an updated bracket so we can see how some of these teams that we haven't seen yet are doing. It looks like, of course, we watched Meridian Tech take on Thunder Ridge. It looks like Middleton, of course, has come out on top in the battle versus Jerome. But Boise has usurped Twin Falls, and Bishop Kelly actually won against our Rocket League champions of Rigby. So the next matchups that will be going simultaneously, we're going to be casting Meridian Tech and Middleton, while Boise and Bishop Kelly are going to be going on in the background. And then the winners of those two matchups, we're going to come back for the grand finals. And we're super hyped for the grand finals. So the next match after this that we cast is going to be the grand finals and kind of the pinnacle of all of our Overwatch action today. Just a little update in Smash. It's looking like Burley is currently up 2 against Shelly. That's updated. We have Highland is down 1 against Thunder Ridge. And then we have Jerome up 1 against Blackfoot. And then we also have Twin is up 2 against Middleton. So, just for all you Smash fans in the room, if you're going to kind of flip-flop back between Overwatch and Smash, there are your standings. It looks like right now we're watching a thrilling matchup of Ridley, who has the advantage, versus Wolf. But if Ridley is unable to recover, they might be even stock here. And that Wolf hasn't taken a whole lot of percentage damage. Sorry, I'm just casting a game that isn't mine just yet. I just got so invested in the Smash lineup. And with that, we're going to be looking to get into Meridian Tech versus Middleton matchup as soon as we can.
Already loading into Ilios.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture the
One of the
objective.
prettiest control points, but also one of my least favorites. So it does look like there is a Farm Mercy Toast Malone. I see you. I dig that name. That's very funny. We do see the baseball Winston skin kind of zapping on that Genji. It looks like currently Middleton is in control of the high ground, both aerial and just positioning on the map. But unfortunately, that high ground advantage is not going to be enough to save their far, as Toast Malone is looking for the res, but has a Genji knife in the back. That is Middleton down there, Far Mercy, now only 3 in fight. This Genji is in your backline, coming for your buns. Oh! And Reaper turns just in time to deflect his own shot into his face. That's a rip in the chat. Meridian Technical winning the first fight, 6% and climbing.
Yeah, Meridian Technical really played that well. You know, they saw that there was a Far Mercy, and they knew the longer the fight goes, the more value they're going to get. So they just took the fight fast, and they quickly got an elim, and it was on the Pharah first. That's going in here.
Is Kitty Headset wearing sunglasses? I love that. It looks like Crouton actually is going to have to commit the Suzu to keep themselves alive in fight. Meridian Tech has rotated back to the point. It looks like Taterman is in on the monkey, zapping your backline. Unable to find any eliminations so far, but with that Suzu, man, that monkey exploded. And then immediately after that, we see Annihilator go down. This is Meridian Tech now up 3 as the Pharah goes down once again before being able to get their first elimination on Pharah. Poor Reaper, you're the last man standing. We will remember you as Middleton resets.
Meridian Tech here does have a lot of an ult advantage. You know, they're almost 5-4 online with the Sojourn closely following, but the Farm Mercy going to be hard to deal with the barrage with Meridian Tech's current ults. They can maybe Ajax a Lucio. They do see Annihilator switch off and back on Mercy.
Or perhaps they could just shoot the Pharah midair. Looks like they're definitely looking to do something to counter that barrage at 97%. And it looks like Meridian Technical is kind of making a mad dash back behind this pillar, playing excellent environmental cover as we see the monkey dive in with the Kitsune rush, and then immediately after that we see ult after ult committed. Rocket Barrage gets the elimination, but Crouton puts a kunai in poor Pharah's head, and Pharah is once again sent back to the spawn room, and it looks like that Mercy will be unable to res as Toast Malone, the Mercy has switched hands. Toast Malone on the Ana is just trying to do what they can as Burning is going to get another deflect kill. Ooh, what a sleep! Toast Malone gets to live for that.
Meridian Tech only used one ult. Oh, there's no time left.
Meridian Tech, I definitely have to say, had a very dominant win on first map on Ilios, but there's still 2 more control points to get to. Meridian Tech fans, absolutely celebrate your team. We're super hyped, and honestly, they're doing really well.
Yeah, their comp is really strong, especially on these small Koth maps, you know. The Junker Queen closes the distance so fast on an already small map, it's really hard to play anything else into it.
Oh, get him, Toast Malone.
That sleep at 1 HP, fortunately wasn't enough to let him touch point.
You know, sometimes it's about saving the KD.
Yeah.
Not my KD, sometimes.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
We go to round 2 on Ilios. We get a lovely view of the statue, courtesy of production. We see Burning approaching menacingly on that Genji. It looks like that ball is going to be pretty hard for Genji to hit there for a little bit, just kind of doing some chip damage, seeing what they can do. It looks like Meridian Tech has fully turned to commit to this ball. As the ball has committed their abilities, they're going in looking for an environmental perhaps, but unable to find them as their wire gets a little bit tangled in those pillars. Looks like the fight has truly begun. Meridian Technical is off of the point right now. It looks like Middleton is slowly but surely capping with 1 person on the point. This is an early point cap for Middleton as they still have all 5 members in fight. Meridian Technical now is kind of at a disadvantage, looking to get onto the point as this fight kind of extends and goes longer. We see Taterman and Toddy both get eliminations each for their team. That is a DPS for a DPS. Trades are still even as Middleton kind of is looking to extend this fight and get as much point percentage as they can. Looks like that Ana is just getting terrorized on point and will finally go down to a knife to the face by that Junker Queen. Mercy is perhaps looking to res, but has left her Widow in the back line, and with that, Meridian Technical is kind of cleaning up this fight, but that ball might be able to just get some extra percentage for Middleton here. Especially with the unkillable Mercy. Annihilator just kind of flew around that fight.
Yeah, Middleton's comp here going to be real difficult to run. You do see Meridian swap to the Sombra to help deal with the ball that was living for so long. And as I say that, he gets hacked.
Poor guy. Poor pal. And then we see Taterman kind of go to the point, seeing what they can do. We see that Valk. Amazing job charging that one fight. I see you, Annihilator. Definitely have to highlight that. We see Toddy go down for the side of Meridian Technical. Now it is Middleton's. They're currently at the advantage, even as Junker Queen's ultimate is committed, and she kind of just goes feral on point, but she is unfortunately purple. But with no damage incoming, she is not forced to play passive, as she's going to knife that Reaper and bring him right into the front by the tip of his shirt there. However, Crouton has gone down, so King Swiffer will need to use other things to sustain, and we see that sound barrier come out, which really gives that Junker Queen a lot of power to really put her knife on the table and say, everybody come get me.
I mean, that just shows the power of the new bleed. They were down 2, but the Junker Queen was still able to live in that Kitsune ult. With the shout and the bleed damage combined. EMP and Blade coming up here from Meridian Tech. If they combo them, if they wait this out, this could be last fight.
Looks like Meridian Tech is looking for a way on the point. 69 and climbing to 31. This is the closest that Middleton has had on Ilios so far. And it looks like when they go down their main tank, they don't really have a whole lot of ults to answer. But we might be able to see a Torb carpet on the point that really could help Middleton out right now as we see the EMP come out, kind of shutting off the ultimate halfway through. We see the Mines get an elimination, but I see you trying over there, Annihilate. They ultimately will go down to the Blade, but having your Mercy be one of the last people to die is very good, even as Meridian Technical kind of pushes the spawn door, pushes the Rampage. Will Middleton be able to touch? Their Junker Queen's making a valiant attempt, but unfortunately falls just in time for her face to touch the point at 100%. That is map 1 over to Meridian Technical, and Burning with the Genji play of the game. Just kind of, then this is the first fight, the kill onto the Mercy, and then immediately after that, sorry Reaper guy, I mean, you did the right thing, you turned, you just weren't expecting the deflect to be off cooldown, and you hear everybody in the arena go, ooh. But that's okay. You can lose Ilios, this is a best of 5, I mean, if you're gonna lose, map 1's the best one to do it on.
Yeah. You know, it always feels like an uphill battle on those Koth maps against Junker Queen. Like I said, just so tanky, closes the distance so fast. And especially Wrecking Ball's really hard into Junker Queen because, you know, she lands that knife. Wrecking Ball
He's
likes,
gone.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball likes to grapple away to live, but gets pulled right back in by the Junker Queen. And such a huge hitbox, it's hard to miss it.
Of course, it's not even a skill lift to land the Junker Queen knife. She's just like, wow, this ball takes up 3/4 of my screen. I'm gonna knife it and bring it in, and then after that, it's all downhill for our poor little guy.
Yeah, especially that Sombra swap too made it very hard for him to survive.
Oh yeah, the ball's just like, oh, please, I'm being bullied. The Sombra, the Junker Queen. I definitely will say, I didn't see as big EMP value as I thought I was going to see. I think the Sombra got the one EMP, kind of held it until the end, but I don't actually think that the EMP was what won them the fight. I think they definitely just had other eliminations and were winning 1v1s outside of that.
Yeah, there's really no opportunity or no need really for a big EMP from them, so they were just playing their comp correctly, and they just had it, so they tossed it at the final fight.
Yep, and they were getting everybody kind of in rotations, which is what, I mean, you're kind of trying to do when you run the Sombra. I will say, so against Meridian Tech and Thunder Ridge, we definitely picked out a member of Thunder Ridge that we wanted to highlight, and I think the member of Middleton that I would like to highlight is actually Annihilator on the Mercy, because we don't, I mean, obviously you're not going to see your Mercy in the kill feed unless something exceptional is happening, or, I mean, if you're the one getting pistol whipped, maybe several wrong things are happening. But I want to say that Annihilator, while they're not in the kill feed, and while they're probably not going to get the 20,000 healing numbers that like Baptiste or Moira or Kiriko can get, Annihilator was routinely one of the last members to die. And against a team like Meridian Technical, that is impressive. So even if we're not seeing like a res every fight off cooldown, or, I mean, Battle Mercy Valk 5K, I see you living, and sometimes that's all you can do on support.
I thought the Wrecking Ball on the side of Middleton was also doing a really good job, despite, you know, the fact that they were on a comp that makes it really hard to play him. He was surviving really well. And
better than expected.
Yeah.
Better than expected, and then we also saw the last ditch kind of, what did you think of the Torb pick? I was completely caught off guard when I saw the Torbjorn.
Honestly, I think the Torbjorn's a really good swap. You know, they are on two flankers, Sombra and Genji. The Torbjorn can help cancel those hacks on the Wrecking Ball if it's an LOS. You know, 0 reaction time on that turret. And it's just a lot of survivability into the Sombra Genji dive, as he has 350 HP.
I think maybe the issue with the Torb was because they weren't on the point, he didn't have the opportunity to set up the turret to really deny the Sombra. As Toast Malone, we're going to look at some replays here. Once again, another deflect kill onto the back of the Reaper. Love this sleep. This sleep lives rent-free in my soul. And we kind of see the blade on the far out. That was another DPL settlement that they unfortunately didn't actually end up having to lose. This, it felt like, was Middleton's best fight that they took. And it was the first fight, which is actually really important on control point. We see the Widow actually getting a lot of value, not able to take the head off of the Kiriko quite as King Swiffer is going to take down Post Malone on point, and then we see the Mercy leave the Widow just as she gets dove, and that's just a little bit of a matter of unfortunate timing there between the sniper and their pocket. But Middleton got 30% on the point before Meridian Tech was finally able to flip it, so I think that was definitely their highlight of Ilios.
Yeah, Burning, you know, knew his job in the comp. When they see a Widowmaker, he knows
He's like,
everyone else on the team is pretty slow.
Coming for
but
the
I
buns.
have a dash. Yeah.
And Lucio was up there, finally got the boop kill, so it was a coordinated dive. It immediately as kind of like, it felt like the Mercy and the Widow maybe, we're not in their comms obviously, but it felt like there might have been a little bit of lacking communication because right as the Mercy left, the Lucio and the Genji come in, and at that point, you're just a squished fighter, I'm sorry. It looks like teams are kind of taking a second to readjust their strategies, reflect on what's working well, what isn't, stare into the camera's soul. It looks like we'll be going on to King's Row next match, which, I mean, is a relatively common pick.
That it is.
So, what do you think about the Wrecking Ball play on King's Row?
I doubt we'll see Wrecking Ball on King's Row, you know. There's only so much he can do. Not a lot of places to grapple off of, not a lot of places to boop. I imagine both teams are going to look for a brawl type of comp mirror, you know. We might see Reinhardt come out again as we did last series. We could see Junker Queen again, or even Ramatra as a counter comp.
What does Ramatra bring that kind of counters the Reinhardt brawl comp?
You know, he can punch through that shield that Reinhardt has, you know, which is super strong, and it's pretty long distance. And that slow is really huge. You know, the Reinhardt comp needs to be fast, but when they get slowed down by that slow.
Reinhardt's got a schmoove, which is one of the reasons that Lucio is such a common support pick for Reinhardt. And when he can't schmoove, that's, you kind of run into some problems.
We'll see a Junker Queen on the defense side here.
And it looks like that Junker Queen is actually for the side of Middleton because they're not in a Zeus skin. So it looks like Crouton on that Lucio is going to take some Junker Queen shots to the face, but actually be able to sustain, as it looks like we get right into the fight. Junker Queen versus Junker Queen in the corner, and it looks like Middleton is actually winning the battles of the Junker Queen as we see the Suzu committed just to keep the Queen alive. Your Highness get down, and it looks like that was a Suzu well spent because King Swiffer is popping off as we get further into the fight.
Yeah, you do see both teams on Junker Queen. Their DPS and support's slightly different. You know, the Suzu is going to be really good for keeping up their Queen, but the anti-nade, if they can land it, is going to be extremely valuable for Middleton.
Looks like we see King Swiffer going up, really taking a lot of space. That Symmetra is just going to bleed to death with a passive Lucio healing, and it looks like with a couple of knives to the back, will Lucio be able to fall? No, not quite, as it looks like Tater will go down. And so finally will King Swiffer also. Meridian Technical played the touch spawn door challenge and got punished for it. But they have .1, so can you really complain?
Yeah, King Swiffer building that Junker Queen ult, first ult on the field, and Middleton, because they opted to go for the Ana over the Kiriko, there's not really much to shut it down. All they really have is the Maze shift, but anyone else that gets hit, all they can do is bleed out.
This is the best Maze skin in the game, by the way. Looks like they're waiting for a wall. You just see the wall positioned like a tripwire waiting for somebody to walk through. The wall will unfortunately not be able to split the team at all, so that is another resource. Middleton is down. As Suzu and Barrier are, and then Rampage immediately through the Suzu, and you just see Meridian Technical breaking apart as Taterman just says, I'm gonna eat you all for breakfast. And this is Middleton's first awesome fight, King Row, so yeah, get hype.
You do have to look, though. Middleton did use 3 ults to that, whereas Meridian Tech only used 1. So they're coming into this a lot more ults in their reserve here.
However, counterpoint, Blizzard.
True. Another strong ult to help them also build up their other ults if they land it. To get the Suzu out, and he sees his opportunity, goes in, and
What a big freeze! The sound barrier is attempting to stop the bleeding there, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as both Kiriko and Genji are down, as well as Lucio for the side of Middleton. Lucio was the price for a fight that looks like is pretty dominantly won by Middleton.
Yeah, so on the other hand, that was such a big fight win for Middleton since they only used one ult to the 2 that Meridian Tech was forced out. And they're coming up on some more ults here, almost back to another Junker Queen, almost building Nano, and they're going to have Wall online for this fight. If they lengthen this out, they could have an ultimate advantage.
Looks like ooh, the Lucio down first. We see the Blade committed as King Swiffer is going to kind of go in with that Genji to see what support they can do. And Taterman is just going to back up, even going so far as to be completely behind their Ana and gets knifed in. And unfortunately, we saw it go down 79-49 and then finally just falling. And Toast Malone not going to be able to last much longer as Meridian Technical, after backing Middleton into a corner and kind of being punished, Meridian Technical now has won some space. We'll see if Middleton would be able to contest point number 2.
Yeah, this walk-up will be made very difficult by the Sojourn ult if they use it on the walk-up. Not much cover here, and they do have to get over to the point or else it's given over. Start up.
We do see the contest on point as the fight breaks out. We see the Junker Queens kind of matching each other knife for knife as the knife is unfortunately going to miss Toast Malone in the back, but a valiant effort, King Swiffer. The wall up stops the rampage in its tracks from the backline, but unfortunately Meridian Technical is just doing so much damage on the point that Middleton is unable to sustain, as in the Nano May is the last resort. And with cancels the Ice Block early for a risky freeze. Will they be able to get eliminations out of it? No, you have to stay alive to get the damage in.
I'd imagine Middleton are looking to swap some heroes up here based off of ult usage there.
We see the beat right out of spawn to kind of give some survivability there. It looks like Middleton is just kind of blowing ults, maybe some hero swaps. We do see the Kiriko ultimate come out, and that has just set Meridian Technical running into your backline as Sable just spams through the doorway. We see a relatively even amount of eliminations coming out right now. We see Meatburn get the, or Mr. Ratburn, excuse me, get the elimination onto the Lucio before going down themselves. But at this point, I don't know if Middleton, as their defenders are respawning, I don't know if they get a full fight. If Meridian Technical can keep eliminating them out of spawn.
Yeah, Meridian Tech looking really strong here. 3 ults online, almost 4 to the 1 ult online for Middleton. Any ult that's used can be matched by the beat by Meridian
Lucio
Tech.
has 5 HP in a dream. We hear the Sojourn ultimate come out. That means run, but unfortunately, Middleton is just having to contest the point. 2 minutes and 38 seconds ticking down as Middleton, just their final bastion of defense on this 3rd point. We do see Toddy and Sable get eliminations, and Ratburn at least gets some damage in, but no follow-up eliminations. Middleton just kind of trying to throw some bodies on the point at this point, as Meridian Technical still has 3 members in fight, and now 4 and 5 as their Genji comes into play. Last-ditch iceberg on the point.
So unfortunate the May goes down there, you know, they want to keep it up a little
They
longer.
get that?
Oh, they get the res.
That's insane!
The May almost has freeze. She's going to use it on the point.
Oh my gosh, if they flip this right now because of that res. It looks like with no eliminations coming out of the freeze, the res was good for stalling, but not enough to kind of completely flip the point. 1 minute and 50. Middleton was able to take 1 minute off of Meridian Technical's clock just on that 3rd point by hard stalling. And I definitely want to say the Mercy res into the May freeze, that could have been the end of Meridian Technical's push right there.
Yeah, unfortunately the Suzu was online for Meridian Tech, so trying to outdamage the Kiriko heals while she is getting double the fire rate is pretty difficult.
We're going to watch this Junker Queen play. Immediately just kind of take down the team, and at this point it's just a Nano May on the point. We're going to see them use the Ice Break, immediately break out of it, and then use the Blizzard, risky Blizzard play, and didn't actually end up freezing anybody, and there wasn't any follow-up damage just because Annihilator was so weak HP.
Yeah.
What do you think is working?
I think, you know, the May swap has actually done a lot for Middleton. Just having that wall, having that slow mid-fight, just to slow down the aggression, and it helps deal with that Genji a little bit. You know, you can't deflect the May's freeze.
You can't deflect a bunch of snowflakes to your face.
Exactly. Does look like they're on Ana on the side of Meridian Tech now.
What does Ana bring that other main healers don't? It looks like they're running Ana Kiriko, so it looks like both main healers, but
You know, just
Ooh.
the survivability. Oh, but Burning goes down. Can't heal a headshot.
Bastion transforms around the corner. It looks like this is the beginning of the fight as both Junker Queens kind of meet each other knife to knife. We do see the end of the Bastion transform, and it looks like Meridian Tech will be forced to give up a little bit of space, back up to point, but with that elimination onto Annihilator. Ooh, the res comes out immediately after, though, keeping Middleton in this fight right now. We see the Bastion once again transforming, pumping damage into that Junker Queen. I don't know how low she got, but I'm sure it was bad. We see the Junker Queen. I think the Rampage is actually first Junker Queen to Rampage wins fight, and we're 93 to 61.
Yeah, the Junker Queen builds it in
There
just
it is.
40 seconds. Mr. Ratburn, though, still showing a threat on Widow on high ground. He can still.
AD Strafe OP. That's definitely what I want to say after watching that Junker Queen charge into the transforms Bastion's face and live.
Yeah, you do see Annihilator, though. He will have this Bastion ult just to mess up with the positioning of Meridian Tech a little bit. Hard to get picks with it, but mid-fight, if they use it properly, maybe find a sneaky one or two.
It looks like Middleton is trying to get onto the corner of the point where Middleton is being forced to hold that back choke point. Both of these teams are kind of fighting for it. We see the Bastion ult actually being used to open. We see support for main tank and immediately getting the res. I think Middleton is just, on paper, gonna win this fight as they pushed onto the point, got a tick. They're a tick and climbing, 2 ticks, and it looks like Middleton, that's first point.
Yeah, I actually like the Bastion when the Meridian Tech isn't running Lucio because they're not able to really kite away from his transform as easily as they would if they had Lucio. Because typically you just want to wait out the transform until it's over. But with the Ana, they don't have that speed boost.
And it's tough to get out of the LOS of a Bastion without the Lucio speed boost. But Meridian Technical has the railgun overclock, so we'll see if they'll be able to kind of turn the fight here, especially as Taterman kind of commits onto that Sojourn. Looks like no ultimates yet as Toast Malone is dropped to a single bar of HP, and then we see the Nano Junker Queen just rampaging through the enemy team, tearing them to shreds. One res isn't going to staunch the bleeding. You're still down your main tank, and Meridian Technical is taking up all the space that Middleton has to give up.
Middleton, though, with a rally coming up this fight, you know, the recent change, she can now stun with rally. If they can stun someone and just melt them fast.
Ultra wide HD. Looks like that Bastion is going to be frozen in the corner. Brig is going to be the first to be eliminated, and immediately after that, Annihilator and Mercy. And I think that is the fight for Meridian Technical. Off of the back of an excellent freeze, and they definitely have more ultimates to spare next fight.
That they do. The Widow's kind of struggling to find an angle on this close corner hold. You know, there's only so much angles for her to take. Bastion gets slapped in.
Huge purple! Looks like Bastion is not going to be punished for that. King Swiffer taking a lot of damage to that Zarya. Now in your backline, on your Mercy, takes a knife to the back. And with that Zarya, we see her go down to a couple HP. Big Purple's going to stop that Zarya from even getting out of the fight. And Meridian Technical has decided this is our archway and you can't come past it, Middleton.
Yeah, we did see Middleton swap to Zarya over the Junker Queen, you know, maybe in favor of the utility Junker Queen provides, just trying to bubble what she does to her team.
Less personal utility, more team utility.
Exactly.
Is that a fair assessment of the two big, strong women punching each other in the face? We see Kitsuna Rush kind of come down, and it looks like King Swiffer actually is going to be the first to fall to that Zarya. Middleton had a massive advantage now, trying to push through that Kitsune Rush, and the Valk is just going to be barely enough for them to sustain, with the exception of Annihilator, who later gets rezzed. I definitely do have to say, I think Mercy carried that fight. I think the big I think Taterman got the initial elimination, but the Valk was just enough for Middleton to sustain through the Kiriko ultimate.
Yeah, Taterman going up early, just trying to build that Zarya ult. If she can get it up, you know, another part of them opting for Lucio. They don't have a defensive ult for it. All they will have is Suzu, and they get the shout out early. Taterman here, probably looking for a grab.
Looks like now that they have that grab online, Meridian Technical really needs to be careful. We see the Nano, ooh, the sleep right in front of the grab. That's going to take away so much damage, and especially after that, the Bastion ultimate out of that. And it looks like Meridian Technical gonna win. They're kind of pushing on the point, but that is a 97 charge Zarya. She's not going down without a fight. And that Mei has a single HP in the back line. Does Zarya win this
Zarya can't
1v2?
turn this.
They're 100 charge. Mei doesn't have block. Oh my gosh! Go off, Taterman. Bring honor and glory to Middleton. Can't hit the Lucio though. He's just too fast. His hitbox too small. Lucio is going to be able to run away from that fight, but Taterman just wins the charge game. And now at this point, Meridian Technical is just trying to contest the point, and they ultimately give it up in the end because that is a nano Zarya at very high charge, and she is rolling through your team right now. Oh, the well-placed bubble shot. At this point, Taterman has the opportunity. No!
Toddy gets it.
Toddy from Meridian Tech carrying right now for finally being able to take down that Zarya.
Yeah, with the Zarya dead, Meridian Tech's ultimates here of both Mei and Junker Queen have nothing to negate them. However, they might just wait it out, wait for the Zarya to get back, take the free time they get off that pick.
I like that Middleton is just kind of backing off. They're like, all right, okay, we are down our main tank. We see the freeze come out, dropped right in between the Zarya, the wall, so they can't run away. Annihilator on that Bastion getting dropped weak, but a bubble is going to at least prolong their life. We see King Swiffer actually, and it's Burning that's going to pick up the Mercy, and that is Meridian Technical up two very important members. Even as the rally is popped, I don't know if it's going to be enough for Middleton to sustain this fight as they're just forced into the position of holding that corner. Zarya, 60% charge, doesn't have enough charge to really gun down the team like she did before, and that's a reset for Middleton. And with that, we do see another grab online from Middleton, and with only the ramp, I think the tank that ults first is going to win this fight. What about you?
Yeah, you know, the grab is so strong, especially with Toddy not having beat 83%. I think Middleton has a slight advantage, even if they Junker Queen ult, just because they have those bubbles to negate it, like he will use on his Mercy right there.
Looks like Toast Malone still is going to go down, so Middleton is operating on Mercy healing right now. We're going to see if that...
Pop the Valve to stay
Did the
alive.
res come out? It looks like the res didn't quite come out, but they do have the Valve to just kind of sustain. But ultimately, I think sustain in a lost fight.
Fashional, though, catching him on their exit. Oh, and he
Gets
grabs
two in the grab, and then immediately with the Bastion on the
three.
beat isn't enough to save them. And then we also blew the Rocket Barrage, which I'm not sure was entirely necessary. It felt like Zarya put the grab in, and everybody else pressed Q. And while that worked, now Middleton has a clean slate, and Meridian Technical still has still has Kitsune and Freeze. They can turn this around.
Yeah. Game is no longer winnable for Middleton, just drawable at this point. 0 seconds on the clock.
Oh, we see the Freeze come out, get the double kill, and the immediate... Oh, far frozen midair! Snipe! What an awesome job there, Burning on the Mei. Press Freeze, win game.
Yeah.
Blizzard win game, especially when there's overtime. They have nowhere to go but the point. You just drop a fat Q on that cart, and there it is. It's over for Meridian Technical winning Kings Row. With that, we're going to see the Freeze onto the stall on point. I think Blizzards have been integral to both of these teams. I definitely want to say that the Mei swap on the side of Middleton was one of their stronger swaps, but I think the strongest swap out of both of these teams, by far, is the Zarya.
Yeah, the Zarya, those Gravitons, they're turning fights.
I think that single boop when the Zarya was on third point, I think if that Zarya didn't get enviroed, I think Middleton would have capped point 3 right there.
Yeah, she was taking so much space. She was full charge. She had her cooldowns. That boop could have saved the game for her.
Exceptional Zarya play. And with that, we are only 2 maps in, so we will be going to a next map here pretty soon. What do you think? So, what do you think is the big thing that the Zarya is bringing over the Junker Queen in this Brawl comp?
You know, they did buff Zarya's, Junker Queen's bleed damage, but if Zarya bubbles it, you're not getting
Doesn't
any
matter.
bleed in.
Yeah.
And it's really good at negating pretty much all of Junker Queen's abilities. You know, her axe, you just bubble it. Her ult, if you save your bubbles, you can get rid of the anti part of it. The only part it doesn't really deal with is, you know, her shout, but that's something that's just like a neutral ability for her. And then the Zarya just plays slow. If the fight goes long, she gets full charge, and they're playing it well, just playing slow, waiting until she builds charge, and then from there, they're playing really aggressive with it.
And I definitely also do have to say, Meridian Tech is not pulling their punches against those Zarya bubbles, so you would watch that Zarya go from 0 to 80 charge almost every time she popped both of her bubbles, and that's great for building grab. That's great for Zarya doing damage, and Middleton proved that they can and will absolutely team wipe you with Zarya if you shoot those bubbles.
Yeah.
So I think as we kind of go into next map, Meridian Tech needs to be a little bit more careful of that Zarya and kind of respect the power that she holds.
Yeah, once that Zarya gets full charge, she is practically a 1v5 machine. So can't
Zarya
be
go burr.
overconfident into it. Yeah.
And I also think that Meridian Tech was kind of in a position where they've been doing so amazingly well. So I do think that they were very used to being super aggressive and having that just completely work for them. So I think that Zarya was the right pick on that front too, because Meridian Tech was being in some instances too aggressive, and Zarya is very able to punish that. What do you think about the Ana swap though?
For Meridian Tech? You know, I think Lucio definitely was working better for him, and we did see him swap back onto it on third point, and it was a lot stronger. Because with the Zarya not having a Lucio on her side, if you just play outside of her beam range, wait for her, you know, charge to go down, there's only so much she can do. But when you guys are both walking at the same speed, that Zarya catches up to you with a full beam, you're as good as dead.
So Lucio needs to be there to taxi the Zarya in. Lucio needs to be there so Zarya can press W harder.
Yeah.
Put the W key through the keyboard.
Purple.
This was a pretty big fight. We see the grab go down. We see the rampage through the grab, and it looks like that Mercy, just poor unfortunate positioning there, wasn't able to get out of the Junker Queen's range, and because of that three-man purple, they were able to just kind of clean up immediately after this. And this was the beginning of the Zarya carry. There was a good, 45 seconds where Zarya was the only one in the kill feed.
Yeah, she's just full charge. You can't really do anything to her. Anyone who looks for that 1v1.
Lucio's like, I'm getting out. Peace, goodbye. And then I think this was the boop that stopped it all. Where did that Lucio even come from? Probably somewhere. Yep, just comes in from left on the high ground, and Zarya wasn't ready. And just took a very short trip all the way back to spawn. Mercy kind of looks over the edge like, can't res that.
Yeah, Betty's beating himself up over that one. That was taking so much space, and then one single boop.
And then all of the ultimates dropped into the grab. The DPS are like, now is my time to shine. It felt like that overcommit of ultimates was maybe like a communication issue. I feel like I don't feel like those were planned ultimates. I feel like people just saw the opportunity, went for it, and that's great. Those ultimates got a lot of value. You just happened to do 3 in one go.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 would have been fine. And the snipe out of the air on the Pharah. I think that's the most mechanically impressive thing we've seen out of a May today.
Not to discredit any other Mays.
No, absolutely not. Not to discredit the value any other Mays are getting. I'm just from the mid-air snipe.
Yeah.
It looks like the teams are kind of taking a little bit of time to reset. So before we get into our next match, we will go to a short break and be right back with you.
Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up
Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket. Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Hey, this is Doc, right back here in the arena, chatting with Colonel Cody McRoberts. Now, we were talking about video games. You're a Star Wars player. I love that. Rogue Squadron, Battlefield, or Battlefront, excuse me. Yeah, I mean all.
But it's based on Battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. So I find all the time, and I'm interested to know for you because you're in a very different line of work than I am. Coach Moore says it well. Our job is to get people in seats. When you boil it down, what do you do for a living? I get people in seats. So for you, your gameplay and your work in the Idaho Army National Guard, as a career military person, how has that informed the way you prepare, strategize, and work on your gameplay? I mean, how does your job influence the way you think about games?
So I'd say throughout my 27 years of military service, with the last 21 being in the Idaho Army National Guard, that service has contributed to two things. One is communication, and the other is decision making. The communication, the service has helped us enhance our ability to share information and statuses and ideas in real time, and communicate your information to other people, and then coordinate as a group on how you would respond to something.
Oh, that's cool. I find that, especially now, I mean, I think, was it SOCOM was one of the first video games ever with a headset, and you could talk to other players, and that suddenly changed the way things worked. I mean, in the early days of like Doom and Unreal Engine, there was a bunch of little shortcuts that helped people understand what you were doing.
Some small chats.
Yeah, just that micro chat stuff that was mostly just abbreviations.
Yeah. Then if you wanted to do voice, you'd have to do it on the phone or somewhere else.
Right. Yeah,
or a different audio channel in another program.
Mm-hmm. And now it's all integrated, right. and an expectation, right, to be able to communicate well. That quickness in communication often makes the difference in a team game. How quickly can you communicate and can comprehend what's being asked and then execute, right? Which I would think is it's a very practical way of thinking about military work. How quickly, how completely, with as much fidelity as possible, can you communicate and execute? Is that a similarity?
It is, and it leads into decision making, which was the next point I was going to make. Is with decision making, you want to have the communication so you can make those decisions, but you also want to look at the enemy capabilities. What can they do? What's the likeliness of them coming at you, and what with? And then what kind of courses of action can you have? Don't just think of one idea. Have multiple ideas and a couple backups based on the resources you have at the time. In every game, you're given limited resources. You may obtain more or you may lose some, but you always have to adjust your decision making. But then think of those second and third order effects. If I make decision X, then what happens with Y? And you always want to have a plan. You don't want to just run out guns blazing, even though that's fun. You'll end up respawning really quick.
Yeah, you will. How you read much Sun Tzu?
Not much. It's been a while.
Well, it kind of creeps into most philosophy about competition, about military strategy. Just never taking a fair fight, right? Don't take a fair fight because it won't be fair. They know something you don't, so try to know more than they do. Try to predict. Try to make them as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, you want to use your mind way more than your fist or weapons.
And let me just say this to our viewers: do not use the Sun Tzu Art of War philosophy in dating. It's not a good idea. You don't want to make them uncomfortable. You don't want to make them okay. But we've got more to talk about. We'll be back in just a few minutes to do that.
Boise State Esports Arena. You are joining once again our Meridian Tech versus Middleton matchup. Meridian has been killing it all day, and they're still killing it in this matchup. But Middleton, I have to say, has a couple of standout players, namely their Zarya, that are really challenging Meridian Tech and giving them more than a run from their money. And once again, the legendary Lucio boot that saved the game. You just watched it in our highlight reel. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in Arena, both Meridian Tech and Middleton fans. I'm still your host, Colby Alloway, and joining me to call all of the action is the big brain, Matt Mercadante. So once again, just as a reminder, who here is cheering for Meridian Tech as we go into this final round? We got a couple of cheers. We got some cowbell in the mix there. Who here wants Middleton to make the biggest upset of the day and take Meridian Tech down? Middleton's still the fan favorite. The fans have spoken. So it looks like in the arena here, we're really hoping for Middleton to make an upset. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I do think it's possible. You know, last map was actually closer than I expected. It seems like Middleton's kind of finding their footing, you know, finding the characters that they want to play into it. And I think if they keep that going, they could turn it around and get a reverse sweep.
And just as a reminder, we're going to get Doc's keys to the game. We're kind of aiming these at Middleton because it seems like the arena wants there to be an upset. So Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch are to pummel your opponent, play what you're good at, instill fear, and the objective is greater than kills. Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games, win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. And with that, we're going to get into the next matchup and see if Meridian Tech goes another 3-0 or if Middleton can pull off the reverse sweep. Oh, Havana.
On it here. Sig is actually back. They patched him in.
It's been a couple days. It's been a little bit.
Yeah, so we might end up seeing a Sigmir on both teams. It's a pretty popular choice on this map.
Of course.
But also people like to spawn hold on Rush, so.
And I do want to say, Havana is another one of those maps, like Shimbali, where if the attacking team caps all... Havana and Shimbali are like each other in the sense that attacking round one can kind of determine the game. Because if you 3-cap on Havana, that is almost impossible to do. So if you do that attack one, it's pretty solid that the attackers are going to win. So we might actually... This might be a very definitive match, depending on who's attacking.
Yeah.
It looks like we have a Cassidy on defense with that Mercy pocket. We see the return of the Widowmaker and the Sigma, of course, as you were expecting.
Cassidy, not typically a character you'd see on this map usually, you know, like on Meridian Tech's side. They'd be running double sniper, but I'm interested to see how it pans out.
Oh, and that Sigma, you have to know he's just coming for Taterman's buns. Or the Zenyatta, excuse me, is just coming for Taterman's buns. Ooh, it looks like Ratburn is going to win the Battle of the Widows straight off the bat. And with no res on the side of Meridian Tech, they do have respawn advantages, so it looks like Taterman is just kind of taking some space, doing some damage as Sigma. Look at that splash coming out. And with the Orb of Discord onto the Law is really kind of just contained around that section of the cart. It looks like, actually, with the elimination, Mr. Ratburn has kind of said, all right, Middleton, get in the backpack. Let's go, at least for this attack. As the only member to get any defending eliminations and headshots, no less.
Yeah, Middleton's comp with the Mercy. They do have a little bit less healing, but it gives them more resources to enable their DPS and res those picks that the snipers can get.
It also looks like that damage boost on the Sigma is not to be underestimated, as we see right now TrapTech currently pocketing Taterman on Middleton as he just pumps damage into that corner. We see the Law commit the Sig Suck, and it looks like Taterman's kind of giving up a little bit of space, backing up to this corner as TrapTech is taken down by the Law. The Law has really opened up this fight for Meridian Technical right now and just proceeds to pop off and roll the whole rest of the team.
The Sonic, they all know he's here.
Oh, Cassidy. Sorry, buddy. And with that, I don't actually know that Middleton's going to have a touch. I think Meridian Tech just takes point one.
Yeah, that stagger just makes it so if they do try and fight this, it would be 4v5.
We do see this is kind of in between the fight right now. We're seeing both teams spam each other out. We're 96 to 90. Actually, Taterman has their ultimate against the law, so that could be something that perhaps, especially with that elimination, could turn things in Middleton's favor. Middleton currently up 1 as Meridian Technical backs off a little bit, and Crouton's going to take the Annihilator in the backline. So we do see the Sigma ultimate committed. We see that there's no way they're living through that. Sorry, Hanzo. And takes down the Baptiste as well. Middleton is in this fight. Unfortunately, Ratburn doesn't get the shot onto the Zenyatta, but the res onto Annihilator is going to be big, meaning Middleton has a full 5 to defend this point.
Valk popped early here for Middleton just to keep them up.
Did we need it? No. Are we going to get value? Maybe.
The window here, though, can be combined with the flux on the side of Meridian Tech. Makes it really hard for them to survive, especially without Trank here at only 91%. Toast Malone's going to need to build this fast, or else it's going to be a team wipe.
Ooh, immediately taking down 2 off the back of a well-placed Sigma ultimate. The Law laying down the Law and taking gravity with him. We do see, it looks like Taterman just is going to have to back up and gets eliminated, and it looks like the Law is once again taking a lot of space, holding up to one of the 2 doors that Middleton can kind of come through.
Cassidy tries to go for the flank on the Widow, but gets caught out.
I really got to question the flanks right now on the Cassidy. That's the second time they've died in the enemy's backline.
Mr. Ratburn goes Faro, which I actually dislike. I feel like Mr. Ratburn was doing
Oh,
really
the
well.
Rock! Rock almost takes Taterman down out of the fight. It looks like as Mr. Ratburn goes down, it looks like we've got a touch here, if not maybe a fight. As the res comes out, so Middleton actually is almost full team here. We're 5 in fight. It looks like they're going toe-to-toe with Meridian Tech right now as Mr. Ratburn is just once again going to be taken down. Annihilate, buddy. That's all I got to say about that. Middleton down 2 DPS as Meridian Technical is just kind of looking to clean up. Ooh! The juke of the Rock! Hanzo, you did your best, but Taterman is ultimately going to take you down as Crouton gets a triple kill on the point off screen. And it's going to get that point for Meridian Tech. Zen play of the game?
Taterman coming up on the first flux here. Could help them defend this point a little bit better. The Hanzo to help follow up, and the Pharah can actually go deep and follow up with it as well.
Looks like we see a lot of Zen spam here. The fight hasn't truly begun yet. Teams are just kind of spamming each other out. But actually, if Taterman gets picked before this fight, that could be huge. Looks like that Zen Orb is just going to be barely enough to keep him up. But with Toast Malone down, this could really open up the fight for Meridian Technical. And you can see the wall round that corner. Punch Taterman in the face. And Middleton is now just scrambling to make a defensive on this 3rd point Havana. And Meridian Tech's 3rd point castle push is looking awesome.
Yeah, Taterman unfortunately got down too low before he was able to get his flux off, and Crouton does have the
Poor
strength to
Mercy.
respond.
And now, it cannot be emphasized enough how important it is for Meridian Tech to get this 3rd point. If they do that, you can almost, odds are looking very likely that Meridian Technical takes this if they cap 3rd point, just because it is such a strong defensive stronghold. And Middleton down 1. Meridian Tech has kind of opened up the field. We see the answering. Oh, but the stun out of the Sigma. Oh, the Law is currently winning the battle of the Sigmas as he almost is able to solo up the Mercy.
Like no one will
She's
be
just
getting
a little
single.
too fast, though. And we see a limb for a limb. The res come out. That's huge onto the Sigma. Sigma is able to contest the point. And this is Meridian Technical running away with their tails between their legs. Burning doesn't get out. Middleton has really come alive on defense, and the cowbells in the arena are going nuts.
Meridian Tech may have overcommitted that fight, thinking it was already won, but due to that res, it isn't.
Huge res. I gotta say, some of the biggest plays that Middleton has had has just been Mercy's funny E button.
Yeah. Not many ults up for either side. Toast Malone, 1 HP, 90 to strength. They're going to want to keep him up.
A minute 49 as we kind of get into this next fight. Mercy is down, so there's definitely, ooh, and with the second land down, this is Middleton backing up into the confines of Castle here, and Meridian Technical really pushing hard. We see the Hanzo taking advantage of the high ground, unable to get the shot on the Zenyatta because they immediately trank, but hopefully he's going to be able to spawn kill that Mercy. No, she AD strafe OP. Mercy makes it into the fight just barely, and Chris able to kind of clean them up, and with that, Middleton's going to struggle to get bodies on point.
Yeah, and capping 3rd point Havana is extremely difficult. So, it's looking good for Meridian Tech.
Oh, yeah. And what do you think was their edge that let them cap third point?
I think when they swapped off that Widowmaker on the side of Middleton, it gave the Meridian Tech Widow just so much room to work with, you know. He no longer had to worry about getting sniped by the other Widow. He was able to take more aggressive angles, and you saw him pick that Mercy.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think this Zenyatta play, the enemy Zen goes down, and then we just see the Law around the corner and just lay people out and send them back into spawn. Middleton's got a tall task ahead of him. I think they're going to need all the hype that they can get to get all the way to third point on Havana. It looks like they're going to be running a Reinhardt Moira on attack with that Mercy still. The Mercy is getting value on reses, but with the value that we've seen from the Mercy, do you still think that a Lucio would be more valuable?
if they're going to go with this Rhine comp, I think yes, because especially against now that they are against Sig, Baptista, and Hanzo, that Rhine shield's going to break in no time. He needs to close the distance before it breaks, and it's going to be real difficult with that comp.
We need to get some Mario Kart in here, some sick beats, Lucio's mixtape to help Reinhardt into the enemy team.
However, they might just TP him in.
You know, closing distance can be done in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite Reaper guns, by the way.
Sneaky play coming in here.
We do see the Widow. Oh my gosh, right before the shield breaks, gets a teleporter. Oh, poor Sable just has a Reinhardt in their face and gets sent to spawn immediately after that. Are they going to be able to get the elimination on the Zenyatta? Absolutely. Taterman is in your team, on your backline, taking names, and the Law just has to back up and be like, I can't deal with that.
Yeah, and while that was a good fight for Middleton, you got to look at the point and you realize they had no one on cart that entire time. They had all 5 people pushing the front line.
And because the Law wasn't eliminated, Meridian Technical actually has another full team contest here with their main tank. And it looks like as they're kind of doing that, we see the single member of Middleton pushing point while Taterman on that Reinhardt is trying to win the front line with the assistance of their Reaper and their Moira. We're seeing a lot of spam right now. The fight hasn't truly began. Reinhardt is looking for a way in, and the Law is just trying to get as much spam as they can before the Reinhardt is in their face. With that Discord orb, Taterman is committing, walking forward. Is this the fight? Unable to take down that Zen, just taking too much damage, and with Taterman down, you gotta think that's the end of Middleton's fight. And then we kind of see Taterman 82 to their own ult, but the Law is 85 on that Sigma. So I think tank that ults better wins first point, or holds first point.
Yeah, that Flux is going to be really easy to get value out of when he's against Mercy Moira. You know, there's no damage mitigation. There's nothing to
Best Moira can hope to do is hold orb and just hold the heal button.
Yeah.
Ooh, and with that Mercy down, that takes away a lot of their sustain. Meridian Technical is looking very strong on defense. As Taterman is officially in the fight, taking some people down, but with Toast Malone down, Taterman doesn't have any of the support they need on Reinhardt, so they're immediately just going to get fluffed to the ground and eliminated. And Meridian Technical holds for another fight.
With Simwall coming up here by Middleton, it's going to be really good for splitting the Widow LOS from the rest of the team. However, Meridian Tech has 4 total ults, so, you know, they got to carry all of them. Even if we land a Shatter, or Taterman lands a Shatter, they're going to have to deal with Trank and Immortality Field.
And with that, we do see the Widow getting at least a little bit of value as they get spammed at a 138 out of 175 HP. We see the Cassidy and Mr. Ratburn go down. And Middleton is wisely just gonna wait a little bit for the Mercy res. They're taking a lot of spam as they wait for that Mercy res, though. The Law already 42% to their next Gravitic Flux as the wall kind of splits the team. It looks like Middleton is actually playing on the left side of the wall here. They land the Shatter of all shatters, but Tranquility is just gonna be able to sustain through that entire fight. And Taterman, even as he lays them all out, gets no value.
Both teams essentially resetting in terms of ult charge. Doesn't seem like anyone's going to have an ult up in the next fight. I like the Winston swap, but there's not really anything to dive with him. I'd like to see Middleton maybe go a Tracer, a Genji, a Sombra just to help him out in the front line.
Because, you know, how's Cassidy going to get on the dive?
Exactly.
Just walk his little cowboy buns over after the monkey? We do see Mr. Ratburn looking for the Deadeye of all Deadeyes. Middleton trying to pull off the upset, but they only have 19 seconds to get past point 1. And that monkey is in. We see the bubble. We do see the Widow on the high ground. Ratburn is just desperately trying not to get headshot right now, and unfortunately he does with the aid of the Discord, and at this point Mercy's just going to reset, and I don't even know if Middleton has a touch right now.
Overtime clock.
Somebody's on cart? It looks like the ball, we do see Taterman on the point, but with that Discord orb in front of the law, it's just a matter of time until your hamster is sent back to spawn. We see the Pharah, just a desperate attempt to spot, and that is map 3 going over to Meridian Technical, who we're now, because of this, going to see in the finals.
Yeah. Meridian Tech still showing that they can play any comp on any map.
Zen play of the game. Crouton just out here stealing all the glory. We see that Mercy just unload a pocket of orbs into them, immediately gets taken down. And if that wasn't enough of a fight win, just takes out everybody that came through that teleporter. Gotta say, Crouton really popping off. So it looks like we're going to see Meridian Tech in the finals, but we're going to throw to a short break, and then we'll be back to see who will be facing them.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
And so this is the make or break moment. Either you get into the finals or you don't. And that is definitely a scary prospect, but we'll have to see how it goes for them. You know, I think I'm kind of glad we get to see Ganondorf, but I'd also like to highlight the Little Mac a little bit more because in that last little bit, you could tell how focused he was because he was dodging like crazy.
That was
His
a pretty
reads
impressive
were
moment.
good.
It just
only
wasn't
like
good
a
enough.
minute. It was only a minute, but those were some solid reads.
Solid
Especially
reads.
'cause Ganondorf hurts.
Are we
His
gonna see it?
sword and his kick hurts so much.
I was gonna say
Is that Link?
Pokemon Trainer,
Oh.
not Young Link.
I like Pokemon Trainer. That's a fun one. One of our players, like at Boise State, plays Pokemon.
It was
Trainer
Melfor, I
occasionally.
think.
Yeah, Melfor does. Bowser, Banjo, Pokemon Trainer. I like Pokemon Trainer. I don't get to see it a lot, and I think it's an interesting like three-way character that if you use them right, they're really effective.
Don't forget about the little Pokemon Trainer in the background. That's the fourth character.
Oh yeah, exactly. 4 characters: Pokemon Trainer, Charizard, Squirtle,
Yeah,
Venusaur,
and
Ivysaur.
you know, like whenever she gets a hit, whenever they get a hit, you just see her go like, "Woo!"
They get so happy. I know. I love the little details they add in for that. It looks like Ganondorf, as we knew. Empty Jug is going to be doing Ganondorf. The question is who is going to play against Ganondorf? Like, who's their...
Link.
At this point, right?
Link has a pretty good win rate against Ganondorf canonically,
It's true. You know,
like 100% win rate
about 100%, I think, yeah.
in every timeline in every universe.
So, you know, theoretically, he should be the right pick, right? You'd assume, but I think it would be... I don't know, it would be fun to see a Link, like, more just in general, because we haven't actually seen them on the big screen, and that I feel like we've gotten to see so many characters during this high school tournament. Probably one of my favorite things, because I feel like Collegiate is a little bit more standard in who I see. Like, you'll have some outliers, but I'm not typically surprised. I've been surprised, and I'm excited to be surprised in this so
You're
far.
excited to be surprised.
It's always fun, and you know, the first match we watched, it was the gift that kept on giving, because it was all my favorite characters. It was Bowser and Incineroar and Wolf and Little Mac, and now we just keep getting more characters I haven't seen, like Pikachu. Pikachu is really fun to see. We saw a lot of Piranha Plant. Like, I've gone from seeing no Piranha Plant to just Piranha Plant, and that was interesting, and I think it was fun to see some characters that don't get as much love in, like, the higher levels of play.
Especially if you can maneuver them well, which Turbo did, I think.
It felt like he switched on a switch. He switched on the Switch.
He switched on the Switch, even though the Switch was already on.
It was already on, and he played really well.
I'm going to see Ridley.
Yeah, the battle of the villains, Ganondorf and Ridley. I think that'll be
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil, says Ganondorf.
Oh no.
From my point of view, these are both the heroes of the story.
They're the good guys.
They are the good guys.
And it looks like Drake is already taking a lot of punishment from Ganondorf here. 74%, trying to get a ledge guard off. Does not Ganondorf off edge. Tries to go for the ledge guard, but doesn't really hit it fully.
He's just waiting.
Yep.
Ridley bides their time, though.
I don't blame him. That sword is pretty nasty if you get hit by it.
I find it kind of funny that a character named Drake, player named Drake, is playing the
Ridley?
dragon.
Yeah, no, I think that's cool.
Oh.
Oh, survives
But it's
it?
not a KO yet. This is the pro.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Unfortunate.
2 stocks left. Empty Jug only 45%. Fireball's coming out, but they won't find a connection. Will be dodged, and now Empty Jug. Oh, gets slid across the board.
Knocks him off the side.
Knocks off the side, is going to be able to recover. Ledge guard is not going to be successful.
Does hit him up in the air, though.
Gets an up tilt.
He might, you know, 108% on Ganondorf. He's a heavy character, so this is going to be a rough one, but
Yeah, but Ganondorf's angry.
He is angry. Oh. I think he's got, Ganondorf
He's
at
got the recovery.
131.
Ledge guard again, not gonna.
Oh!
Oh, gets slid
Nice!
across. That was nice.
Good timing on the slide there for Ridley. Hanging on right now with this stock at 119. Managed to even out the stocks.
These ledge guards have sucked from both sides.
I
I'm
know.
gonna be honest, but
These characters are kind of hard to ledge guard with, but that's fair. We're having a rough time with it.
they are the most telegraphed moves.
2-1 now.
Final stock here for Twin Falls. Do or die.
Yeah.
Drake not going to be able to find a grab.
32-23. Oh, gets Ganondorf ledge, misses the grab though. Ganondorf
Oh, it just stomps on him.
takes out Drake, taking Twin Falls out of the running for finals, meaning Jerome will be moving on to face Burley. And it'll be Jerome versus Burley and Twin Falls versus Thunder Ridge to determine our first, second, third, and fourth places for this tournament.
Congratulations, Jerome.
Yeah.
Played a fantastic game. Unfortunately, we only got to see
A little bit of it.
a little bit of it. But
But-
now you're getting to face off
Yeah.
against Burley in the finals. That'll be the true test of skill for both teams.
Yeah, a little preview of what's to come. We've seen Burley, now we've seen Jerome, and now we know what we're going to be seeing. But first, we do have a semifinals match to get to. So we will see you for the semifinal matches after this break.
Welcome back to the very full Boise State Esports Arena. We can definitely hear that we have some Boise fans here in the chat for the Grand Finals versus Meridian Tech. We'll see who's the fan favorite here in a second, but this is our Grand Finals. We're looking at Meridian Tech versus Boise. So, just as like a little counter, who's here for the reigning champion right now, Meridian Tech? Who's hoping they pull off the sweep? We see a little bit of cowbell. A little bit of cheering. Now, who's going for the underdog? Who wants Boise to really kind of put Meridian Tech in their place?
We got some fans.
I think we're pretty even between Meridian Tech versus Boise in the Grand Finals. I'm your host, Colby Alloway, and joining me to call all of the action is another big Overwatch brain, Kel McGurkin.
Hey, good to be here. Glad we get to cast the Grand Finals.
Super hyped. The energy in the arena is electric, and we got the cowbells out. We got the trophy on proud display. This is what everybody's playing for. So what does it mean for these two teams if they can win?
I mean, just like being any competitor, you get up on the stage, playing the Grand Finals. Of course you want to win. This has been your semester. This is what you've been practicing for. You're here. Your family's here. You know, it means a lot for sure.
Can't lose in front of your mom.
Absolutely
Can't
not.
do it.
Don't make her cry. Don't make her cry.
Don't do it. And with that, we're going to get into Doc's keys of the game just so that these players have a little bit of a reminder to focus on, you know, what's important. Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch are to pummel your opponent, play what you're good at, instill fear, and the objective is greater than kills. Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. Now, which of these keys do you think is kind of the skeleton key, if you were, to success?
Oh, well, I have nightmares about all of Doc's Overwatch keys to the game being replayed in my head. But, you know, probably objective over kills. You know, I think especially when we're talking about high school teams, you can't just run onto the point. You got to set up, know how to take a good fight. So that's what I'm hoping to see here.
Counterpoint. If you get 5 kills every 30 seconds, there's no one left to play the objective on the enemy team.
True. No counter.
And with that, we're going to take a look at the bracket to kind of tell the story of how both of these teams got here. So Meridian Tech came out strong round 1 against Thunder Ridge. They continued that against Middleton. But actually, Middleton, I think, put up a really good fight, especially with the Zarya. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. That boop didn't come out. I think Kings Row's a different match. Boise came out strong against Twin Falls and then went up against Bishop Kelly and came out on top. And so now it's Meridian Tech and Boise fighting for the top place and our trophy in the Grand Finals. And then we see Rigby that lost. We just need to mention Rigby. Rocket League, they were our champions. So, I mean, Rigby's got some honor on their name. They're taking home some trophies at the end of the weekend.
Absolutely. And, I mean, here on stage, we just have 2 teams that have been dominant, I think, through both of their brackets. I got to watch Meridian from, you know, the other side of the stage play their matches. They've been coordinated. They've been calling ults. You know, it's been impressive to see from a high school team for sure.
So it seems like the fans are equally cited for both Meridian Tech and Boise, but on stream, Meridian Tech has definitely gotten a lot more attention, which is nice to get the spirits up and things like that, but also may have provided an opportunity for Boise to kind of scout out some weaknesses. So what have you noticed maybe that Boise might be able to take advantage of?
Well, I think just like you noticed as well, the Zarya, I think, is what we've seen Meridian struggle with the most on Kings Row. It makes sense. You're playing Junker Queen, you have to walk into the Zarya. That's a tough look. So hopefully they can get some maps where they can play Zarya. Other than that, maybe I haven't seen a lot of people try Dive. It's a tough comp to play in the Junker Queen, but might be worth a try.
But if you can it's difficult because you have to outmaneuver the Junker Queen, right? And with her shout, and especially with the Lucio speed boost, sometimes that just kind of...
Yeah, absolutely.
Math ain't mathin'. We can't avoid her. She's too fast. So do you think Junker Queen is still viable on Lijiang?
Absolutely. A lot of close quarters on this map. That's where Junker Queen's going to thrive the most. But that's also where Zarya can thrive the most. So I'm interested to see what Boise's going to play here in response.
And we've seen a lot of Mei, and it looks like there's maybe a teased Mei that we're kind of seeing in this group here. And Mei definitely has also been a thorn in the side of Junker Queen just because Mei can isolate, Mei can stall point. It looks like Boise is going to be coming out in the Junker Queen. We see the teleport to the point, so Boise actually already has the advantage on the point. We see the shout come out, we see the wall come out, and it looks just like Kiriko's putting damage into that Junker Queen from the back line for Meridian Technical. We do see Candy Pop on the Mercy trying to keep their Junker Queen alive, maybe get a little blue beam pocket in there. We do see, it looks like Boise has pretty dominant control of this point right now, and Meridian Technical is just looking for their way in, and with some damage on the Symmetra, but no eliminations coming out so far. Meridian Technical is having a bit of a difficult time. There's the Lucio, trade for the Symmetra, support for DPS. Meridian Technical, I think, has the advantage here. Oh, and with the res on Candy Pop, 2 HP. I mean, it cost them. Good job burning for getting that, but it looks like Boise actually might still be in this, at least to stall. We'll see if the Junker, with the Rampage, trying to 1v3, but the cleanse comes out, and I think Meridian Technical can pretty comfortably take this fight, but they gave up 18, 19 and climbing % of the point to do it.
Yeah, you know, Boise's playing the Mei and the Sim there in that first fight, so they were definitely looking to take point control earlier. They played it well, but we just saw the Law on the Tracer. I don't know if you've seen that much today, but he came out swinging.
We've seen the Law on a lot of main tank, kind of doing work as Sigma, so it's really a shock to see them on the Tracer getting value. And with that Pulse Bomb, we're expecting to see them kind of go in. We see the wall come out, kind of split the approach onto point. It looks like the Pulse Bomb comes out, will not be able to find value. Man, that Reaper's looking weak. It looks like Lucio goes down, and Boise might not be long after. We see the Valk pop to try to sustain, but it's always a sad day on the Mercy when you just Valk and watch your team die from the air.
Absolutely, and it's so hard for Boise to get the fight that they want here up close before Meridian Technical can swoop in with their Tracer and Genji and pick off the support. So I think maybe going a different way this route might be a better idea.
And we do see Kiriko swap from the Mercy, so that might be why Valk was committed there. And they're not too far behind Crouton in terms of ultimate here, so both teams are running a Kiriko Lucio comp, which I think will benefit them both. We see King Swiffer is just waiting for that Rampage into that room. Prime territory. We see the knife come out, we see the Blizzard, and then there's the Rampage actually just end up getting frozen. We see support from main tank. Both of these teams are even in the fight. Meridian Technical currently in possession of the point, 9% and climbing. But Boise is still in this fight, and as they move on to point and eliminate that Kiriko, I think Boise might be able to flip this.
Absolutely, and that freeze, while it didn't immediately freeze the Junker Queen, was still huge. It split him from the team, and it got out the Suzu from the Meridian Technical Kiriko so early, and so then you see Meridian's Queen go down early in the fight.
20% of a stall on point. Can't sleep on Meridian Technical stall there. But Boise has managed to flip point, 25% and climbing. And with Meridian Technical at 89%, Boise can afford to lose about one fight, as long as they keep that Lucio speed boost to keep them in there.
Luckily, they have ult advantage for this fight at least. It'll be about how little they can do it with. One ult would be great. I think they're going to have to commit both, but let's see how they do.
And if they commit one ult or two ults, it looks like they're going to be coming up on both support ults next fight. So they're kind of in a position to keep having the advantage in terms of ult economy. As the fight goes in, we see the Beyblade let her rip. We see the Reaper get knifed in, kind of think about going in. Oh, almost gets boofed off the map with Beyblade. We see the knife kills cleaning up the Beyblade. King Swiffer gets the health pack, and unfortunately, it looks like that's just going to be the end of the, almost the end of the line. Not quite for Boise just yet, as they're kind of backed into a corner here. Kiriko teleports in, maybe not entirely knowing what she's getting herself into as the 4v2. King Swiffer's going off with Crouton here for Meridian Tech. 99 and climbing, and Boise scattered enough. I don't think they have a touch.
Meridian played that so well, baiting out Boise's ults and then going in themselves. It'll be hard to, yeah, I don't think they have a touch.
And it looks like with that, Meridian Technical taking round one of point one on control, and the cowbell goes wild. So let's definitely take a second to celebrate that amazing Meridian Technical point cap.
Yeah, great play from Meridian overall. Boise so close so many times to getting that to go their way. So I'm interested to see what swaps we'll see on this next map, or if both teams just want to run it back.
What micro plays are you noticing?
You know, I think both Junker Queens for both teams are playing really well here. I like the way that they're landing knives. It seems like they're coordinating a little bit with their Lucios to get boops in and out. Both Kirikos too, especially for Meridian, I'm seeing a lot of really good Suzus at key moments. So we're going to need to keep seeing that. That'll decide a lot.
We have Boise on the Zarya looking to punch this Junker Queen in the face with her superior muscles. We see Junker Queen just kind of spamming it. We see Junkrat, excuse me, just kind of spamming into the Zarya. And that Zarya's got to be hard charged. We can't see it just yet, but we see the bubbles come out into the Junkrat, and immediately Boise is going to get picked. Meridian Technical up 2. You got to think that's fight win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they come out on the Zarya, which I like there, but the Junkrat pick into that small hallway, if you're going to play there, you have to respect it.
Boise wasn't ready quite for the Junkrat pick.
Yeah, and I think, Meridian was also a little faster out of their spawn. That's the small difference that, can win you a team fight.
And we see now the Junkrat is holding the doorway, and it's all Boise can do to just kind of back up and try to push. Zarya pushing at 100 charge and half HP. He's going to get taken down by that Lucio, and Meridian Technical now has the benefit of being able to touch the spawn door challenge. We're going to see both of those supports go down, and then Meridian Tech, once they've almost wiped the team, they're going to back off, give Boise some space.
Very interesting. I'm interested to see how this Pharah swap's going to go down, as well as the Moira swap. Playing for a lot of pressure on the front line, I think, for Boise. Oh, and here comes the tire. Gets nobody.
That Zarya is once again half HP, but 100 charge and is immediately going to be taken down by the Law. Tracel's hitbox is too small for the Zarya there. We see Moria just kind of has the straw outside of spawn, sipping a little bit, but ultimately can't engage without the rest of their team.
Yeah, and Meridian, getting a little cheeky there, starting to push out into spawn. I'm glad to see them back it up before that Pharah can come back out and get a lot of value.
80% to grab and climbing. This could be what we're looking for here, but the pulse bomb on the backline actually isn't going to get any value, but we do see Reaper eliminated for the side of Boise, so that's really going to hurt their pushing power down one of their DPS, but the benefit is, outside of your spawn doors, your respawns are near immediate. And then we see the fight really begin with a Kitsune Rush and then a Graviton Surge and then a beat. Everybody's ulting in this fight right now. We see the Lucio purpled, we see the Reaper nanoed, but unable to get in. King Swiffer is in your backlines with she's got a knife! And then we do see Pharah's gonna at least pick King Swiffer, but ultimately doesn't actually end up making that much space for their team as they're once again pushed back into spawn.
It might let Boise get in, through this first choke that they've been struggling with the whole round, so that pick might be more important than we think at first. The big thing here is if they can get a touch, there's 2% left. I don't know if anyone has it. Oh,
not quite.
So close.
And with that, the crowd goes wild for Meridian Tech winning first map. Meridian Tech has the beginnings of the sweep, but this is still anybody's game because it felt like there were several points where Boise was very close, but not quite there. Karuton, leave some plays of the game for somebody else, my pal. Love to see the support plays, though. We see a lot of those kunai are moving at light speed as they're just pumped into the enemy team, and that poor Mercy, it was all that they could do just to live, and we see kind of just the pistol whipping from the sky.
Yeah, that guy is killing it today. He has been all day on the Zen, on the Kiriko, everything I've seen him play. It's been really nice to watch.
And then keeps the whole team up alive through the Graviton Surge, also doing damage in between each of their little stick notes of healing. And then we see King Swiffer just come in through the back with a knife and wipe the team. And it does cost them their life, but ultimately not the point and not the round.
Absolutely. Great play from them. They just seem ready for everything Boise was throwing at them. I don't think Boise played that poorly at all. I'm excited to see how they're going to adapt more, but they just have to get over that next hurdle, take one more step into the future to match Meridian Tech.
And we've seen Zarya work in other team comps, but I don't know if it's working against Meridian Tech right now. I think they've kind of patched that hole in the hull, as it were, and it's no longer leaking water.
Right. I mean, they got to see that when they struggled against it too, so you get to make your own adjustments. Absolutely.
And with that, going to next map, do you have any kind of thoughts of maps that would benefit Boise?
What is second map pick?
I believe it's hybrid.
Hybrid. Kings Row's always a popular map. I don't think that's what I would pick versus Meridian. I think that's what they want to play. Unless you're really confident in the Zarya, you really think you can pull it off. Otherwise, I'd go for something maybe where you can play a Sigma. Maybe, somewhere you can play a dive better. I think something like that could be really beneficial.
We see once again on Legion, you could just taste the rampage, and we're waiting for King Swiffer to just kind of put it there. They're waiting in the hallway, and the freeze comes out, and unfortunately they weren't able to rampage through there, but the big cleanse keeps them up at least a little bit as King Swiffer and Candy Pop kind of go support for main tank here. And then we see Boise. I don't know how Boise lived, so I'm super glad we get to watch this play again because for all intents, and then we see the Kiriko teleport in and they're 2v4 at this point, but the Junker Queen is still getting value. We see the Kitsune Rush committed, and King Swiffer and Crouton are just popping off in a 2v4 they reasonably should not have been able to win.
Right, and with getting those axes faster now in this patch, like even just a solo Junker Queen is scary when you're pushing her as 5 people.
Even if you're 5 people and you're a squishy, you want to make sure that even though you have your whole team with you, don't get in within her range. She will burn you down fast. And it looks like next map will not deviate from the rest of the day, and we're going to go to King's Row, which heavily favors Junker Queen. So
Absolutely.
I really hope that Boise has a plan for this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see if they're still going to try and match Junker Queen, pull out a Zarya, maybe even a Reinhardt. I don't think we've seen that too much today, but, you know, it could
Reinhardt
work.
here.
Yeah, I saw it once or twice. Yeah, I want to see what these guys are playing. I want to see what the plan is.
Of course, we've also seen a Bastion a couple of times against the Junker Queen. And then that just kind of gets a little bit of damage in there. It looks like the Law is going to pop out onto the Widowmaker. We've seen some pretty impressive Widowmaker play, even from losing teams. It looks like Boise is actually going to run the Sigma.
I'm interested to see how they play here on first
Sigma
point.
Junker Queen. I know on paper that's not looking good for our Gravity Man. As we're kind of looking to go through Hotel, we see the Junker Queen rotate. We see the wall deny them the back out. We see the Brig immediately go down to Toddy. That is Meridian Technical up 1 and support at that. They just kind of get through the Hotel and they take the point and drive Boise back to Archway. But it looks like Crouton is down on the Kiriko, but they trade for eggs. So it looks like Meridian Technical is still up in this fight, even though they are down to support that Junker Queen really hurting in the corner without any sustain. And it looks like as we kind of trade out, the Law is really kind of coming alive this fight as that Tracer. They don't need any additional sustain. They can just do damage, and it comes down to Moira, a healing orb, and the Law on point. And it looks like those respawns are going to come out, and the Law is going to live.
Right, and, you know, I was skeptical about Boise's team comp going into that, but that was a close fight.
That was good.
Honestly, this might just be their comfort picks, what they feel comfortable on. There's nothing wrong with playing that, especially on stage when you're nervous. There's a lot going on.
And I definitely do have to say, Meridian Tech thanked the Law for point number 1 on that Tracer. We see that the cart has unlocked. We see the stick on the pulse bomb. No, ooh, actually an elimination from Baby onto Genji there. Sorry, I had to figure out how to pronounce that. We see the Bastion transform kind of force Meridian Technical to back off to cart a little bit. That Sigma spam is doing way more work than maybe initially we thought as he's on Crouton, sending a rocket into the spawn. Gets the spawn door kill.
Combo. And also that pulse we saw earlier, that was a great Suzu from Boise's Candy Pop to save the team there and win them the team fight.
Of course. We see Meridian Technical now pushing in. That Junker Queen is 92 to Rampage and looking to kind of just go straight down mid there as they're around the corner. We do see Burning actually get the elimination onto Eggs. That is Meridian Technical up 1 as the Sigma ultimate is committed. Are any eliminations going to come out? Yep, that is Meridian Technical now even and down to support even. But Crouton and the Law are putting in work. And that is Meridian Technical. They just have a Sigma left to clean up in that poor little room.
The Law is definitely laying down the Law in that team fight, I'll be honest. That was a great carry. You know, first, Boise comes out with a great Graviton Flux, too, in the beginning of that fight. Gets an opening pick, but the Law just brings it back by himself almost.
This is the best Moira skin of the game. Definitely do just have to acknowledge you there. Diop on the Moira. It looks like we do have Kitsune Rush that Crouton is looking to use to lethal effect to kind of cement this point as Meridian Technical's territory. And it looks like Boise on the Monkey is just kind of seeing what he can do from high ground. We see both Kitsune Rushes committed down main. Both of these teams have a significant attack buff, but it looks like the Bastion ult actually is going to be the most important ult committed this fight so far, along with the Coalescence. Boise, it's taken almost every ult they have, but they've been able to stop Meridian Technical in their tracks. Sorry, I had to figure out how to pronounce that.
Wow, and
we see the Bastion transform kind of force Meridian Technical to back off to cart a little bit. That Sigma spam is doing way more work than maybe initially
So
thought
we
as
see
he's
Meridian
on
Tech
Cruton's
kind of
scoop.
trying
Meridian Technical now
to
even
reset around that corner, get to the cart. They do have the Rampage, they do have the Dragon Blade, they do have the Sound Barrier. So it looks like we see Eggs just kind of defending the point with that Monkey on the high ground. Drops to point, takes a lot of damage. We see King Swiffer waiting for the perfect Rampage opportunity into the backlines. And with that freeze again, King Swiffer. Ooh, thank you. Is King Swiffer gonna live? I wasn't sure there for a second. King Swiffer will eventually fall. And with that, I think Meridian Technical's attack on the point, especially as Law goes down.
Candy Pop with a nice headshot to finish off that Checker Queen too at the end. You know, it's an interesting monkey swap here. You know, mid-round, it seems like it's working well for them. Maybe just to counter burning in the Law more on those mobile DPS. You know, just having a more mobile tank can really help out.
And
with that, we do see now the Bastion on cart. We see Meridian Technical speeding onto the point. We see the Blade committed. No eliminations just yet on that transforming Bastion. That Genji is weak, but Burning is barely hanging in there. It looks like the Dragon Blade isn't actually going to get any elimination value, but a lot of damage, and King Swiffer is able to follow up on the elimination onto Gababy. We do see Candy Pop just pumping kunai and little healing sticky notes into their enemy team. We do see the Kiriko go down, and I think Meridian, those cheers from Meridian Technical are telling us this might be a cemented fight. But even as we say that, we see the Moira ult come out, and really, Boise with the taser in the back is going to flip the momentum in the favor of Boise. 78 HP in a dream.
I mean,
Thanks, Boise.
You love to see that as a tank player. Just the Monkey getting to come in at the end and clutch the fight. Also, shout out to Eggs. I don't know if a lot of people caught that. He actually blocked the Junker Queen ult by jumping in front of it and May blocking. That was huge. I mean, in a fight that close, that was really the difference maker.
We're seeing some insane May mechanical play. We saw the Pharah freeze and shot out of the sky. We see jumping in front of the Junker Queen ult be like, get behind me, my team, with the ice block. Boise's really coming alive on defense. We do see the Bastion transform come out. We see the wall. Crouton is going to have to climb to get the high ground to get access back to their Junker Queen. We see the Suzu committed early, and now Boise is going in. King Swiffer is going to take down Gababy as Boise kind of rotates through the back line all the way around Cart. We see the pulse bomb committed onto the Reaper, but unfortunately they're just going to kind of avoid that. And then we see King Swiffer once again frozen. Those freezes have been terrible to King Swiffer this whole game, and Boise just kind of has to monkey jump out. I think they've given up on this fight and they're getting ready for the next push. A big stall by that Moira. Unfortunately, Boise is now down one of their main supports, and that is a Kitsune Rush Reaper. I understand running away, Monkey.
Absolutely some cleanup here from Meridian. It looks like they'll be able to cap the point. Hopefully maybe go back and get 3 on. But, yeah, they have it.
And as we go into the final 26 seconds, Meridian Tech will get a little bit more time to kind of go through this third point. And Boise just kind of has a little bit of an ultimate advantage, I want to say, even as the Law gets headshot by Eggs. But we see Boise kind of committing to the fight, knowing that they're up 1. The wall comes out to split the team. Junker Queen can't quite get out. It looks like they're going to have to go around the corner. We do see the sound barrier committed, so this gives a lot of extra sustain. But the Kamehamehas from the side of Diop have been huge on that Moira, I do have to say. Monkey needs some healing. Unfortunately, King Swiffer is going to be taken out of the map, and the Law is just going to reset back into spawn.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great hold for most of the second point from Boise. They really drained a lot of time, and you can see Boise in particular on the Monkey. He's having some great dives, splitting up the team, disrupting that brawl that they want to play.
And it looks like we see May spam into the Junker Queen. DPS for DPS. We're trading Eggs with the headshots onto the Law. Quit it! We do see Rampage kind of in the back line. We see King Swiffer ping-ponging between 100 and 300 HP as they rampage through the enemy team, get the purple onto the Monkey, and their health bar is just a roller coaster right now. The freeze is committed on point. Meridian Technical up 1 as the Law once again falls to Eggs. But then immediately after that, Burning gets 2 eliminations, 1 onto Eggs and 1 onto the Moira. And so you think that's probably a fight win for Meridian Technical, and the cowbell confirms.
Yeah, big ults coming out from King Swiffer and Burning on Meridian, really to clutch up that fight.
We see lots of spamming outside of the spawn doors here, both of the Kirikos trying to see who can hit more knives. We do see both Kitsune Rushes once again down main. Both of these teams are speed boosted on cart. We see lots of damage coming out, but no eliminations as both teams kind of dance delicately through the tiled path. Boise up 3 on the defense, and that is the end of Meridian Technical's push.
Yeah, I would never want to walk into a Bastion in that ult situation. And, you know, it's overtime, so Meridian doesn't have a choice. Just great play from Boise to set that up.
So Meridian Technical wasn't able to full cap.
So Boise has the bar that they need to beat on Kings Row.
I mean, that's definitely the first time we've seen Meridian not full cap, I think, today at all in this entire tournament. So Boise putting up a great fight in the grand finals.
And the grand finals are where you expect teams like Meridian Technical to really struggle, and it looks like Boise is being that for them. In no small part, I think, to the monkey pick. I think in that final fight, the reason Meridian Technical wasn't able to get on the point was because of the Kitsune rush into the Bastion, and you're just kind of like, well, that's a lot of bullets. That's more bullets than I can deal with. But when you're 10 seconds in, you don't really have any choice other than to run at the turret.
Right, and now Meridian gets to go on the attack. They get to play a little more offensive here. They get to make the adjustments that they want to make. They didn't know the monkey was coming out at first. They get a quick break. They can talk through it together, hopefully right now, and figure out how they want to take this on.
We do see the Mei once again on defense with that Kiriko, and it looks like a Sojourn. How does Sojourn fare in the matchup against Monkey?
You know, I don't think it's bad as long as you're pretty good at, you know, dancing out of that monkey bubble in and out and building up your rail charge off somebody, especially if the monkey's peeking you enough. Definitely be looking to punish that. In general, though, Junker Queens should be a pretty good pick into the monkey, so I'm interested to see how this plays out now that it's on the attack.
We do see a Symmetra for the side. Maybe just try to just teleport them to high ground or something like that. We see the Moira fade in. Both of these teams are kind of looking for each other in the fight right now. Looks like Symmetra's going to put a teleporter over the wall, getting their team high ground. We do see all of the turrets set up and immediately destroyed on point. Symmetra rotating through building as the fight is looking to begin at any second. Boise is looking for their jump on that monkey from the high ground. And there it is. Now the fight has truly begun in earnest. We've committed the jump. We've committed the bubble. We see that Reaper over in the corner doing a lot of damage, but also taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Reaper will be the first one down, putting Meridian Technical at a numbers advantage. And at this point, Monkey just jumps out and leaves their team to fend for themselves and run away. I think that the monkey is very good at initiating fights, but I think there are a lot of points where Boise just kind of leaves the rest of their team out to dry as they get out and like leave everybody else to die.
And I mean, they'll swap it here for the attack back to Junker Queen, so it makes sense.
Oh, Reaper. And it looks like Boise once again down to DPS as the fight begins and ends with that elimination.
Yeah, tough book. Good Maywall coming out from Meridian. You just got to take those sometimes. Regroup, go again.
We do see that Sojourn doing exactly what you said and charging a lot of rail off of that tank. We do see King Swiffer at half HP. We see the Maywall come out, split the tank. Will Boise be able to sustain? They have their Kiriko out on the other side with them. It looks like the sustain is happening as we see the Kiriko ult come out. We see the ice block. That Mei is in dangerous territory right now. We do see Diop go main support down. This is Meridian Tech's in, especially as the Kiriko goes down as well. And that is .1 going to... This is .1 successfully defended, once again, by Meridian Technical.
Yeah, looking dominant 2 minutes in. Boise's got to be getting a little nervous here. They have 3 ults coming online, but so does Meridian Tech. They're also going to have the beat to counter whatever Boise puts down. So this is going to be about who can get more value out of these ultimates.
Press Q better win point?
Correct.
We do see Candy Pop getting some Suzu. We see a little bit of a whiff Maywall, and then immediately after we see the Rampage and the answering beat, and with the Suzu thrown in, as well as the Kamehameha, everybody is pressing Q right now, as the Kitsune Rush is still getting Boise in a little bit, but King Swiffer is sweeping up the back line on the Junker Queen, and Meridian Technical once again successfully defends, and that took all the ultimates that Boise had.
Yeah, most of Meridian's too. That Mei ult at the end too, it was really huge. It split off Boise, but now they don't have it, and now Boise has the Mei ult themselves. They're going to swap back to the monkey. They're probably looking to take a quick fight here and throw down the Mei ult in the middle of it.
But with the Lucio's speed, Meridian Technical is in a position to deal with that. We do see Boise taken down to half HP on that monkey and then gets healed up a little bit, just kind of zapping, seeing what they can do on monkey, see if they can get any value. An amazing heal boost is going to sustain the team. We do see the freeze. King Swiffer just barely on the edge and is going to get bopped by that Reaper, putting Boise up 2 off of a very well-placed freeze. Will that be enough to win them the fight? It looks like it, as now Burning is going to go down as well.
Yeah, great freeze. Doesn't give King Swiffer the chance to use their ultimate and clutch up that fight.
Ult first, win game. And it looks like, as we kind of reset here, what's the ult lineup telling you now?
The ult lineup right now, Boys, it's going to be kind of a tank battle here almost, I want to say, about how well our monkey can use. Oh, but there's a pick.
Huge limb.
That's going to decide that.
This is the beginning of the fight here. Meridian Technical is hard committing after the elimination onto Crouton. We do see King Swiffer out with the big axe. We see the rampage onto Eggs. Immediately they ice block. Can the Kiriko get away? Just barely by the skin of her teeth. As King Swiffer is inting on your team, you see that Kiriko back there with 2 bars of HP. But King Swiffer can't do anything about it, especially as their Lucio is down, so they no longer have the taxi.
It's a nice pick from Boise on the monkey. That'll let them probably push past this choke if Meridian gives it. Oh, looks like they want to fight.
They want to fight. They're putting up the fists here. We see the railgun come out. We see the Kitsune and the answering freeze. And it looks like right now we're trading main tank for heal, or for DPS, excuse me. And then we hear the Sojourn ult come out. The Law is looking to get as many eliminations as they possibly can. So Boise is just forced to back up or take a railgun to the face. And as the Law pushes in, is there anybody safe? Kiriko commits the teleport, but will they be able to live? Yes, with the assistance of their monkey.
Yeah, you know, I thought they were going to back up there too, but Meridian takes a big risk and it pays off investing a few ultimates and being able to keep this big corner, this big choke point that they want to hold.
Meridian Tech now has both support ultimates, and their King Swiffer give him half of a fight probably, and they will have that rampage once again. We see the monkey jump in on the back line now. At this point, King Swiffer is just looking to see where we see the Kitsune rush committed, as well as the Kamehameha. We see the Beyblade at the tail end of the beat, unable to get any eliminations, but a reasonable amount of damage. And as the Law eliminates Boise on the monkey, I think this fight might... No, even as the monkey is down, Meridian Technical is still backing up, waiting for their time to go in, being patient. We see the wall split the May. Will King Swiffer commit the rampage? Now they will, as the Suzu comes out. Excellent patience, as that Moira is left with a sliver of HP and immediately just bleeds to death. And that is fight going to Meridian Technical. They still refuse to give up this archway to Boise.
So many players at 1 HP on both teams right to the end of that fight. It's these key decisions and these final moments from Meridian that are letting them come on top over Boise.
And Boise has the freeze once again, which has historically been a big ultimate for them. So, if all else fails, use your freeze in the final 40 seconds and maybe get point 2. It looks like Boise is going to jump in with the monkey bubble, and now that monkey is out of abilities, just kind of backs to the bottom of cart, waiting for their next jump to come off of cooldown. We see the wall. We see the May getting a little bit of spam from on top of that wall. We see the freeze come out. Should Eggs choose to use it, Eggs is just waiting for an opportunity. And especially now that Suzu is down, we see Eggs pushing forward, likely to use their ultimate. But unfortunately for Meridian Technical, they don't need to. And Boise gets to win that fight without having to commit their big win condition, which is the Blizzard.
Yeah, who would have thought? They just go in deep and it works out that time. I love to see it from Boise.
So they're able to cap point 2 in overtime. Oh no, there is a touch. We see the Kitsune rush. We see the beat come out. Meridian Technical is putting everything they have into this fight. And with Eggs getting eliminated by Crouton on point, this is the rally that Meridian Technical was looking for. It was too early for you to dance on point, Boise. I'm sorry. We see Hammond come in on that wrecking ball, just trying to do what they can to stall. Reaper is absolutely not even able to touch the point, and that is King's Row going over to Meridian Technical.
Brutal way to lose that last fight. What a play from Crouton.
And I want to say that, nobody but Meridian Tech was ready for that contest, because we saw the emotes come out. People thought point 2 was won, and the Kitsune rush just helped everybody kind of get there in time. But this is Boise just lasering in your backline on the monkey with 78 HP in a dream.
Yeah, really close. Closer maybe in the scoring line shows. Second map there from Meridian and Boise.
Do you think Kings Row was a good pick?
I mean, I don't think you can fault Boise too much for how they played there. I think they played well. It's just a few mistakes versus a great team can lose you like that.
Is there a map that you think Monkey would have more had the advantage over the Jungle Queen? Because I feel like the Monkey was definitely serviceable on Kings Row, but I feel like there also might have been a better map pick for the Monkey.
All things being perfect, maybe, but sometimes you just have to go with what you're comfortable on, and
of course.
That's probably how Boise felt going into Kings Row.
They're like, Scrims Row.
Yep.
We've played the most of it. We're going to do it.
Who doesn't love Kings Row?
So we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll get back into Meridian Tech versus Boise. Bro, this was insane.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Hey, this is Doc back here on the desk. Colonel Cody McRoberts of the Idaho Army National Guard. We're talking about gaming, which is something we both love a lot. You've had some jobs in your service. No one just wakes up one morning and suddenly Colonel, full bird, as everyone continues to say, with the airborne wings on your, which means you jump out of planes. What jobs have you had?
Well, thanks again for having me, Doc.
You bet.
It's been a great experience here. I started my military career actually at Boise State doing ROTC program. I graduated, became a second lieutenant in the Army, and was a signal officer, so it means communications. So as a communications officer, I served in various different units, attack helicopter battalions, an infantry division, a tank battalion,
wow,
and then also a support battalion. Later on in my career, I ended up serving as an operations officer, a executive officer, the second in command, and then the battalion commander of what was called the 116th Brigade Special Troops Battalion that was headquartered in Twin Falls, Idaho. And that battalion was very unique. It had engineers or combat engineers. It had signal troops. It had military intelligence analysts, and then also an unmanned aerial vehicle for reconnaissance.
When you just talk about this, I had hopes that you were constructing the ramp for Evel Knievel, or the second attempt to fly over.
Yeah, if they had the combat engineers doing it, maybe it would have.
It probably would have worked. Right. Exactly.
At least helping to take them down.
Right.
That's their main job. But
that's wicked cool. In those jobs, anything really you just go where you get to go, and everything has its own level of interest. Maybe as an XO, you spend a little bit more time pushing paperwork, writing reports, but was there anything that really stands out in that experience?
What I got to see and really helpful as a signal or an IT officer and professional in the service was going, at the beginning of my career, it was mainly focused on radios and telecommunications, and then going into the digital side and internet and various forms of communication outside of radio. And that led to one of my most recent jobs. I was the Army National Guard advisor to U.S. Cyber Command for a year.
That's wicked cool.
My current position now, I'm the J3 or operations officer for the Idaho National Guard, responsible for domestic operations.
All domestic operations. Sure. That's actually wicked cool. Were you also the person who, at a time in your career, also helped set up the LAN network so folks could play together?
Oh yes. Yeah, we initially started out with coax cable, and that transitioned into Cat5 and now wireless. So
yeah, kids at home, look up a crossover cable. Yeah. Look up a crossover cable. You're like, what is that? Trust it. You had to have them back.
Terminators for the coax.
Yeah, exactly.
But technology has changed, and it was nice to adapt and see that and learn and be part of that transition.
Well, for you, what's been the most fun?
I'd say the most fun is being able to train with a team, get to do your job, have tough, realistic, demanding training, develop the teamwork and trust with your fellow soldiers, but then go out and do those missions, supporting your state and nation, whether it be domestically or in combat missions or in emergency response. And I think part of building that training, what really helped was having simulations and also various different exercises that involve different technologies on the contributing to the training before you do it out in real life.
I think we talked about this a couple years ago. I had the opportunity as a faculty member here doing games in education. This is before I ruined my life with esports. We were actually sent down to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri a couple of times to the simulation center at Fort Leonard Wood to work with the folks building out the different simulations back in the day when America's Army was still new and you could get that DVD-ROM. Look that up too. Crossover cable, DVD-ROM. You're gonna have to look those up. And just the ability to rapidly repeat scenarios to lock in. I mean, the whole America's Army game was built around. It wasn't really. I mean, there was a combat component to it, but it was really a military culture component. It was about qualifications on different things, so you could unlock those and use them. Even the maps, the menu screens had wood-paneled, like 1960s, 70s era military base, one flag hanging on the wall and a picture and just wood paneling and file cabinets. I mean, they did a really good job of showing people what the culture was like. Now, you don't get as much combat as you do in that game, but...
I think gaming and simulation, though, it really helps a team improve their command and control, their tactics, techniques, and procedures without actually having to use resources, ammunition, fuel. And then, like you said, you can reset. I just did something I didn't like. Well, let's reset it and do it again. And it saves the most valuable element, which is time.
Yeah. Well, we had the opportunity to bring our Overwatch team, our national championship Overwatch team, out to participate in tank simulations with you guys out there, and it was amazing. First of all, when they got the fratricide out of their system, which they were told explicitly not to, but maybe I'm not that good a coach because they still shot the other tank on our team. They were able to actually go back and watch the battle as it took place and see it from a perspective they hadn't had. They noticed things they didn't. They didn't see a helicopter coming over the horizon, even though it was right there in front of them at the time. And they learned a lot of different things. So for you, and this is kind of a different kind of question, how have games and game technology and simulation changed the way you prepare people to do the different things that the Army National Guard is asked to do, from, you talk about disaster response all the way to deployment at times when the military needs to stretch further.
Sure. So gaming and simulation, when it first came out, you were talking about plopping in the DVD-ROM.
Mm-hmm.
I may be watching something, and then it morphed or progressed into a game where I could interact and play as one person. But then you can start networking, and now you've got a squad doing something. It is further progressed now that we can have, like you mentioned, the tank simulators. You can have a tank simulator. You can have helicopter simulators. You can have multi-domains working on one objective. And coupled with that is the improvement with GIS and mapping. So you can use the maps that you're going to operate in and actually train virtually on. And so then when you get out in the real environment, the terrain, everything else around, you've experienced it because you've experienced it virtually.
I'm excited for the day that we have a sandbag simulator, to prepare for a flood, right? That'll be exciting.
But there's flood scenarios. You can game on that.
That's very true.
And how you would respond.
Any other big, I guess most fun moment? You get to work with some pretty cool people, which is pretty amazing. And you get to live in the community that you serve, which I'm sure is quite a bit different than being deployed and serving with people that, but you're all not of that area.
True.
Yeah. So I would, I guess, reset the question for people who are like, that actually sounds interesting to me. What are some of the big takeaways from a career?
I wanted to do this ever since I was a child. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up,
right.
and I love it. I love being around soldiers. I love being in the Army and the Idaho Army National Guard. I only have to leave home when I need to, and just love it.
It's pretty dang cool. Well, okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks,
we appreciate everything you do for the students of Idaho and the gamers in this, and excited that you're with us. So thanks again for everybody for tuning in, and let's get back to the gaming.
Hello and welcome back into the Boise State Esports Arena. We are very full here today for the grand finals of Meridian Tech versus Boise. Meridian Tech has been sweeping all day. So tell me, Meridian Tech fans, do you think your team is going to keep doing it? Do you think you're going to 3-0? Took them a second, but they had the process, but yeah.
They had to think about it.
Meridian Tech fans are definitely feeling confident. Now, Boise, how are you feeling about the reverse sweep? They're hoping. They're hoping, and sometimes that's all you can get. I'm still your host, Colby Alloway, and joining me to call all of the action is Kel McGurkin, and we're going right in. No dog skis, no bracket, just game.
I'm ready for third map. Ooh, Route 66. Probably trying to play that monkey a little bit more. I'm willing to bet.
Oh, of course, especially because the monkey can just kind of sit on gas station, and Junker Queen, if they can't land the knife, they're just like, I can't reach.
Jumping up and down.
Jumping up and down. Gonna have to wait for the cart to get there to kind of stairwell up.
Yeah.
We do see a Genji and a Sojourn as well as that Kiriko, which has been a staple on many teams. So what do you think makes Kiriko such a must pick?
A lot of things. The cleanse is maybe the best ability in the game. Her ult is probably the best ult in the game because it makes everybody on your team faster and better. It's like impossible for their team to fight it and win.
We saw the value that the ult got.
Yep.
Second point, Kings Row.
She's about the thickness of a cardboard box or a piece of paper, so it's super hard to shoot her. It's just a great pick. Ooh, and Diva coming out from Boise. I'm interested to see how they play it. Similar to Monkey in a lot of ways. Yeah, my pick. Must be fans.
Of course, who isn't?
Yeah.
We do kind of see the Diva trying to take the high ground. We see that Mercy kind of bouncing back and forth between DPS. It looks like Boise's gotten very creative with a lot of their picks, and I'm excited to see how they play this. We see the Junker Queen on the point just kind of being a menace, stopping Boise from pushing cart. But instead, Boise is going to go right up onto gas station, kind of threaten some of the supports there, but runs out of boost and isn't able to get back in time. Just gets demeched right behind the cart, and then we see just baby Diva, unfortunately, looking at a knife, very afraid.
Yeah, two great knives from King Swiffer. The first one was on Diva when she went to fly, just totally messed up the dive, and then the second one did, pop the mech. Fight's over.
As we kind of go into this next fight, what are the ult lineups looking like?
Well, neither of them are going to have it yet. If the fight goes long, then maybe we'll probably see King Swiffer get his ult first, I'm willing to bet, and then Dragon Blade, maybe we see Candy Pop.
Oh, emoting on the cart.
Pause, maybe not. Technical delay. All right, we're good.
We do see the monkey kind of come in with that Echo flying up. It looks like a coordinated dive, but unfortunately they will drop from the high ground and just start zapping the Junker Queen on the point. We see Sojourn AoE come out. We have Diop on the Mercy boosting that Echo. Hopefully they can be a threat. We see Candy Pop full commit with the monkey onto gas station. Is Meridian Technical going to be able to find, or is the Law going to be able to find value on the Sojourn? Of course, as they get the pick onto Candy Pop, and I think that is Boise just gonna back off.
Yeah, and that second fight done. Third fight coming up. This is where we'll see a lot of ults from both teams. Boise or Meridian Tech actually a little bit ahead when it comes to the ultimates, but Meridian's so close it'll be interesting to see.
And King Swiffer, of course, has theirs as one of the first ultimates that you were saying. But they also do, but Boise will also need to watch out for the blade coming from Burning, because that can be a lethal combo, especially if Candy Pop uses their Suzu on anything other than that. We do see the monkey and the Kiriko go in, a coordinated dive, but unfortunately the rest of their team actually isn't able to dive with them. So we see Eggs getting the first dupe of the match, and then we see the monkey go purple, we see the blade, we see the rampage, and it looks like Meridian Technical's cleaning it up with some ultimates.
Yeah, great ults from Meridian Tech.
2 for 2.
Yeah. We saw an interesting copy from Boise there from Eggs to save himself from King Swiffer, but it just didn't quite work out because of the blade.
And we do, it looks like that Mercy is sticking on Mercy, even though they don't have their ult anymore. Mercy Kiriko probably looking to, we do see the Junker Queen swap. Goes high ground, immediately has to drop, but is now fighting King Swiffer on their own territory on the point. And with that Kitsune rush, Boise is just kind of backing up from the menace that is the Law. Oh my gosh, the headshot! Okay, gotta say, Candy Pop flexing on him, even though Bernie takes you down in the end.
That's tough. And the Boise tank is kind of playing mystery heroes here. It seems like they're having a hard time figuring out what's comfortable, how they want to play, just as a team overall. But they have some ults here. They have two big zoning ults. They can take a lot of space, try and push in. Interested to see how they'll use them.
Would you see Candy Pop now on the Ana, probably trying to nano Boise on the rampage. We do see Boise looking for the win. We see the Dragons. This is really and truly the beginning of the fight as Boise is up 1. up that Lucio, so Meridian Technical really hurting with that speed boost. Everybody's trying to back out. King Swiffer is not able to get to a safe location. That is Boise up 2, and Meridian Technical just backing off, looking to last second touch.
Yeah, super effective with that Dragon Strike. They use one ult and they managed to get 2 picks off of it, you know, using it as a zoning ult, like I said, but here we come up on overtime. Boise needs to win this fight.
Kind of keep the 0.1 Route 66 dreams alive. We do see Boise having Rampage, waiting for everybody to drop. Actually not going to be able to hit a massive Rampage except on the King Swiffer, who will go down immediately, but the rest of their members of their team are still fighting valiantly as Burning and the Law each come alive as individual DPS, but Burning goes down as well as the Law. This is Meridian Tech down in the fight. Crouton's just trying to see what they can do as a solo Kiriko on the point, and they kill the Tracer. Put some respect on Crouton's name, even as they get knifed.
Crouton says, not me too. You know, he's not going out without a fight, but Eggs comes out big, that manages to shut down the Law and Burning before they can clean up the fight.
And now Meridian Technical has to play second point. We do see King Swiffer trying to set up on this top corner, it looks like.
Very interesting. Meridian will have a big ult advantage this fight with Blade and the Junker Queen ult.
We do see as the fight begins, there's a little bit of spam, and Meridian Technical is in. We see the Rampage with the full commit, massive purple, especially on the Kings. We see King Swiffer trade, actually, for Boise, Junker Queen for Junker Queen, and now it's just, ooh, up to Crouton to pick up the slack.
Yeah, Crouton with 2. He gets the first headshot. That's 3. Wow.
I love that a Blade was committed that fight, but the Kiriko was still the top fragger.
It's the Kiriko. That's probably lore accurate, to be honest, that Kiriko does all the work, so.
Lore accurate Kiriko is a scary Kiriko.
Absolutely.
And we do see Eggs with the pulse bomb, probably looking to drop that on Crouton without the Suzu, or at least to force it out. We do see Boise is already taken to half HP, so can't really be as aggressive as they want to. Candy Pop living on a sliver of HP and a Dream getting some healing. Sticky notes as they go to boop the Law off the high ground. Answering the Railgun, we do see the Kitsune Rush as well. We're seeing really the power of those fast Sojourn shots as Boise is forced to just back up. We do see the Kamehameha, and King Swiffer immediately gets blown up by the Pulse Bomb. So Boise and Meridian Technical are both still kind of in this fight, as scrappy as it may be. Be as aggressive as they want to. Candy Pop living on a sliver of HP and a Dream getting some healing.
Candy Pop will have the beat for this last fight here coming up to cap second. That's going to be really big because Meridian has nothing to answer with. It'll be on Candy Pop to see how effective they can use this ult.
And it'll be on Meridian Technical to eliminate the Lucio before they can use the beat.
Absolutely. Apply some pressure, hopefully.
We see King Swiffer kind of going in, dropping onto point. Knifing is immediately dropped to half HP and still ticking down. 26 HP in a Dream. Crouton's going to take down the Tracer in lieu of healing their Junker Queen. You know what? I mean, you're even on paper. The Law doing a ton of damage from that high ground and is virtually uncontestable as seconds tick down and we go into overtime. It looks like Meridian Technical might have a push here, even as Boise gets 2 elimination on cart. The Law is forced to touch and gets a lot less value once they get the higher. King Swiffer decides to fight a different battle. They checked the cart, decided it wasn't for them.
A good decision. And Boise caps first and second in overtime both times by the skin of their teeth. They are fighting for this map. They don't want to go out yet. You have to respect it.
We do see a lot of Hanzo shots, and I believe the fight has begun as King Swiffer and Burning are purple, and Crouton is down. I think Meridian Technical just kind of inted, and Boise said no.
Maybe feeling themselves a little, starting to push up into the spawn. I love to see it when you're down 0-2 and you still have that confidence to push in.
Looks like, who is that on the Junker Queen? On the Patriotic car. It looks like that's Boise really going in, taking a lot of space from the high ground. King Swiffer, Meridian is leading their team on a contest on the point. We do see the knife come out. We see the Junker Queen versus Junker Queen. King Swiffer dropped to half HP. We see the blade come out, taking out the Hanzo. Meridian Technical is up 1, now up 2 as Toddy's going to get the final blow on that Junker Queen. And then we see the Tracer go down to Crouton. The Law punch Moira in the face. And I think that might be the fight win for Meridian Tech as Boise's run out of people to put on the point.
15 seconds left. Boise needs to get a touch here, and they need to somehow survive Meridian Tech's ult long enough to get their own. It's going to be a big ask.
We see the Rampage come out, but King Swiffer has half HP now, getting a massive amount of healing. We see the Kitsune come out and all the damage that comes with that. Crouton can't hit Moira, AD Strafe OP, but unfortunately the rest of their team is able to follow up on their shots, and that is Meridian Technical finally putting a stop to Boise's shenanigans.
Yeah, textbook play from Meridian there, using the ults the second they know Boise has to walk, catching them mid-rotation. There's just nothing they could do.
Textbook letter to letter, use the ultimates. So it felt like Boise is like fighting to stay alive this entire matchup, but is obviously close enough, almost to 3-cap it. So what does Boise need to do to really catch Meridian Tech on the back end?
I think it's, I think Meridian's just a little bit more ready to counter their ults than Boise's ready to counter theirs. Just being a little bit more aware of what you're going to go up against in that fight. Keeping a little bit better track of their ultimates, I think, can make all the difference here.
As we see the map reset, this is kind of do or die. There is no other round after this. Meridian Tech either sweeps or they don't.
Very true.
Boise needs to have an ironclad defense here, and it looks like, is that a monkey? I'm tentatively liking the monkey pick.
Yeah,
on defense.
I like it too. It looks
especially
like
on that gas station.
Playing Zen with it. I want to see the whole support lineup.
I think it was Mercy Zen.
Mercy Zen. Okay, it'll be tough for the monkey because he's not going to have a lot of support with that. But, I mean, he's been playing great so far today. They're putting a lot of faith in him. Oh, but maybe I think he swapped to the Sigma. That makes sense. They're playing for a little bit of spam here. It's a good pick into the Junker Queen on this
Textbook
map.
spam comp, especially with that turret on gas station.
I like the turret.
I like the defensive picks. I think Boise is in this and they have a shot. We do see just tons of spam. We see the deflect committed, but the turret is being protected and repaired. King Swiffer is looking to knife somebody off the high ground, but gets discorded and takes too much damage before they can kill anybody. Diop playing the back line of the back line. Can't even see the enemy team playing Mercy as intended. The fight is still kind of spammy. We're not really in the fight just yet. We're kind of, ooh, that rock might mean the end of King Swiffer, even as a boop puts the soldier on the low ground, but with that Mercy support, they will be taken alive. And it looks like Candy Pop actually is going to do some cleanup on the Law and Toddy. Meridian Technical now down 3 as Boise successfully defends first fight.
Great play from the tank on Boise there. He saves his soldier from like 3 people, manages to pick 2.
Boise's popping off on tank.
And winning first fight here on this spam cop is going to be big for Boise as well. It lets them set up, get a little bit ahead in that ultimate charge, be more ready for Meridian Tech's next push.
Especially with how long that fight took. I mean, most fights are like 30 seconds. That was like 45, 50 seconds. 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining. We now see Candy Pop getting the Orb of Harmony onto the Sigma, of course. They're just kind of waiting for Meridian Tech to peek from all angles. We do see the Law come out on the Tracer, get rocked and immediately taken down by Eggs. This is Boise up 1 as they're, ooh, now even as the soldier goes down as well. Mercy is looking for that res, but I doubt she'll be able to get it. Mercy going for the res. King Swiffer isn't able to stop it, but Crouton's going to make sure that Mercy pays with their life, but Boise, I think, still wins this fight.
Clutch plays coming out from Boise again with...
Ooh!
Ooh, that was hard to watch.
Room.
Yeah, Diop on the Mercy and Boise on tank clutching it up there. Great res and great Graviton Flux.
Because usually on Mercy, it's not worth it if you die. But if your DPS pops off and kills 2, then you can be like, well, you know, yeah, value. My life for 2. We see King Swiffer going down to half HP with that Discord Orb, really feeling the pressure right now. As Torb drops a carpet on the point, gets taken down by Burning. The Sound Barrier will give Meridian Tech a lot of the sustain that they need. They're still in this fight. A missed rock, and the Kitsune Rush kind of comes down, and now this is Meridian Technical leading the fight. Are they going to be able to take first point off of this? It's just Sigma standing in their way, and unfortunately, there's not a lot he can do against 3 people.
Huge fight when Meridian will keep 3 ults going into the next, and it all started with that key knife that we've been seeing all day from King Swiffer. He grabs someone off the high ground and puts him down.
But Diop's able to fly away. Good. What do you think is going to be the best way for this blade to get value?
Well, to use it before they get trance right now. Great decision. Oh, a great body block from Sigma.
Wow.
Couldn't get in. That Mercy was half HP, and Boise said absolutely not. My hitbox fills this whole doorway. You're not getting past me.
Yeah, and as I was saying it, the best time to use it was probably then before the Zen could get trans, but, a great body block from Boise. He's playing really well today.
Looks like we see Lucio taking half HP, and then King Swiffer and the Law are going to kind of trade for trade. We see the Sigma ultimate committed. Is this going to be enough to flip the fight for in Boise's favor? They get Crouton, so I'd tentatively say yes.
Yeah, and this is another big fight when assuming they clutch it out for Boise. They get a setup on the high grounds here against Meridian's comp, which might struggle with that if Boise can play it well.
Toddy at a sliver of HP. And I just hear somebody from the stage, oh my god, as the Lucio barely lives.
He makes it out.
Torb turret putting in a lot of damage. King Swiffer once again living with that Discord orb. Pulse Bomb's going to be able to take out the baby as the Law is proving to be the superior DPS, but the res comes out, costs the Mercy their life as Burning is on them. We see the purple into Eggs, the purple onto Boise. Eggs is taking down Boise half HP, now slowly living off of a Zen orb. And unfortunately, that's just not enough for Big Gravity Man. Boise kind of staggering themselves here.
Yeah, great pulls from the Law to start off that fight. Really opened it up for them and put a big hole in Boise's defense. Now they'll have an advantageous last thing here. Boise has to get in close. That's exactly what Meridian wants. They have the ults to match.
Oh, Monkey Brig.
So Boise might just not touch. Oh, they're going for it.
No, they're going for it. We got the Torb taking a couple headshots there. We do have the touch on the Torb. Gababy immediately goes down. That is both DPS down. Now Meridian Technical can afford to play a lot more aggressive. Don't know if they needed the beat, but it's there and it's used, and it looks like Meridian Technical is going to win the point for
Yeah,
it.
and that beat makes it worth going in for Boise, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they just get a support role just for, attempting to touch. So
Just for trying.
Yeah, participation medal.
Meridian Technical now on the home stretch. They're going to be hurting a little bit without that beat, but 2 minutes and 41 seconds is more than enough time to charge another one.
And the Orisa comes out for the first time today. Interesting pick. I want to see how he plays it.
Ooh, Burning taking a lot of damage, forced to kind of back up. Burning is, you can taste the blade. Burning is looking for it. And Boise doesn't really have anything to answer it other than just killing. We see the knife pull, so the carpet just goes right in the Kitsune Rush. Both DPS are down for the side of Boise as well as the Mercy. Meridian Technical up on this final stretch here. We see the Suzu committed as King Swiffer is taking that Orisa head on. Didn't even have to commit the blade as it looks like Meridian Technical is going to take Route 66.
Amazing play from Meridian. Way to end the series in style with ults to spare.
Meridian Technical gonna take that. Took the whole day. Finally, Crouton has passed the play of the game on to somebody else, and of course it is deservedly King Swiffer. You see the big axe swing come out, you see a lot of damage, you see the knife to the side of the face on the Torb there, and then this was just Boise's desperate attempt to kind of touch the point, and King Swiffer took advantage of that.
Yeah, Meridian playing great all day. They finish out strong. A lot of respect to them. Respect to Boise, too. That was a fun match to watch.
I definitely have to say, Boise gave Meridian Technical the most problems. Boise went almost all the way to third point, and it felt like it just kind of came down to not being able to utilize some of their ultimates to the massive effect that Meridian Tech was able to.
Absolutely. Just a slight difference in execution. Absolutely. And, that's the kind of match that you want to see again next year, right? That's a rematch that people can look forward to. They can plan for. They can feel good about when they're preparing. All of that.
But if you're Meridian Tech or a Meridian Tech fan, you feel great today because your team walked in match one and swept. So can we get a big round of applause for Meridian Tech?
The champions. Well
and of
deserved.
Course, their loot is on display on the table. Let's kind of transition to the player of the game discussion. I feel like some of the obvious choices are going to be on Meridian Tech's team, and I would like to nominate Crouton.
Yeah, Crouton, he did so good the entire series.
Oh, you see the cheering? All right, so the fans agree.
Kiriko God, he was hitting a lot of dinkies. I would also got to say King Swift on the Junker Queen, just
Cleaning
all
it
day.
up.
He was something. He was sweeping.
So we're going to have to see who the player of the game ends up being, but our two nominations are the tank and one of the supports from the Meridian Tech lineup, who, performed truly awesomely all day.
Yeah, shout out to the other players on Meridian, though. The Law, all the other guys, they played great today.
Oh
too.
my gosh, the Law definitely did not mean to sleep on you, buddy. You were a force to be reckoned with on every role you played. And it actually looks like it's going to be Boise that ends up being the player of the game. And it definitely
You
felt
know,
like Boise being the namesake for Boise, the team, really felt kind of telling because Boise really rocked up and kind of felt like the most standout player on the Boise team.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of fights from him where, maybe Boise as a team didn't quite have it all together, but he came in clutch, managed to do some big moves. Great tank play. As a tank player myself, it was great to
Oh my God,
watch.
you have the Kel stamp of approval. There it is. And the player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Boise is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game and certainly the MVP of the Boise team.
GG's.
So we watched a lot of Overwatch today. What are some of your final thoughts, takeaways, or what do you want to leave the audience with?
Meridian should be super proud of themselves today. They came out today and played like a great team. You love to see it. Super impressive. But, to every team today, too, I think there was a lot of spirit. No one was just giving up and throwing in the towel, and that's a hard thing to do in Overwatch sometimes. It's a tough game. It can get really snowbally, so just seeing everyone stick it out and give their best, it's really respectable. So shout out to all the teams today.
And with that, we're going to go to our top 5 plays of the game presented to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. From all of us here at Boise State, thank you for joining us in Arena and on stream. And Meridian Tech, congratulations. Cement this point as Meridian Technical's territory, and it looks like Boise on the Monkey is just kind of seeing what he can do from high ground. We see both Kitsune rushes committed down main. Both of these teams have a significant attack, but it looks like the Bastion ult actually is going to be the most important ult committed this fight so far, along with the Coalescence. Boise, it's taken almost every ult they have off of that tank. We do see King Swiffer at half HP. We see the Maywell come out, split the tank. Will Boise be able to sustain? They have their Kiriko out on the other side with them. It looks like the sustain is happening as we see the Kiriko ult come out. We see the ice block that May is in dangerous territory right now. We do see Diop go main support down. This is Meridian Tech's in, especially as probably, and they will have that rampage once again. We see the Monkey jump in on the back line now. At this point, King Swiffer is just looking to see where we see the Kitsune rush committed, as well as the Kamehameha. We see the Beyblade at the tail end of the B, unable to get any eliminations, but a reasonable amount of damage. And as the Law eliminates Boise on the Monkey, I think this fight might. No, even as the Monkey is down, Meridian Tech's already taken to half HP, so can't really be as aggressive as they want to. Candy Pop living on a sliver of HP and a dream, getting some healing sticky notes as they go to boop the Law off the high ground. Answering the railgun, we do see the Kitsune rush as well. We're seeing really the power of those fast Sojourn shots as Boise is forced to just back up. We do see the Kamehameha. Meridian is leading their team on a contest on the point. We do see the knife come out. We see the Junker Queen versus Junker Queen. King Swiffer dropped to half HP. We see the blade come out, taking out the Hanzo. Meridian Technical is up 1, now up 2, as Toddy's going to get the final blow on that Junker Queen. And then we see the Tracer go down to Crouton. The Law punch Moira in the face, and I think that might
Okay, real quick, before everybody bounces out, we also wanted to let Boise know they did a great job. That we brought them what are called challenge coins to say, hey, you guys making it to the finals was also a feat. So we're going to give these. For you guys that don't know, a challenge coin is on the military side something you get when you do something commendable, okay? So it means, hey, you did great things. We're going to give this to you, okay? So that's what these are for. There you go, man. There you go, brother. There you go. Good job. I'll run the. Good job. Good job, guys.
Hello, check. Hi. There's a lag. All right, hi folks. I'm the league commissioner. This is really throwing me off. Woo! For Idaho. Hi, thanks. We have a couple things that we need to give out. And let's start with, okay. So every coach was able to report what their school's GPA was, because we like to recognize students excelling academically and on the computer. So this year, the academic state champions is Bishop Kelly. Uh, 3.7 was their GPA. All right. All right. The next one that I have is the Coach of the Year. And this is voted on by all of their peers, the other coaches in the league. And this individual will know exactly who he is when I say this, in that I have him to blame for getting me a part of this. He pulled me in. He was like, hey, we got this Idaho group in southern Idaho. We're having state championships. And I'm like, I'm from Sandpoint. I haven't heard about it. It's the champions of the South. But no. So this coach, love him. And I can't wait to work with him again at some point in time in the future. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. So this goes to, from Blackfoot, Maury Dunlap. All right. Now, the one that the kids have been waiting for, and I need Nate, make sure you take a picture for me. Yeah. No, just this person. So last night, STEM Forged held a little party for all the kids, and they had a computer giveaway, and they announced who won the computer. I thought this one was appropriate. They've had some school issues this year in that it caught on fire. So, from Highland, Porter. Are you here? Oh my God, he had one job. Woo! All right. Nate, we'll get a picture later. But yes, he wins. Nope, okay. All right. Thank you. League of Legends coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena for one final match. We are at the end of the high school state championships for the Super Smash Bros. Portion of the tournament. We have an incredible lineup today. It's going to be Jerome versus Burley. They crawled their way up to the top, and now they're vying for first and second place. My name is Audrey Norris, and I'm going to be joined by Lucas Hall as we get into this final match. Are you ready to see these two teams go at it?
I'm very excited. We haven't seen very much of Jerome today.
No, they've
at
been
least
mostly in the backlog.
on the stream.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how the second place, how first and second
Yeah, turns out,
contenders are going to do.
Yeah.
Burley's been a monster.
Yeah. On that point, because we haven't seen a lot of Jerome, the question is, we've seen a lot of Burley. They've been in the stream because they've been in top bracket for the most part. So what would you recommend to Jerome with how much we've seen from Burley, how to deal with them? What is your advice?
Shut down Retro.
Retro?
Shut down Retro. If you shut down Retro, there's Nuclear Pig with his Bowser, which is he's very good. But Retro is
Shut
just
down Retro. That's your advice.
a massive problem. So
To
you gotta shut down Retro.
To recap, to deal with Burley, shut down Retro. The Wolf is insane. But just to quickly look at the bracket and where it has shaken up to be, we can see, of course, our top two teams, Burley and Jerome, are sitting at the top right now. They're the match we're about to watch. Though in our other brackets, we've got Highland and Blackfoot. They were vying for our 5th and 6th place. Where that has shaken out, we're not fully sure yet. But for our 3rd and 4th matches, we have Thunder Ridge and Twin Falls. Thunder Ridge ended up taking it and getting 3rd place, with 4th place being Twin Falls.
So we did just watch the Thunder Ridge versus Twin Falls, and Twin Falls took 3rd place, and Thunder Ridge took 4th place, I believe. So
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, Thunder Ridge is
Thunder
3rd
Ridge
place.
took
They
third,
took
and Twin Falls
3rd.
took 4th.
Twin
That's
Falls
fine.
took 4th. Yeah, with the incredible upset of the
Turbo.
Piranha Plant Turbo
Dude.
taking 7 stocks.
Turbo.
Yep, he's right there. You can see him on screen actually waving to us. Yeah, Turbo taking 7 stocks in the first game and then
Took 11 stocks. It took 4 stocks in the second game, but
taking-
so 11 stocks.
Yeah, overall,
total. over
great
the 2
upset for Thunder Ridge.
games.
Yeah.
It was
You know,
insane.
taking the 3rd place is what they want. As we're getting ready, any characters you want to see Jerome use to take down Retro? You mentioned Retro. He's the wolf. Fast, scary. What do you think Jerome should do? What do you have any picks? Any hopes? Hopes before this?
Thinking, logically, I'm not exactly sure who would counter Wolf, but perhaps, and I mentioned him a couple of times, the robotic operating buddy, I think his full name is.
Rob. You talking about Rob again?
Yeah, I'm talking about Rob again.
Talking about Rob again. I don't know if we will see Rob, but we haven't seen all of Jerome's players yet on stream, so maybe they are the mysterious team that was using Rob earlier in the matches. But it looks like we're not going to be seeing either of those characters yet, as we're going to be seeing some, classic characters that we've seen quite a few times. Our favorite Fire Emblem characters, Ike and Violet. We've seen Ike quite a few times. He's got the big sword, he's got range, he's got damage. He's pretty scary. And we've got Violet, who has a variety of weapons, including a sword, as a Fire Emblem character has to do in Smash Bros. But as well as an axe, a spear, and a bow.
Did you know that Violet's sword is made of a spine?
It does look like that. I actually really like that.
It's also a whip. Pretty cool.
It is very cool. It might be what they need to go up against Burley right now. You can see Metal Spider already dealing some massive damage, but Spira is going to fire back, bringing Ike up to 53%.
Pretty excited for this one. Very big hit, bringing Ike up to 75. I mean,
93%. This Violet is doing really well against Ike. able to control the field right now. Tries to go for the ledge guard, but isn't able to time it properly, so Ike does get back up. Launches a couple attacks off, sending Violet through the air. It's now 81 to 126. 126% on Ike.
Very nice.
Is nice for the KO.
The long reach with the glaive. Very nice.
Yeah, getting the glaive off, able to even out 2 to 3 now. The Violet is at 97%, so Zero's going to want to be careful.
Like, their Violet is not going to get done by any Ike's combos right now, so that would be very rough. 2 perfect parries.
Ike did the first parry and Skira felt fear and parried
Yeah.
back. I don't blame them. That is very fair considering the matchup we have. You know, this Violet has managed to get Ike up a lot.
Yes,
Gets it with the axe.
I think that's the first time we've seen an axe from a Violet today.
That went
I'm
through,
happy
yeah.
for it.
No, Violet using the axe, able to take out Ike, brings him down to 1
Good
stop.
combo.
This is huge for Jerome right now. He's been 25% on Violet though. Dancing around the edge right now, looking for an opportunity. Ike tries to get up but gets knocked off again.
You know, the rest, I mean, that's stock down for Violet, this Skira, and Jerome. But if the rest of Jerome is like Skira, I definitely understand why they're a contender for first.
These players going head to head. 2 stocks for Violet. Ooh, taking a lot of damage, 66% now. Ike's starting to gain a little bit more control again of the field, trying not to lose their last stock. While sitting at 94%, just out of range of a massive attack. 102 now. Oh, gets hit by the bow, launched off the ledge. Dodges the ledge guard, gets a nice shield off there. Ooh, launches Violet into the air.
Really close.
That's able to recover. Nice shield to protect from the ledge guard.
Big hit with the glaive.
That would have been an out for on the other side there, for sure, but Ike is hanging on.
They do not want to get touched. Neither player wants to get touched.
Oh, but Violet.
The combo just takes the face.
Violet is able to get an upset here. Meaning Burley is down this time. Down 3.
Yeah.
With
Only
Violet
one stock down.
Violet losing 1 right now. 2 stock difference between Burley and Jerome. Gonna be honest, a little surprised. I was kind of expecting Burley to be the one who takes it first. I didn't think either or was going to necessarily like run away with it, but I didn't expect Jerome to do that. So well done with the Violet. Those are some really good Violet plays. I appreciate the axe. Good timing on that one. And the panic guard for the perfect parry definitely saved them a stock there.
Yes.
They would have lost a stock, I think, because if they hadn't gotten that. So well done. Good job to Jerome. Going forward, it's now going to be a question of who Burley chooses. It's been so long since we've seen Burley, I don't fully remember their lineup, but if I remember, it's Bowser. They've got a Bowser. They have Retro. They have Retro, which is on Wolf. And they have, I believe, a Ridley as well. There was a couple Ridleys. I don't remember if they have Ridley or not.
I don't think.
I think they faced a Ridley.
Yeah,
But
I think.
Bowser, we know the scary two, Bowser and Wolf.
Yes.
Retro and
The question is, are they going to pull out one of those 2 players early to try and just get rid of his Violet, or
if we're gonna go with Falcon,
Falcon.
that's what it is.
That's what it was.
Falcon's the other one. All right, Captain Falcon,
Party.
going after Skira. Jerome is gonna start with 2 stocks in this crew battle, and we're gonna go right into it with Falcon going up with a flurry of punches, knocking Violet to 44%.
Party's not getting Violet anyone. A good choice, to be honest. And
On Falcon, gets hit by a small attack. Violet's starting to gain some momentum, launches them over to the other ledge. Hits him with the bow.
60% on Falcon, 44 on Skira.
Gets him with the knee, though.
Leaving in it.
Can only ever think of that as the knee because a player on the Boise State Esports used to play. But we're looking at Party right now. Who almost had to get a ledge recovery there, but was able to safely recover there. Now 86 to 76.
Then just stop both of them. They both have big attacks. Like the axe.
Oh, Axe knocks Party Party out. 2-2 now.
86% on Skira. This is a dangerous spot for Skira. I'm not exactly sure. Well, I mean, if Skira keeps dodging those big attacks from, no.
2-1. Skira taken to one stock. Party Party able to get a little bit of revenge for that one stock loss earlier. But both players are now trying to play very carefully. The stock loss at this stage of the game in the finals is really nasty. You can tell that they're trying to space up their attacks. For their opportunity. Shielding before anything dangerous happens. It's another flurry of punches off. Edge guard unsuccessful, but that's okay. You're getting off more powerful attacks. Gonna launch Violet off ledge again. So Violet's having such a good ledge recovery. It's not that multiple they get to higher percentages.
Falcon's doing a really good job of ledge guarding. Skira's in a rough spot. This could be bad. Perfect carry. Carry of punches.
116% now.
On the
17.
grab. 69% on Falcon. It's getting dicey.
Yeah, he's trying to get launched up Violet though. Ooh, that would have been an out if that had been the other direction,
Yeah,
but Violet
honest,
is
I'm
hanging
surprised
on.
that Violet-
That one solid combo though, and Violet is out. Curly and Jerome swapping sides a little bit here. Captain Falcon now at 2 stocks.
That's, I mean,
Like I said, kind of what I expected.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It was still a trade.
Mhm.
The 2 stocks for 1.
Mhm.
Obviously not necessarily what you would want if you were
Burly right
Burly.
now. You want to start taking the lead, getting the 3 stock advantage, but still swapping it in your favor is not bad. The 1 stock difference is the main thing here. We're going to continue with that.
Actually, Jerome is in the lead with 12.
Yeah,
and
Jerome.
Burley
Well, yeah,
has
but
11.
you're moving it towards your favor again
Yeah.
because there's a 1 stock difference here. Captain, they're both on second characters. It looks like it's going to be Ganondorf.
Falcon versus Ganondorf.
Yeah, Empty Jug on Ganondorf. We've seen a little bit of his gameplay. He's pretty powerful when he wants to. Captain Falcon is going to reset his stocks, and we're going to get right into it.
Ganondorf's sort of a grab heavy.
He's very heavy.
A grab heavy.
Oh, grab heavy. He has a couple grab attacks. He has a sword. Yep, he has some. He basically locks onto you and he deals a lot of damage. He'll throw you, not as grab centric as some characters, but still a pain in the butt. And he's heavy, so he's going to soak up a lot of this damage that he's already taking.
Falcon definitely wants to play with the edge when it comes to Ganondorf, because he knows that
He's going to want to knock him down.
Ganondorf doesn't have a super great recovery. It's okay.
It's standard.
But it's not. It is not great.
It's not excellent, but it's not nothing disastrous. So it's going to be about getting him far away and preventing him from actually recovering. 85% on Empty Jug right now. Tries to run for a couple of attacks. They're blocked. He knocks Falcon off the side. Brings him to 89. Tries to go for the punish, but Falcon's able to dodge past him.
Kind of a dangerous spot. More, well, honestly for both of them.
Ooh!
Because of that.
Ganon
Yeah.
goes out though. Ganon is knocked out.
Oh, big sword, nice.
But Jerome fires back with the sword. You want to watch out for that. Ganon has some good range and some nasty damage off of that.
Crazy how big his range is. It's a big sword. But
Yep, 42% on Ganon, 20% on Party Party. Party Party is on their last stock. Hanging on, starts to combo Ganon off the side, tries to go for the punish. Ganon dodges. They're both taking pages out of each other's books right now. Trying to just end this match as quickly as possible.
Ganondorf really wants to watch out for those combos. Oh,
Yep.
that was close.
Yeah, very close, almost missed it. But he did succeed, and he's hanging on at 136.
That was again.
Yep,
close
there we go.
Close, recovery.
Dodges it. Trying to stay by ledge. He wants to get the grab.
Oh,
Yep.
big grab.
Grab combo.
Big combo.
Launches it into the air. Pulls up the sword.
Oh,
Oh,
the
he's gonna
grab.
get knocked out. 1-1. We're still even.
Very
Are-
easy. And it's 10.
Yeah. However, Pretty Party has to be careful. They're at a disadvantage right now at 72. So they're just gonna try and not
No! Oh no!
And with that, Burley starts to take the lead.
That's
what I was
wrong.
talking about earlier, though. When you're playing against Ganondorf, because he has, pretty good recovery, and he's a heavy character, you want to punish him on the recovery,
you
and
wanna
Captain
punish his
Falcon did
mobility.
just that, launching him downwards. It's really hard to recover vertically for a lot of characters, and so that's exactly what they needed to continue forward. But with that, Burley is going to take the lead by one stock.
You really want to heavily punish Ganondorf's mobility, lack of mobility, I should say. And
he's slower.
Falcon definitely did that.
Yeah,
So.
he's slower in both attack and just general movement, so he's typically a little bit more telegraphed, but he did manage to hold his own against Cardi Party for quite a bit, taking Cardi Party down to one stock. So now, going forward, he's going to be a dangerous, slippery slope for Captain Falcon, and we'll have to see who Jerome picks next. It looks like we're going to be continuing with the,
Falcon versus Zelda.
Legend of Zelda trend. We're going to have Zelda up next from Ganondorf to Zelda. We're swapping from power to wisdom, which, might be what they need. So we'll
I
have
don't know,
to see.
can Wisdom beat Spaceman's Flaming Punch?
We'll have to see here. I mean, Zelda has a punch, we just saw it. But it looks like Falcon's going to try and take an early lead in damage. Zelda teleports away, though, preventing it from getting too nasty.
What is this called? The thing is Zelda skins, I can't remember.
Party Party doesn't care about that,
Party
though.
doesn't care. He's like, whatever, who cares?
Yeah, this Zelda gets thrown around a little bit. Jerome using a bit of steam here.
Party Party is not giving Zelda anything to do.
Yeah.
He's like,
With the amount of damage he can output, and Zelda being a little bit more of a range-centric character, this is a bit harder for them to deal with right now, as they're already at 76% on their second stock.
this is 47 on Party Party's first. Oh. Zelda recovers, and then Party Party just like freezes and throws her back off.
145 on Zelda. Depending on how they dodge, it's really nasty for them. They're trying to wait out with the knife.
Ooh, very nice.
They hit Falcon off the side.
Very
78%
nice.
full. They
With the
deny
guard,
it.
good ledge guarding.
They got away. Still gonna be there. And just deflected, but man, good play from Zelda there. 1-1 now.
It's kind of rough that Zelda's such a light character, but she needs to get in melee a little bit to some of her abilities.
The problem with Falcon is that he's just in your face, and that's what Zelda's struggling with right now. As you can see, getting thrown off when Falcon gets near. So Falcon's at 124, so all Zelda needs to do is get one good grab combo off. And we see it starts. They try to deny, but the ledge guard doesn't go through. And Falcon recovers, but is hit by the side B. And with that, Zelda takes it, though there is a 2-stock difference now. Burley has been able to increase their lead going forward, so Jerome has to be very careful. So we've seen a lot of new characters though for Jerome. You haven't seen Zelda yet.
I haven't
Actually,
seen Zelda.
Zelda
I haven't seen
at all.
Ganondorf.
We saw
seen
Ganondorf
a
a little bit because he was in the previous Jerome match, but we haven't seen the Zelda player.
You're right.
So
You're
Zelda's been
absolutely
new. Zelda's completely new. That's a fun one. I'm excited to see some Zelda play.
Mhm.
Zelda's an interesting character. Very good teleport. Recovery's really nice.
Yeah.
They have good field control, but the biggest problem is when you go up against a character that's so melee-centric like Falcon, it's hard. It's really hard to recover from that. And we're gonna go for another melee-centric character, though I think it might be a little bit easier to deal with. We'll see, though. Nuclear Pig is an insane player for Burley.
Absolutely.
So here we go. Next match, Gone for Food and Nuclear Pig playing Bowser and Zelda.
My brain just died, and I thought Gone for Food decided to jump off the edge, or Nuclear Pig had launched Gone for Food off the edge already. And I was like, well, that's just reset.
Alright, here we go. Zelda taking a lot of damage from Bowser's Fire Breath, but she is keeping him near ledge, which is what she wants to do. Don't let Bowser near you. He gets a shell spin. Oh, teleports away before he can punish the knockoff there. Gone for food.
Nice.
Nice
Barely
combo.
reaches right above the
platform.
maybe.
Oh, but Bowser!
No! Ouch! One side kick is all it took.
I mean, the thing about that move is we have seen Nuclear Pig use it consistently and it be effective. It is one of his most consistent finishers I have seen. So, good for him going forward. Going back to Smashville, Nuclear Pig. Now, the entire Burley team leading a full character ahead now. So
And we've seen how free stock differences can be difficult to make up.
yeah, they can. You need that one anchor player to really push it forward. In crew battles like these, it's very hard going forward with a lot of that stuff. So we'll have to see how it goes. I think that going forward, the scary thing is that we know that there's one more player that could be very ominous for Jerome being retro.
That's true. Jerome is 3 stocks down. They have to get through Nuclear Pig. And then they still have Retro's 3 stocks to get through as well. Which is a daunting prospect.
Mhm.
And I'm sitting here at, well, not the desk, but
Yeah.
the caster area. Daunting prospect for me.
Yeah. No, I think it'll be it'll be a challenge to have to try and climb over. But I think, Jerome definitely has a chance. They have a chance to deal with it. It's just gonna be how many stocks they have to put into it.
Yeah.
And right now, Nuclear Pig is gonna make that very hard for them unless they can find a character who can effectively deal with him. And that's gonna be our thing. So we'll have to see going forward with that. Is there any characters you'd want to see from Jerome with Bowser, like dealing with Bowser?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know what's necessarily good against Bowser.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of an oppressive force.
Jack Black is very scary, yeah. You never know. He can be a daunting force. Am I wrong, though?
Anyway. I don't know who's good against Bowser because he is just a daunting force that deals a lot of damage, doesn't take a lot of damage, and just kind of wins.
Yeah. Fair enough. We'll have to see. Looks like, though, we've got another new character coming up. It's gonna be Dark Pit and Bowser. Puff Daddy versus Nuclear Pig. We're gonna go into it. See, Jerome already taking a lot of damage from Bowser. He's trying to get as much damage off as he can. Dark Pit trying to keep him back, does not want Bowser to get too close to potentially get a grab on.
You got him close enough to get a grab off.
It's true, he did get close enough to get a grab off.
76% on Dark Pit, 56 on the Pig. It's honestly a very scary position for Dark Pit to be in. He's the lightest character.
Yep, and Puff Daddy uses a stock too early. 90% on Bowser though, so Dark Pit might have some stuff to move around. The problem is, right now, that Bowser is dealing so much damage when he does get an attack off. Like that right there went from like 9% to 31%, down to 39%. So, Bowser's at 128. There is some room here. He's starting to struggle a little bit. He gets an attack off, launches it to the side, doesn't connect with the arrow, but
Go for the ledge again.
he does knock him out.
He does knock him out.
2-2. Though he took 72% to get that stock, and that is pretty nasty.
Absolutely. He's got to play a careful game. Not too dangerous, but not too. Like I said, scary force that just kind of doesn't take damage. Very that's Bowser's name in game.
Yep. 66% to 11% now. Puff Daddy on their last stock. Trying to deal with the onslaught. Bowser is just using, he's punching into the fire breath, just keeping Puff Daddy at bay, not letting them get any good attacks, get them to grab them and throw them off ledge. Aren't going to be able to ledge throw though, because Dark Pit does have some discovery, but might take a stock here. Nope, Nuclear Pig able to recover.
At this point, at 87, Puff Daddy's biggest hope is that he can get a stop.
takes the stock off. Bowser just sitting at 120. He's just 128 now. So strong, so heavy, hard to really knock out. And Pit's getting knocked all over the place. But the swipe! Puff Daddy is out. Nuclear Pig down a stock. But we're now at the last character for Jerome up against Nuclear Pig.
I wonder what it is. Who it is.
I think we've seen them before, but I can't remember.
Very possible.
Yeah, but it is going to be... It's an uphill battle. Bowser is down a stock, so they will have the advantage in this match. But the problem is going forward.
Still have to deal with
Still,
Retro.
yep, you have to deal with Retro, and I believe another player as well. There's three players left
There's 2
for
players
Burley, and that's going to be rough, just in general.
Maybe I gave them the wrong advice. Maybe I caster cursed them by saying you guys should watch out for Retro and not watch out for Nuclear Pig.
Maybe you did, but we'll have to see going forward if they can take down Nuclear Pig. I did highlight that, you know, Retro is nasty, but you've got to deal with the other ones too, because, you know, Nuclear Pig is a sweeper if you put him in the right spot, and that's really scary.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And you can tell they're talking it out, they're waiting to figure it out fully.
Thinking.
Jerome is thinking about it. You know, some players play multiple characters, so they might be trying to figure out what's the best option with this last character that they have. That could be rough. I understand why this is the finals.
Yeah, it is the finals. So, you know, I think, I mean, you know, I mentioned the Rob. I keep mentioning the Rob. I think that with his field control, he might, there is a Rob. There might be a little something to that.
You are so hopeful about that.
I don't know if hopeful is the right word.
Yeah, but this is a character we've seen before. I did say that. And it's UI Haste on Falco. It's the other Falco player from before. And we're going to see if speed will trump weight here. I definitely can see it. We have Jack Black versus the Bird. Blizzard versus Bird. Which of the creatures of our planet will succeed? Or I guess not our planet. We've got a turtle versus a bird.
Big combo coming out from UI Haste off the bat, but Nuclear Pig is like, 50%. That's obviously that free hits.
Yeah. So, UI Haste is keeping up as much as he can with the damage. Watch his ledge. Oh! But unfortunately rolls into... Man, that was just unfortunate for UI Haste there. Luckily, Nuclear Pig is at a higher percentage, so they might be able to stall him off the stock and try to go for the recovery. They knock him out.
Very nice.
1-2
Good ledge
now. UI Haste was prepared for that. They knew the combos they needed to pull that off. They have to be really careful. Oh, they dodge it this time. Dodge UI Haste. They're going to get thrown off the edge again into the fire. They do manage to recover, but they take so much damage. They're going to get knocked out again. 1-1. 25% on Bowser. Another combo. Good job, UI Haste there. Oh, able to reflect. 50% to 64. Bowser goes off ledge. Both of them playing the off ledge game. They're both at one stop, so they're just looking for it right
They
now.
both have excellent recovery, so they can definitely play the ledge game.
10%, 95%. Going up now. Yeah, just ooh. This is a rough area. Bowser's gonna get a grab. Okay, oh, Falco is able to turn the table. 129.
Yeah, I hate that predicted.
Into this attack. Unfortunately for Jerome, that they do lose to the Bowser. Burley takes the first of best of 3. This is a best of 3, so Bowser, Jerome does have another opportunity to take down Bowser going forward. They've learned, they know a little bit more about the rotation, they'll know how it feels. And so going forward, they can plan a little bit better, but it is still going to be an uphill battle.
Definitely.
Yeah. My hope is that Jerome will be able to get a little bit more of a lead, because last time they did have a decent lead, and so depending on how they choose to line up their players this time, I think that could be really big for Jerome, just how they choose to put their players. What I'm afraid for them is that they put Retro at the top like they did in a few matches, and then Retro just goes down the line. Because if Retro is able to just decimate their players at the beginning, then there's not a lot they can do going forward, because then it's, if they take out Retro, then there's Nuclear Pig, and then there is the Captain Falcon.
I mean, yeah, Nuclear Pig and Retro are, from what we've seen, probably their biggest contenders. The Captain Falcon is also really good. But people can deal with the Captain Falcon, but Bowser and Wolf have just been really difficult to deal with. One's really fast, one's really slow, but still hits really freaking hard.
Yeah. So the question is, will Jerome be able to take down Retro and Nuclear Pig? Will it pave the way to their victory to allow them to go to the tiebreaker? That is the question we will have to answer with the next match. But before that, we will have a little bit more time to figure out what's going on. I think, yeah, these two players, they're setting up, they gotta figure out their rotations. Mess around with the switch a little bit.
I think they're kind of talking shop, figuring out who's going to go when and what player they're going to play.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Maybe Retro's going to switch it up and play Yoshi. I highly doubt it. But
Yoshi's annoying. I wouldn't want to watch Yoshi. Yoshi's tail attacks are so frustrating because he's a character that can just hit you off the edge and then you just keep going and then you're out. And that's just what Yoshi does. And that's the one thing about Yoshi that's always like, Yoshi! You know?
Is Yoshi another little brother character?
I don't know if he's full little brother because he's annoying, but like I think he actually takes like skill to be annoying. Like, don't want to diss Pac-Man and Kirby, but they're a little bit easier to play, in my opinion.
Well, I don't disagree with you.
Pac-Man, just frustrating. This is why I need to turn ultimates off when I play my little brother, so then I don't deal with the Pac-Man ultimate. Because Pac-Man's ultimate is just annoying. Though, when I get my own ultimate and I'm playing Incineroar, it's funny to watch my brother run away screaming because he doesn't want to get hit by Incineroar because he knows he's done for if that happens. But no, I wouldn't put Yoshi in little brother category, but I definitely think he's annoying like Rob. He's not annoying like Pac-Man and
Skilled annoying.
Skilled annoying, yes. Skilled annoying. If you know your combos, if you know what you're doing, annoying. If you don't, yeah, it's just disappointing. But
Kirby doesn't take very much skill because you press down B and you win.
And you win. And we're going to be going into it. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a switch up. Trev gaming on Piranha Plant and Empty Jug on Ganondorf. We've seen the Ganondorf before, but we haven't seen this Piranha Plant this match. This Piranha Plant is pretty good. But I do think Ganondorf is holding his own so far, getting some good grabs. They're staying pretty even in percentage, so Ganondorf needs to push forward. Bringing Plant down! Knocks him down. This powerful aerial attack. Taking the first stock of this round.
A big combo from Piranha Plant, getting Ganondorf up to 78. Not giving him a chance to breathe, my goodness. And that is a stock from Ganondorf.
32% on Trev Gaming, with stocks about even, matches starting to even out a little bit again. Similar to the way that the first round went. He tried to punish, didn't go his favor in his way, but he brought Piranha Plant up to 100%. Going to make it very dangerous. Yeah, you can see Trev Gaming smoking a little bit around the screen. It means he's close to the KO. He tries to tweet a couple spikes out, but Ganondorf dodges them.
Messes up the recovery. Oh, that's rough. Ganondorf's recovery is okay, but I mean, you got a little too far away, and it is
just
a bad time.
42% and 145% right now.
Playing a little more carefully now.
Yeah, one stock and a dream for Ganondorf. Knocks him out, brings it even 1-1. Ganondorf's at 42% though. if he wants to make it, he's got to deal a lot of damage before taking more damage from Piranha Plant.
Nice kick. Good shield from Trev though, blocking the sword.
Turn on Ganondorf.
Down.
Avoids the poison but with a roll. Nice dodge. Oh, hits him with the sword, brings him out to the ledge. See what Ganondorf needs. Knock him up.
Big, hard
89%.
sword.
Kills at the Pachuli!
Oh, we're not done. We're not done.
Safe.
We're
Ganondorf's
not
safe for a
done.
little longer, but I don't think
No,
he's
we're
gonna
done.
get it.
Not enough recovery for that.
Ganondorf tried his best, but the Piranha Plant comes out on top. Trev Gaming able to win the first round match for their team, putting Burley in the lead to start.
Even though Ganondorf lost that, he did take 2 stocks. So,
That is good, yes.
Burley is not in as good a position as they want to be. Obviously, they're in a better position than the other team, but
Yeah, no, I agree. This will be interesting for that. I think that's going to be really hard just going forward. But yeah, it's the 1 stock difference is good. That is what they want. 1 stock difference is helpful because, you don't, like I keep saying, you don't want to get a character. You don't want your other opponent to be a character ahead of you. 1 stock is pretty standard because that's just what's going to happen. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. It means the 1 stock difference is pretty natural. It's when you start hitting 2 stocks, 3 stocks, 4 stocks. That's when it becomes dangerous, especially 3 and 4. That means you're working through an entire character. That means typically 1 player is going to have to take out 2 players, and that's really hard. The value of your stocks starts to dwindle, and it's very dangerous. It also means that the other player can be... The other players can be a little bit more reckless. But we're going to see Dog for Food come out with Zelda once again. Trev Gaming.
Piranha Plant helicoptering away.
Yep. He's going to reset to 1 stock, proving how funny the recovery is. You can knock yourself all the way out with your own recovery. And we're ready to go. Dog for Food knocks the spike away. Just going to try and control the field with the knife. Start setting them up.
Oh, good shield.
Knocks Piranha Plant away.
Good dodges.
Piranha Plant at 54%. Knocks
Good
Zelda
teleport.
46. Keeping them off ledge. Although Piranha Plant has good recovery, keep knocking them away. There's not much they can do.
3% on Trev. That's a dangerous place to be. Ooh. But you definitely don't want to stand in the
Ooh, nice teleport.
equation. Oh look, he's already back to the middle of the map.
106 to 100, but these players staying even. Zelda really hoping to take him out,
Oh,
though.
very
Hits him with the
nice.
fire! And Zelda is able to even it up between Rome and Burley.
Very nice.
Well done there. That was the matchup Zelda was looking for with the Piranha Plant.
Didn't even use a stock.
That's exactly what you want in
Definitely
matches
what
like
you want.
these. You want to go stock for stock as much as you can.
Well, who do you think Burley's going to pull out next?
I wouldn't be shocked if it was Captain Falcon. He did pretty
He
well
did
against
very
the Zelda.
well against the
Zelda
Zelda.
didn't really do a lot against him because he was just really good at locking Zelda down. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was Captain Falcon. I'm still very afraid of them just pulling out Retro to try and just sweep as many people as possible, because that is another viable strategy. Just pull out your strongest anchor, move the anchor to the top, and then just take out so many people that the rest of your team has stocks to go through. Because like if you take everyone down, it's just the last character. Even if it's Jerome's star player, if it's just
If
them
it's
against
like
nine
nine stocks
that's
versus
annoying.
3.
That's really hard.
Yeah, that's really difficult. That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody.
Yeah, and that's something that that is another viable strategy. It's something you see at collegiate quite often, where if a team thinks that they can just take it, they will just take it and try and snowball it. Now we're in high school, so it's a little bit different. Strategies tend to stay a little bit more static, and that's okay. But adaptability is key in esports. Being able to adapt to your opponents, being able to move, change your strategy, so that way it's not the same thing over and over again, changes out the information that people know.
Yeah, no,
The less
definitely.
information the team knows about what you're doing, the better it is for you. Like when we had the Pyramithra swap in the Jerome match earlier. Although it didn't work out fully the way they went,
It did get
it
surprised.
did give them the surprise and it did help them at the very beginning of the match.
Okay.
And so we're gonna go in. We've now got Zelda
Speaking
versus
of Retro, speak of the
Retro.
devil, and he shall appear. Here we
Retro
go, it's
has
Retro.
appeared, as I kind of predicted, unfortunately.
Oh, very
But
nice start.
we'll have to see how Zelda deals with him and if this Zelda might be the one to take him out. It already looks like they're
Already
doing
doing a
damage.
pretty good job.
This Zelda knows what's at stake and they do not want to deal with Retro right now. Getting him up to 56%. They start to lose a little momentum. Retro is able to reset. Oh, maybe not. Getting the crystal off. Oh, Retro knocks them off ledge.
Pretty even right now.
Yeah, very
61 to
even.
68.
This is a very interesting match how even it is right now.
Ooh.
Retro starts to push ahead, 96% on Zelda.
Oh.
Recover on ledge.
Oh,
Reflects, but
reflect.
gets hit. Oh, knocked off again. Oh,
Reflection
oh.
Oh, very
Retro
nice.
loses its stock to Gone for
Let's
Food.
go.
Gone for Food manages to take the stock from Retro the first half of this match. It's an insane thing to see. 140% now. Oh, going to even it up though, 2-2.
Resetting the stake.
Reset the stakes here. You wouldn't expect less from Retro here. Playing as hard as he starts to gain the momentum in the second set here. 50%, 69% on Zelda. Does not want to get hit by any of this here from Zelda.
That's just like that was a consolation shot.
That's an ass thing to say. We'll have to see though here if Gone for Good starts to get it. 106% on Zelda. Oh,
with the
not.
Spartan kick
Oh,
from the
here we
ground.
go.
Ooh.
Oh, Zelda's knocked away. 113 on Zelda. Not able to get Retro up to the same percentages like her last match. Both of them there. Yep. Dodge it. Oh, the spin upwards. And now Retro is in the lead.
Rolling Retro off the edge. Oh, that was rough.
Teleport to break
Teleport
next to Retro.
right into Retro and it was grab Zelda.
Zelda spin. Tries to get it. Not really connecting right now.
Zelda spinning to
70%.
win.
Yeah, 30% to 67. Zelda
Close.
is close. Zelda pushes
Big
ahead.
combo.
Retro's at 89.
Don't want to get hit by that knife.
Oh,
Good dodge.
dodges it,
Good,
but gets knocked off
shield.
ledge.
Charges up the ledge guard, but it doesn't quite.
Oh, the grab. Grab knocks her off the side. Gets hit by the projectile.
Done.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, shields the spin. Knight comes out, starting that side of the ledge. But Wolf doesn't carry. Knocks Zelda out. Gets her with the projectile. She can't teleport to recover, and the recovery is very good. But she's at 139. Something's gotta give at this point. Whether it be
someone's
Retro
gonna
or
give.
Zelda.
The last stock of the second one. Someone's gonna the reflect. Oh, that's rough.
Retro reflects the knight back on Zelda, taking the match, but he does lose a stock. I want to highlight,
He
Gone
did
for
lose a
Food
stock.
took a stock off of Retro.
That
And
is an important
that is
fact.
a good win right there. Retro does cause Burley to start taking the lead though again. They are two ahead.
I believe they're 2 ahead. It would be
Yeah, Retro. Yep.
11 to.
No, it's a
To
little
9?
bit. I believe maybe it's 11 to 9, but yeah, the two. Yeah, Burley is ahead now. Burley to Jerome. There's a 2-point difference right now. Retro did lose a stock, which is big because losing a stock means every time he loses a stock, it makes it a little bit easier for the next player going forward to potentially knock him out. We'll have to see
Question is, who
who
is the
Jerome
next
thinks
player?
can take him out. Who can take out Retro for Jerome?
Obviously,
and it looks
Nugget.
like it's going to be UI Haste on Falco. You know, same franchise. You know, same franchise. That's you gotta do what you gotta do. 11 to 9. This is gonna reset. 2 to 3. UI Haste is a very good player, and they both will match each other's speed. So we'll have to see how they do. They're characters that do very similar things, but in different ways because it's coming from the same franchise. Not exactly mirror matchups, but you can kind of expect they have projectiles, they have reflex. Just how they do it is the question. Nice parry there from UI Haste. Starts dealing some damage to Wolf. Not able to get the combos off fully because he knows what he's doing and he's avoiding getting fully knocked up into the air. Now 70% on UI Haste and 28% on Retro.
UI Haste is hitting Wolf with the bare edges of his hitboxes. It's not locking him into the full combo. Oh, Retro. Oh, good parry.
Good parry, that gets knockout.
Oh!
Oh!
Very
Another shot
nice.
taken from Retro. UI Haste.
2 parries in a row? No, yes, it was 2 parries in a row.
Yeah, UI Haste able to take one stock. Is at 127. That's very dangerous now. Alright. Unfortunately, that is another killer move from Retro, but it's 2-1. It's still in UI Haste's favor, technically. Retro, both of them shield grabbing right now. They're trying
to set up combos.
I mean, the thing about when people both refresh their stocks and they're at a relatively low percentage, they don't want to like just run into it and go ham because they could get combos back. So you want to be very careful. That's why we see a lot of tiptoe at the very beginning. Even now, we're seeing a lot of tiptoe because both players aren't sure who's going to get the combo and like start it. They're looking for that moment right now. Both going through just some hot shots with projectiles. 88% on Falco now.
Both are getting good percentage.
Good poke damage from projectiles, yeah. Alright, Retro, 31%, throws him, not fully off ledge, because the Falco is able to recover. Goes to the other side.
Ooh.
Oh! Almost knocked out, not a full one. Might make it, might make it. He grabs ledge!
Barely grabbing the ledge.
Oh,
Ooh, he's not out.
Not out, he's hanging
Oh,
on!
he's out.
He's out!
He's out.
Retro knocks him out. He's 1-2-1 now. Burley and Jerome 1-1 in this match. Bringing Retro up to 66%. UI Haste, his main goal, he's gotta win this right now. If he wants to prevent a snowball, this has to be the win.
He's gotta win. Or else Burley does. A little bit of trade with the gun.
Yep. Oh, dodges it,
Oh,
knocks
good.
him up.
Good.
110, 111.
Oh.
UI Haste takes a hit, 70%. 84% now.
Oh boy.
There's a 30% difference between these two players. Any hit could be their last. 121 on Retro. UI Haste is so close,
Oop.
he can feel it. He almost gets knocked out. Both of them waiting, they're dancing. They don't want to be the one to get knocked out here. They know it. Retro goes for it, and Falco takes the advantage.
Very nice.
Falco sees his opportunity. Retro goes for the spin, and Falco is able to knock him out, knocking Retro out of the match.
Very, very nice. And now that means all that's left is Nuclear Pigs, Bowser, and the Falcon, and one other thing. Which... Little Man? No.
I
don't remember.
I don't remember either, because there was some character swaps up.
They were
However,
playing so many people today.
yeah.
So many players, so many excellent players.
Yeah. Yeah, but no. UI Haste has taken out Retro. They are still 2 down right now. There's still a lead by 2, 9-7. But they're keeping it, and they've gotten rid of one of the scarier players on Burley's team. Which, you know, I think for a finals, no surprise there. The fact that he's been taken out, that's really good going forward. Like, very helpful for them. Now they have to deal. The question is, who are they going to pull out next? Is it going to be Ike, I believe, Bowser, or Captain Falcon? I think it's. If I had to bet, I don't know if I have a bet for this one. We'll have to see going forward.
Bowser.
Looks like Ike versus UI Haste. Ike is very powerful.
Very. And Falcon is not particularly heavy. So.
Yeah, this could be kind of rough. We'll have to see. Metal Spider advances, takes a little bit of damage for what it's worth. Hits Falcon, but Falcon parries. gets another combo in. UI Haste is just, he's like, his goal right now is to do as much as he can with what he's been given. And he's doing pretty good so far.
Another
47%
parry.
on Metal Spider. 63% now. 61%.
Big
That's
combo for
insane.
Ike.
55%, 81%, 84%.
UI
That's
really,
insane.
really wants to get this stock, and he's getting close. He's doing a good job.
It's a recovery, but he knocks him in
Good
the
leg
air.
Over 28 to 69. Oh! Messes up the
Unfortunate recovery.
So rough.
Sadly for Falco, his journey ends with a recovery blunder, but he did some very good work
Very good work. He
paving the way for his team going forward. We now have 2 characters left for Jerome up against the 3 characters for Burley.
Yep, it's 9 to 6.
9 to 6.
9 Burley, 6 Jerome. Done Ganondorf, done Falco, done
Piranha Plant.
Piranha Plant.
Piranha Plant is one
Well,
of
no,
their,
Piranha Plant is
no, it was the other one.
is
No, it was another.
Burley.
Yeah, you're right.
Hmm.
Byleth?
Oh yeah,
Byleth.
it could. The
There's
next player could
Byleth
be
is one
Byleth.
of them, and then I don't fully remember the last character. There was quite a few that we went through. There's been so many characters today, but Byleth is one because it was Byleth versus Ike last time.
Byleth versus Ike. Byleth did a very good job against Ike, and then got beaten by Falcon, I believe.
No, it wasn't Falcon because there's not a Falcon on Burley's team. Byleth is Jerome.
Yes. So then,
Byleth can't be beaten by his own team member.
hold on.
You said Byleth was beaten by Falcon. That's not very cool of Jerome beating out their own teammate. I didn't know Smash Bros. Allowed friendly fire in 1v1s. But it looks like, yeah. Well, as we know, we have Ike. Ike is going to be interesting. Ike is a very powerful character. As we've talked about, he's got very powerful sword attacks. They deal a lot of damage. They hurt. And he has a pretty good recovery. The thing about his recovery that I didn't talk about, too, is that the sword will actually follow the stage. So some recovery, you hit the stage, and you're screwed. But with Ike's sword will actually, rotate off the stage. So if you're below the stage, it'll actually roll up the side as long as it has range, and it'll go down. And so, looks like we're going to get into the match. Pit. Oh, wait, no, it was Dark Pit before. We have Pit now. So we've swapped Pits. They're mirror characters, but I believe one of them is a little bit faster than the other. So it really just depends on what you're doing. I believe their side keys are different. It's been a while since I've looked at Dark Pit. So I couldn't give you the perfect answer, but Up Daddy is staying consistent with his character types.
I was being very aggressive. Paying off.
It is paying off. He's dealing a ton of damage. 79% on Puff Daddy right now. 21% on Metal Spider. Ooh, knocking him up into the air, not letting him touch the ground. Ike does get an attack off. He's able to hit him. As you can see, the side is different from Dark Pit. They use different animations. Dark Pit is heavier but deals more damage. Pit is a little bit faster. That's the difference that I remember. As far as I remember right now.
I mean, from what I can see, that doesn't do it. 77% on Ike, which is good. He's getting those quick, fast attacks in.
Tries to go for that ledge guard, but Pit is able to dodge it. Does not want to deal with the nastiness of that. Launches Ike up into the air.
Very close. Oh!
Goes up into the air himself. He misses the attack. Ike is able to, both of them dodging it. Getting close right now.
47 to 113. Ooh!
Hits him with an arrow, but
Pit
he
has
carries
good
it.
recovery. So,
Yep.
not too much of an issue.
Oh, but it's out. Alright,
Good
Metal
enough.
Spider takes the first stop. Puff Daddy is knocked away. Metal Spider's at 130, 20% off Puff Daddy.
One good patch, and it's got this in the town for this first stop. Almost messed up the recovery, but they
Hits him though.
They like an opportunity.
Ends up working out in his favor as he's able to knock him out 2-2. Puff Daddy at 63, Metal Spider at 0.
Big combo, getting hit down to 87, or up to 87, out of 102. Ike's just juggling hit. He kind of does that.
115% on Puff Daddy. He is hanging on with this Ike right now. Ike is not, like, Ike wants it, and he gets it. 2-1.
I get what he
50%
wants.
on Ike.
56% on Ike.
Players dodging around. Nice
Good
shield
shield.
there.
Isn't looking terrible for hit.
Yeah, 85, 100%. 100% on Ike right now. 81% on Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy taking more damage from Ike right now. Ike trying to hold ledge. Looks for his opportunity. He's waiting, but
Misses it just barely.
125% now. Some insane mashups right now.
Big pump, big neutral.
50 might knock out Ike here. Ike can guide his arrow in the right direction. He barely misses. Ike launches him into the air. 101 to 150 now. And he knocks him
very
out.
nice.
1-1. So Puff Daddy is at 101%.
You gotta play this.
You know,
super
but he has a
careful.
mission. He doesn't want to go down without taking stocks, and he's doing just that.
He is doing that.
Trying to make it as good as possible for his final team member as he's knocked out. Metal Spider taking the match, but with one stop. One stop.
Which means that the last player for Jerome is up next.
Yep, final player going up against technically 3 players left for
1 stock on Ike,
for Burley.
3 on Nuclear Pig, and
And
3 on Anti. I don't remember his name.
Cardi Party.
Cardi Party.
Cardi Party on Captain Falcon. So going forward, those are some real contenders for Jerome. But Jerome has proven in the past that they can get an upset if they really want to. And they just if they
put
can
in
tighten
some
down the
serious
gameplay,
effort,
it is possible. So going into it, we have our next matchup here. It is Byleth versus Ike. As I
Started an excellent job against Violet Flash. So
we'll have to see here. Metal Spider is going to be at 1 stock, and Kira is a very good Violet player, so it's going to be a tight match here. As we begin, Ike gets first blow, brings Violet over to ledge, but Violet is taking it with stride, bringing Metal Spider up to 30%.
just barely got touched by down. He came down with some of his lucky.
64%, 69% on Metal Spider. He gets knocked back off the ledge. Violet is looking at him right now.
Giving him any opportunities.
Yeah, Violet looks at that and goes, "Oh no, you can stay off the ledge. You don't have to be on the map right now, right?" Knocking him back 127. Violet using range and like they're just overall range with the bow and the clave to their advantage. Keeping Ike off ledge, tries to recover. He gets hit. Ike is able to dodge. He gets grabbed and knocked by the bow. Metal Spider only able to get 35% off on Violet. Unfortunately, Violet was just like locking it down. Violet was like, "No, I'm not playing this game with you today."
We're not playing this game anymore.
Violet said that you don't get to play the game, that they need to get on to the next match. And unfortunately for Metal Spider, that meant that they were taken out of this game.
The question is it Nuclear Pig or Party?
It's going to be Cardi Party with Nuclear Pig serving as their last bastion for this game. We'll have to see, can Violet take down the golden, or I guess We'll be seeing, they might change
Red?
the color.
Oh, no,
Golden
golden.
Captain Falcon. Captain Falcon's powerful fiery punches versus Violet's array of weapons. Will it be enough
Violet just
for
wins an
Jerome
armory with
to
it.
change the stakes, to even it out?
I do
We'll
find
find
it
out.
cool that Violet just carries around a whole armory with it. Got a bow, a sword, an axe, a blade, a cane, I believe, or like a staff, I believe.
Yeah, 34% to 18%. Captain Falcon getting off some good damage. Violet waiting on ledge.
Good combo.
43-56. Violet taking it in stride. Able to get pretty off the ledge. Ooh, but not able to really get the lead they need here in percentage.
29% on Violet against the Falcon, so rough spot to be in. Not very
98%
close to
Pretty
bad.
Party's looking for that KO. They want it. Let them have to recover the ledge or be taken out.
The grab, 107%. Shot with the bow, but
And they're out. 3-2. Skira.
Successful ledge grab.
Skira uses a stock. Fortunate for Jerome, but Pretty Party is not going to let that be the last for their stock. They're trying their best. Skira really wants to take this stock in vengeance right now, but I don't think Pretty Party's going to let them.
Oh, bad combo for Skira to get hit by all the way up to 81%. Oh man.
88% now. Nice catch. Gets the grab, throws him off the side, but Skira has very good recovery. It's not seeing a problem going forward. 95 to 116. Pretty Party.
Oh,
the
the
stun!
stun!
And with
Guard
that,
with the axe.
there goes the stock. 2-2.
Very, very nice. Although it did take Skira 100 extra percentage in the stock to do one.
Yep, that is the unfortunate side effect right now for Skira. And being on the last character right now is just not going to end well. If they can't be in control of this battlefield, they're slowly getting knocked up. They're very close to beating one hit. They're easily a one-hit KO if Falcon gets the grab.
Falcon said go for keep the edge guard and Bias is like, no, I'm just gonna recover.
140%. Pilot is on the edge. Captain Falcon, so close there. He wants it. You can see it. He's yep. There we go. He was like, you're not gonna last much longer. I gotta knock this out. Knocks it out. 1-2 now. Skira trying their best. It's so close. Early holding on. Pretty Party is not gonna let this last stock go if they can help it. They're gonna try and push past the percentage if they can. And they try to, but Violet's doing a little bit more beforehand.
Yeah, 74% on Captain Falcon and now 48% on Violet. This is close. But this is Skira's last stock, so they're kind of being a little more careful than they might be.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
77% to 90%. Party knows they have space to work with, and they're using it to their advantage. Almost knocked out, but they are able to recover from it. Skira's a little upset about that. They would have wanted to take one more stock right here, but they're going to have to fight a little bit longer for it if they really want it. 101 to 113. So close. 115 on Violet. Violet has overtaken.
Oh,
Hits Captain Falcon.
Party started
Skira's not going down.
Very nice.
Skira won't go down without a fight. They want to take Pretty Party all the way. Knock them out if possible. They're gonna do it if they can. 115 still on Skira. 127 now. They get knocked to the other side.
One really good hit from Captain Falcon.
They're knocked in the air. They're knocked up. They survive.
No, they're alive.
They go to ledge. 22% to 153. 37 now, and they're knocked out.
Very, very hard right spot.
And with that, Pretty Party party is able to take the win for Burley. Jerome fought their hardest. They really did put up a good fight.
That was
Burley,
really good.
They,
Really well
they,
played.
they wanted to take it as quick as possible, but Violet refused to go down, taking it all the way 1-1 in that final match. But in the end, Burley did get the upper hand, was able to take it out, and they take home the crown for this Idaho High School Championship this year.
Big grats to Burley.
Yeah,
You guys
congratulations.
played very
They
well.
played hard. You know,
Also, I mean, Jerome also played well.
and they
That
get
was-
second place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going home with nothing. They get second place.
And that's really good, especially with, as we had been talking about, Burley was just such a nasty force to be reckoned with. And you know, I think that second place off of knocking out Retro is a really good thing.
Yeah.
Congratulations to them for dealing with that. We're going to take one last look at the bracket just to see how things shake out. We know our final totals. Burley first place, Jerome second place, Thunder Ridge third, Twin Falls fourth, with the rest of the players just kind of falling out in other areas between the 5th and 8th positions. Congratulations to all of these players. You fought your hardest. Big congratulations to Burley going home with the title. Any final thoughts before we wrap this up?
I don't have any final thoughts. You guys all played extremely well, and I'm happy we saw some exotic picks today.
Yeah, we got
did
to see
something
a
some
lot
stuff
of
that
the
was
board, and I think that, I think that's my takeaway. I'm glad that we got to see a good majority of the board of Smash Bros. And with Smash Bros. Ultimate, there's so many characters. I'm glad we got to see so much variety in our games. But with that, we're going to close it out. Good evening to all of you who have been watching. Thank you for staying with us for our coverage. There will be League after this, so if you're interested in League, stick around. There will be some League. But for Super Smash Bros., we're done. Congratulations to Burley, and good night.
darling, and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screw the rules, tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling and I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. take away my voice. You used to be like home, but now the whole place is so destroyed, and I survive on my own. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than what you wanted, even through all the times you burned me down. I keep rising from the dust. You used to always say words that were laced with poison love, and you thought I'd always stay. Guess it turns out push came to shove, we'll never be the same. You take the dig, I take the jump. I finally found my way. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than what you wanted, even through all the times you burned me down. I keep rising from the dust. I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, and I stay here for the night. I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. keep running, but your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free. Out of sight and out of mind.
know this is all set. No, you're good. I think. All right. So, do you want me to do it from here or here? Cool.
You'll feel it out real fast. Once the fight starts, you'll jump in, take over, and then you talk about what it means, what it feels like. There's plenty of time for that. But once the fight hits, let Sultan take it over. And take amazing notes. Hall of Famer here. Hall of Fame haircut.
Thanks.
Some strongness. Did you hear about Kobe?
I know he's going somewhere. I'm guessing the zoo.
No. Better. He got headhunted by a little company called Riot. I'm not sure if
Oh,
you're familiar with it.
That's awesome.
As a broadcast engineer. He's joining their broadcast team as a broadcast engineer.
Good for Kobe. Let's go.
I am beyond excited for him and so mad.
Losing out?
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing for him. It sucks for him.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great show. 50 seconds.
What are the teams?
Thunder Ridge.
Yeah.
Welcome into the Boise State Esports Arena. You're watching our coverage of the Idaho State Championship presented by Idaho Central. Currently we have Meridian Tech and Thunder Ridge going in the League of Legends Grand Finals here. Got a full crowd out here. Let's hear it. I'm your host, Hayden Dalton, joined by Arya and Solpan.
Hello.
Welcome.
What is up, everybody? Ready to rumble?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How about everyone in the stands here? You ready? Sounds about right. We got Meridian Technical here coming up undefeated with Thunder Ridge, trying to see if they can take that away from them at the end of the season here. A very exciting match here. We're looking forward to this.
For sure.
There's always a tough spot to be in as the not undefeated team. You're here in the finals, the pressure's on, the crowd's here to hype everything up, and you have to face down that undefeated opponent in the most nerve-wracking situation as possible.
Yeah, all the pressure's on you here to not only to defeat them, but for the other side to hold on to it. So high stakes on both sides of this. Going into this, is there any champions that anyone wants to see?
Rel, of course. Always.
Rel's a good one. The high engage, the high skirmishers. Anyone who fits into that territory of all in, and if this goes wrong, we have no other plan. It leads to the most
ladies and
possible
gentlemen,
explosive
in Group
team
C of
fight.
competition for Overwatch 2, please welcome the starting lineups. As
Yep.
the 3 seed, please welcome Boise State University.
Lineups coming out
Clear,
here, jumping right
Matt
in.
Merck,
We have
Plato,
a Vigar and a Felios
Chosen,
band, as well
Bagel.
as Garen and a Mumu. We have a Varus band as well coming out here. Varus just being that really reliable ADC in the bot lane who can just kind of survive and then is useful into the mid to late game.
Mumu and Sejuani. So these are the more all-in picks. These are the picks that will just start the fight. You have no say in that at all. Like to see those banned away. So I'm expecting now to see something with a heavy disengage for Thunder Ridge.
The Caitlyn being picked out here, pretty high damage. Gets spiraling ahead and one-shots you with her R.
On top of that, it kind of leads the entire team to be built around playing for that bot lane tower.
Oh, yeah. We see the Yumi coming out here. Love it or hate it, it's undeniable how powerful of a champion they are, especially paired up with a good hyper carry.
For sure.
Yeah, looking at these teams. Oh,
no.
We have the Lux coming out here. Also, just a fairly reliable, kind of all-arounder support, some good damage, crowd control.
Oh, and there's the safe ADC.
Yep, we got 2 safe ADCs out here. Some good engage with the Zac. Gonna just be able to slingshot across the map and be the one who needs to start these fights for the side of Meridian Tactical here.
On top of that, Zac is an excellent bot diving champion. If Xayah doesn't have the Featherstorm to get away from the crowd control, she'll absolutely struggle underneath the tower against the Caitlyn and Lux with the Zac diving on top of it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the Syndra coming out here as well. Going to be that high burst to DPS that Thunder Ridge here needs to kind of pick off these champions early on in these fights.
Ilaoi ban. No top laner wants to face that. Oh, and the Ornn an answer.
Yep, Ornn just being one of those very reliable picks. You can pick them. You don't even have to win lane. You just have to live.
And honestly, it's a bit of an answer in a ban to a Ilaoi. Ilaoi is really good at bowling out a single tank in the top lane.
Yeah.
If you get rid of the Ilaoi, it kind of opens you up that your team wants to pick the heavy engage that will run over the top lane.
Yeah, looks like it was actually a Volibear ban, which, you know, fair enough, getting the brothers confused. Volley, yeah, not too much to say about him. Oh, there's the Ornn ban, actually.
the Ornn.
Still coming through.
Okay. Now I just need a Nivea ban for the trio.
Gotta get all of them in there.
Seen this. Looks like, yeah, both teams kind of banning out this top lane here. Kind of just, what do they not want to see the most?
Looks like Diana picked up on the side of Thunder Ridge.
That'll be their own engage from the jungle. They need something to match against the Zac. Very good pick for getting quickly onto the back line and grouping everyone together for the Featherstorm and Syndra to do maximum damage.
Yeah, very smart pick out here. We have the Victor coming out here. I think that's a good answer. And then the Darius, actually. So Victor just being really good at staying safe and kind of having that good burst damage that they need while not getting bullied out by the Syndra. And then Darius into Gnar. I'm actually not too familiar with that matchup, but if I were to guess, that might be a little difficult for the Darius.
It's a bit of a flip. So for Darius, he has to win early against Gnar. Gnar can snowball the matchup with their items, but if Darius gets on top of the Gnar later, once he has Stride Breaker, Gnar can't actually run away from the fight.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, if the Darius times the pull during the jump, I believe they just pull him right out of it, which might be a little bit of an issue if the Gnar gets caught.
For sure. I'm noticing on the side of Thunder Ridge, there's a lot of squishy champions. And I know Diana can build tank, but looking on the side of Meridian Tech with their Zac and their Darius, they're going to be able to frontline a lot better.
Yeah. Both team comps, very interesting, and they both have very different strengths. While we got the strong front line with a solid back line with Meridian Tech, we have a lot of dive and pick potential on the side of Thunder Ridge here.
One thing to note, there's nothing on Thunder Ridge that can actually stop the elastic slingshot from the Zac.
Can Syndra E?
Technically, it's just something you want to use more on the backline. You can stop the engage, but it's a tool and a long cooldown that'll just you won't have for the rest of the fight.
So, yeah, it just has to be used sparingly in that case. But going into this and seeing both these team comps, is there anyone that you guys think comes out a little more ahead here?
For what I think is good in the finals, it's solid scaling, range, and safety. And I see all of that on the side of Meridian Tech. They have really safe scaling, solid engage, and they can play from such a range that it's so hard for the Diana or the Gnar to actually make an engage onto this comp without a flank.
Yeah. If you were Thunder Ridge, what do you think their win condition would be in this stage?
It's going to be the pick potential that they have through Syndra Stun and Yumi's Lockdown. If Xayah, Diana, or Syndra get ahead, it's hard actually for the Caitlyn in the mid game to out DPS any of those three.
Yeah, kind of one of those failings of the Caitlyn is like if they don't keep ahead in the golden items, they do fall apart a little bit until they get fully stacked up here. So interesting team comps on both sides, and we'll just be kind of waiting here as the delay kicks in to go and spectate.
I am interested to see how these bot lanes interact, with one being very focused on lockdown and damage, while the other one is very safe and still has damage potential with the Xayah, but on a long cooldown.
Yeah, a lot of this bot lane for Thunder Ridge is going to be making sure they don't get caught in any of these snares or traps, because with the Yuumi being attached to the Xayah here, it's going to be kind of a we both go down with the ship situation if they get caught. So you're going to have that safety with the Feather Storm, but you don't want to get caught.
The one nice thing about playing Xayah into the Zac is that, or with the Yuumi rather, is that Zac actually can't connect the Q to follow up on crowd control. He'll E onto you, you have Feather Storm trying to escape through that. And then on top of that, usually your support's the person he has to slam together with you. But with no targetable support, Yuumi can always be on top of you. He'll never actually have anything unless it's a ward, tower, or a minion that's nearby.
Yeah, definitely makes that a little bit safer in this very deadly bot lane situation with the Zac if they ever gank.
The other interesting thing here is that Diana in the early game has a much easier time than the Zac. Elastic Slingshot's range early is what Zac has to max in order to actually get those ganks off. So Zac really comes online around level 5, 6, 7. Diana, as early as level 3, can be ganking, not something that the Zac can also follow up on. With that in mind, on top of Syndra having crowd control over the Victor, mid lane in particular is a high-risk position here for Thunder Ridge.
Yeah, takes a bit of time for Victor to have that damage he needs to just clear waves and stay really safe, because until you get the upgrade on your death ray, it makes it just really hard to wave clear, and you just have to pay a lot of attention to your mana. The Gnar pick is also interesting because I feel like we just don't see Gnar at all anymore, but I know there is a lot of people who are really competent on Gnar, and Gnar has such that strong engage, especially paired up with Diana. That could be a really scary situation if you get caught by it.
Yeah, it's the AoE ability to pull you all together, and then Gnar has the best possible follow-up that to funnel them all onto a single wall. And with how much AoE is on here with Featherstorm, the pullback from the Xayah, the Yuumi to follow it all up, the press R to win comp is available here for Thunder Ridge. All the ultimates stacking on top of each other, it would be such an easy way to just run over the team fight and flip that into objectives. Dragons have to play kind of slow unless Zach or Lux lands a perfect engage on one of these primary targets.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but these dragon fights are going to be where Thunder Ridge's comp really shines, where they force you to play into these areas, and just the wombo combo between the Zac and the Gnar. Or not the Zac, the Diana, excuse me.
No, you're absolutely right with that one. It's also kind of a good thing here for Dragons that they don't have a comp that wants to chase into you. It really pulls away some of the value, get that, from the Xayah, because the feathers won't just get pulled back across the fight that you're on top of. Everyone getting snared up with you and all the damage that comes through on top of that. No one wants to chase into a composition like this.
Yep. So just as we're waiting to get into this match here, both these teams, just to reiterate, this is the finals here, the all or nothing, best of one. So both these teams have to really make this matter and can't afford to make these critical mistakes. And so both these teams are going to be really giving it their all here.
You can't expect anything less in the finals, right? Gnar in the top lane. I think one thing I want to also bring up here between Darius and Gnar is jungle support will absolutely flip the matchup. I did mention earlier that Darius comes on with a few items, all of a sudden he runs down the Gnar. Gnar can't actually get away with the Stride Breaker. With jungle help, either one of these laners being able to flip the entire game, you can actually play towards topside this game really easily with the double carries. So I'm interested to see if either jungler will opt to play towards one side or the other. Typically what we have right now in this meta is every jungler playing for bot. But when you have double carry top, you have a flip, a complete flip in terms of like what each jungler wants to, how each jungler wants to play the game, because the win con just exists on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Going into this, any bets on what the first dragon will be?
I would love to see, I think first Ocean.
Ocean Dragon, just kind of getting that out of the pool.
Yeah,
from
get it out of
the soul.
Get it out of here.
You don't like Ocean Soul?
No.
It's the best one.
Free Warmogs.
And the other worry is that Ocean Dragon first is usually the most sought after first dragon, which means either team, I would expect, if it's an Ocean Dragon, to play extremely hard for it, and we get a full 5v5 at like minute 3 or minute 5, to claim the ability to regen in lane.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Kind of going along that line. What kind of soul do you think, or are you thinking it's going to be? Because I mean, I think the obvious one is Infernal, so it just makes these games far more intense when it's like if they get Soul, Infernal is just so powerful that just team comps, the whole balance of the game gets flipped on its head.
I'd imagine Thunder Ridge wants it to be Cloud. They're the team with a better split pusher. They probably want to play around not the dragon as much as possible. And for Thunder Ridge, they're really hoping for the Hex tech. AoE slow will make it much easier for them to look for those engages, because as soon as a single ability lands, it's much easier to follow up on that with any amount of crowd control.
Yeah, especially with how far their backline wants to play, just being able to slow them and just get right on top of them, especially like as the Diana or something like that.
And again, it'll also come down to those flank angles. One thing that's also interesting here that I haven't brought up, Yuumi being the support for Thunder Ridge, it's much harder to find flank wards, which is what enables flanks from Diana and Syndra and Gnar. So any of these champions will really struggle to actually get behind the wall and front line of Zac Darius. But you need to find that flank because you don't want to walk through Caitlyn traps, Lux snares, or Victor's damage.
Yeah, just the battlefield kind of turns into almost like a minefield just between all these with their comp.
Yeah, and you don't want to get locked down at all by Meridian Tech's squad because you get locked down by Zach, you get the Victor stun, you get the Lux root, Caitlyn trap. It just all turns into a nightmare.
Yeah, Lux, the advantage Lux has over Yumi is that Lux can turn into that second mage in the late game. Once she gets enough items, she actually will have the ability to one-shot the Xayah, Yumi, Syndra. Probably not the Diana. I imagine we're going to get like a Jack Show Diana in this game. But still being able to fully eliminate a carry from range and then just take the 4v5 fight after that with your heavy engage from the Zac, it's one of the best parts of having the Lux support in the late game.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about just kind of all this advice, but what do we think that Doc has with his advice, with Doc's keys to the game?
You know, I need to review my Doc's keys to the game. I actually see him getting pulled up right now, I believe.
Yep. Doc's keys to the game in League of Legends are focus on a strong team comp, play to your team comp, remember your win con, and of course Dragon Control, showing how just important that is with how powerful these souls are. Doc's keys are brought to you by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition, play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com.
You know, if you look really closely at this picture here, you can actually read my entire champion pool. Second from the right.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there it is.
But by far the most champions on that.
Thank you. I'll take the compliment.
Very well-rounded.
Never worked out, though. You know, you have the bigger champion, you kind of expect people to try and ban you out. It never happens. They just get the Jarvan. No one likes Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan just, you know, the flag and drag just so simple, yet so effective.
Until it isn't and you miss.
Yeah,
but I don't like to talk about that.
Don't worry, you got to point and click R. It's fine.
Anyways, we're here into the game. Meridian Technical versus Thunder Ridge. Best of one, and it all comes down to this here in the grand finals.
Yep. We see just both these teams kind of just setting up, not really looking out for invades, but both teams not really worried about the invade either.
And here's the most interesting choice at the start. Every time you have a jungler committing to either buff, this is how you tell which side is the team trying to play to. Thunder Ridge, with the Diana starting on that red buff, is opting to play towards mid and bot lane. With the Zac starting on this red buff on bot side, they're looking to play towards that top side or mid lane as well.
Yeah. See, just, you know, the clear here. Zac has that little rough early clear, so it's going to take a minute to get online. I think with the jungle pets, it's gotten a little bit easier, but I always remember it getting a little spooky by the end of your first clear.
Yeah, always the option as well, assuming that they can find priority in any of these lanes for the Diana look for that invade. They do have the stronger earlier laners in top and mid, so if they can get either of these shoving, Diana doesn't have to go to bot side, she can even look for that invade in the jungle on top.
Yeah. See both top laners with the Doran shield here. Going to be very good on this Darius, because they're most likely going to take a lot of poke going for their CS.
Yumi just doing what Yumi does.
Early poke, stacking up that spell thief's got to get that online as quickly as possible so they can have vision. It's the #1 best thing about having the support with the spell thief start is that you get your words so much earlier. But in this case, kind of neutral as both supports are starting with that spell thieves.
Yeah. Very oppressive lane early on the spot lane, just a lot of poke.
We might have a lineup here towards mid. He's actually opted not to go for the top side, and here he is, coming with the slow. Well, actually managed to connect with the pullback, but a nice disengage there from Ultimate 34, able to just walk out of that gank without burning any summoners.
Yeah, very good discipline on the E to push them back only after they get pulled in, so they don't get any really much damage off them during that stun time.
And with this reveal actually in the mid lane, this enables Fat Yoshi to run straight into the bottom lane. Gonna look here for Cake and Killian, who are unaware, no wards. Exhaust does go down, gonna look for the engage onto Cake, forces the flash early, immediately followed up on with the reset, flashing directly on top of the Caitlyn. Look for the one more auto, and they'll find it. First blood into the bottom lane, right onto the AD carry. That is exactly who you wanted that one on. Ignite is ticking, Shield will block that one out, and they survive with the 1-for-0.
Yep. 3 summoner spells burned on either side, well, 4 including the Diana flash. But 1 kill being picked up for the side of Thunder Ridge here. Onto the Caitlyn too, gonna lose quite a bit of that wave. You see Zaya just picking up some CS where they can, ending up probably going to base here, spend that gold.
Perfect timing for the ward. Going to try and walk out of this one. Dal will burn the flash. Not wanting to risk the potential flash hook in from Geronium there in the top lane.
Yeah, just walk in, get their flash, walk away. Going to take a little bit more caution on the side of Dal now. Unable to flash away if they really need to. Against a Darius of all things, so need to play cautious now.
Yeah, you really don't want to let him get ahead, and you don't really win the extended fight with him either.
Yeah, I think his saving grace right now is he just went Mega Gnar. Geronium, I think, was just feeling out that trade. Pulled off the bone plating, still has Ghost and Flash available. I'm just waiting for him to pull the trigger on this one and run down this top laner.
Yep, that bone plating doing such a good job of just absorbing that whole burst too. Getting some poke in, trying to make it so there's, trying to shove this wave under so they can probably recall here. Don't want to overstay your welcome. Some good poke coming in.
Yeah, at this point, Dal actually kind of wants to keep him in the lane. You have the Darius in a position that you like. He's low HP. You're constantly shoving in the wave, and you know that Zac can't be top right now. So you're feeling good. You want to just keep him underneath tower as long as possible and just pressure off as much of that CS as you can.
Try to keep as far away from Darius Q as you can as well.
Certainly has to be cautious here. So still looking for the gank here. It's Rakshi in the bottom lane. Got to land the Q, but again, nothing to pull that target to, and it's all thanks to that Yuumi on target ability. No one is available for you to actually pull the slam together and to let your team catch up. But here's a level 6 from Geronimo.
Yep, Darius with the level 6 there gets a couple bleed stacks on and just backs off.
And look at that, it's the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, won't be the 5v5 we expected here for this one. A nice pick up as they have all the lanes shoved in that they want. No one can really come to contest this one, and they'll be happy to pick up the dragon.
Yeah. Picks up the Mega Gnar.
Oh, Mega Gnar onto the Darius in the top lane, looking for one more auto, but will not be able to find the kill here just yet.
Does burn Ghost off of the Darius for their R, and has the pressure in this lane. Darius needs to be a little cautious when getting this CS.
Could potentially call up Fat Yoshi here for the dive as well. Wave just died off, so most likely will not happen. And this should be the back here for Geronium.
Steps in the bear trap, taking a little bit of poke, but overall not too bad. And the Yuumi to sustain them back up.
Still feeling good here in the bottom lane. I mean, honestly, all things considered, doing a great job surviving against this Caitlyn Lux. They still have all the plates on their tower, knock on wood. They will claim this next wave here. Still managing to hold on to as much gold as possible and prevent this Caitlyn Lux from, one, claiming all tower plates, but then two, rotating the mid and taking those ones down too.
Yeah. Such a very oppressive lane, Caitlyn Lux there. So just the fact that they haven't even picked up one tower plate yet just shows Thunder Ridge's how well they're playing this, because not easy to stay healthy and not get poked down here.
Still the poke coming out, like you said. Caitlyn Lux doing a great job of keeping at least this bot lane duo under the tower. That's what's actually enabled them to pick up that first dragon as well. So on top of having this increased sustain, better poke, it's going to keep them just topped off through every trade, as we might have a fight here. Rakashi going to try and go in, but there it is.
Yeah.
Scout of the week, knocking back the Zac.
There we go.
Cinder says, no thank you. You can just take that somewhere else.
Always feels good to get that denial on in there. Finding any chance you can to stop that Zac's engage is going to be big this game, as, again, the follow-up crowd control here is there for Meridian Technical. They have the ability to, as soon as one CC lands, chain it all together with the Victor, with the Darius, with the Lux. You don't want to get by anything. Luckily, just the lone Zac, it looked like here towards the top lane, but now looking again towards Ultimate 34.
It's unawarded. They kind of have a feeling, though, and back up.
Looking for it.
Perfect timing. The Ultimate will pick up a little bit of full first strike gold on top of not getting hit by the Zac gank.
There's been a lot of pressure towards this mid lane. This should just be a force out. Yeah, Dallas just looking to get the Darius out of lane. But for Ultimate 34, doing a great job surviving, I believe now 2 ganks with relatively unscathed, not burning any summoners, not having to burn the teleport. They're doing a great job just maintaining the pressure here in mid.
Some really good damage coming out here by QWERTY onto the Lux, just getting some nice poking, doing the best they can. Has a lot more sustain than the Meridian Technical bot lane, so any damage they do is gonna stick a lot more.
Oh, flash for flash, looking for this one with the Oyumi ultimate, gonna lock him down to find the kill. There's a fight on the Herald on the top side as well. Geronimo trying to get out of the fight, but it's a nice pull in from the Diana to find the kill. Darius trying to get out of that one. Dramonium will go down. Now it's Nard running up towards the top side as Ultimate 34 looks to finish off the fight. The Herald is gone, it looks like. Picked up here by the Zac. Rakashi managing to find the smite and the kill, but now looking for the Syndra. They want a little bit more of this fight. Will be the force to flash over the wall. Summoner burned, and that's 5 minutes of vulnerability now for Ultimate 34.
Yep, what a crazy fight there. We have the Zac. I believe they did get 1 kill and the Rift Herald, so they're poised to get quite a bit more gold if they can find a good use of this Rift Herald, and that will set them up with quite a bit of gold here to kind of just keep trying to snowball their lead.
Yeah, typically this is the Herald you would just want to throw straight into the bottom lane and try and knock down this tower. But there's been no plates taken just yet, so they still want to try and knock down as many plates as possible before finishing off that tower with the Herald.
Yeah.
Either way, getting plates onto your bot lane is fantastic, as they did just lose that 2v2 as well. So getting some gold back in their pockets, getting their items back up, it's going to help them out a ton if you can get this Herald off.
Yeah, 10 minutes into the game, no towers taken yet, and only a few kills on the board. Been kind of a slow scaling game, but with this Rift Herald, I think things will start to ramp up.
Well, this Rift Herald, like you mentioned, should at least knock down quite a bit of this tower, and look at that, so many plates taken already. A whole lot of gold being just thrown into these pockets, and they might actually take a full tower here. Trying to lock down the Diana onto the tower. Yoshi has to flash out. Again, look for the pull into someone, but just gonna be able to walk up slowly and take that kill pretty easily. Herald will claim the tower. The Cake now looking for a bit of damage here onto the Xayah as they continue to push forward. Can they get a second charge out of this Herald?
Looks like QWERTY just barely able to hold back that Herald. Zac living just barely had, I believe, the Cake managed to heal them and give them enough HP, but even then they did have passive if they fell down, so very good position for Meridian Technical.
Yeah, you hate to see it from poor Diana there. Go to defend your turret, and they were waiting for you.
Gotta be careful in the 3 versus 1s, even with the tower at your side, but with the timing of this fight as well. Tower going down, massive gold flowing into the pockets here from Meridian Technical. They also get the dragon with the death of the enemy jungler at that time. So a lot going well here right now for Meridian Technical. They can also now rotate the Lux Caitlyn in the mid lane and start picking up plates here, even more gold into Sadie Carey's pocket.
Yep, and we see that the Dragon Soul will be Hextech. You mentioned here that Thunder Ridge would really like to have that, so this makes these dragons all the more important for Thunder Ridge to try and start taking control of.
Soul Point, and it is the Hextech. We're getting all our wishes this game around.
Yep.
Such high damage out of this Soul enables even more DPS through the additional ability haste, through the additional attack speed, and if you manage to claim that Soul, it's an AoE slow on top of it all.
Yeah, you can see here, oh, Lunar gets pulled under a tower. Good discipline not to auto attack there and take turret aggro. And we'll just hop away.
Oh, it's a huge stun in the mid lane out of nowhere. No one saw it coming, but it's Ultimate 34 with the setup, and QWERTY knocking him down for a double kill.
No way to react to that. Once they got hit by the stun, I don't believe they were able to move. Such a well-timed play on the side of Thunder Ridge here. Picking up a double.
Double kill so fast, you almost didn't even see it.
From the Fog of War, there's nothing you can really do to react to that stun. You have to have the most insane reaction speed, but it's another stun in the mid lane. This time the snare from the Xayah gonna pick that one up, and Ultimate 34 set up by the Xayah and knocks down the kill themselves this time around.
Unless someone's able to stop it. Oh, as I say
the
that.
fight here, it's going to be the Zac scattering them to the sides. A few tower shots will go wide onto Ultimate 34 here. Might get chased on the Zac. A nice shutdown picked up, but it's killing under the tower. Needs to be careful as well. Claimed by the Yuumi on top of QWERTY there. Here comes the Cake with the Gale Force forward, looking for the kills. A shutdown onto the Caitlyn. Lots of gold being swung back and forth here. Yuumi with the ability to get away, though, will stop one more kill from going over. As Geronium now looking for a kill on the Dal here in the top lane. The execute threshold is here, and there it is. The dunk from Geronium knocks down Dal in the top lane.
Yeah, it's always the worst feeling. You get a couple stacks of bleed on you, and then you hear the ghost pop, and you're like, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Another of the worst feelings, overstaying for those plates that allowed the Zac to get a jump on them.
And they wanted to try and capitalize on the advantage as much as possible. But like you said, Zac from the Fog of War, the levels are here, level 8 now. Elastic Slingshot almost maxed out, I believe at level 4 at this point, so he can get quite a bit of range. For reference, my favorite Zac jump in the game is actually from the back of Dragon Pit, you can get all the way to red buff.
Oh, wow.
Very good at defending these turrets, just so many angles. It's always like, if Zac's gonna get a solo kill, it's always when you're going for that turret plate. They just slingshot, land, full combo, and if you hit back, you get turret aggro.
Absolutely. Have a Herald spawning here in under a minute. Should have some movement up towards the top side for both these teams with the relatively even strength despite the Dragon differential here. Either of these teams could look to try and contest this Herald, and it looks like Meridian Technical wants to, as they're moving up 4 members here in the mid lane.
Yep. You see a little bit of damage traded back and forth. Not much going to come from it, though. Fat Yoshi, though, backing up Dal here, kind of just pushing the Darius under, trying to get some of this pressure, probably for that Herald that you mentioned.
And they wanted to maybe go for a top dive here, though. Geronium able to walk forward and take out the wave before it and crash into tower. Now the Herald has spawned, but will they want to start this one up? They don't have any vision of the enemy team. They do now see Waka in bot lane, but it's going to be a 4 versus 3 on the Herald with no Yuumi inside to back up this team.
Yep. Nice bit of poke coming out there in the bot lane onto Waka.
Oh, the hook on in. Geronium looking for the trade once again, but the flash with the dash. Able to keep Dal nice and safe on the side.
Yep. This Darius just so durable in these trades.
15 minutes in, only 2 dragons taken by Meridian Technical, and the tower each, it's so even.
Looking for the all-in, and they'll find it underneath the tower. They claim the tower, they claim the kill, and they trade a Herald for it, but all in all, I'd say worth on that one.
Yep.
Scatter the weak, looking for the stun, looking for the ultimate. Will it execute it? Will. Ultimate 34 finds yet another kill as the Zac looks for revenge. Rakshi trying to get some damage back here on Ultimate 34. Might just have it with the AoE. One more auto will do it on a Flash W to claim that kill as Cordy looks for the cake on the side of this fight. Flash, Featherstorm on in. Nice ultimate from the Zac and a nice flash from the cake. Keeps them alive. Slams them together. Still falling, the cake goes down. Rakashi looking for revenge for at least one of those members, but a nice Featherstorm going to be able to hold back. Rakashi goes unstoppable with the slingshot.
Yep. We do see Zac being 5-0 with a 500 gold bounty here, just being an absolute menace.
That is one of the nice things about Zac, is that you have that passive able to protect you from giving over a potentially dangerous shutdown. That's a whole lot of gold that can be swing the other way. Now it's the Dragon once again being started up here by Meridian Technical. Fat Yoshi in range to try and contest this one, but I don't know if they have the vision or even the ability to go for this one with their current health bar.
They're just going to back off, let them take this one. Oh, maybe not.
Knows that they want to try and contest this soul point, but can you even go for this one? All the long range damage is going to come out to force Fat Yoshi back. Dragon now at 2k. Cannot go for the steal though, and it'll be given on over to Meridian Technical.
Yep. The next Dragon being Soul, cannot afford to lose that.
Meridian Technical really showing a great ability to group early around these objectives. It feels like they're always first to Herald, first to Dragon. No matter what, they're going to have the setup, and it's Thunder Ridge who's going to be forced to walk in without that vision and take a whole lot of damage along the way.
Yep. And despite Meridian Technical having 3 dragons,
Surprise, it's Zac from the Fog of War. QWERTY gonna go down quickly here as Yuumi will also eat the stun in the field. Now look for the chase on forward. Will be scattered the weak back, and it's only 2 kills, but a mid lane is open. They have the Herald, and they're gonna knock down a whole lot of structures in this push.
Quickly bringing...
Just immediately jumped from that Fog of War. No time to react to it.
Bit of a dangerous situation actually here for Rakshi as Ultimate 34 looking for the damage with that Syndra, but will not be able to find it. Tower almost down here in the mid lane. Fat Yoshi trying to defend it, but goes down underneath the tower as well. The cake too long range to die to that tower. Ultimate 34 now looking for 1 kill back. Almost gonna find it on the cake there. Nice shield coming out from Killian to keep cake alive.
Yeah, and all in all, even with all this happening, the gold is just about even here. Looking at only about a 1k gold lead little over.
And the thing is, the gold for both these teams is on mostly the right people. There's a whole lot of gold on the Zac, which is not something you always want, but you still have a decent amount of kills and a lot of turret plays in this Caitlyn. Xayah on the other side going to be matching the DPS on the 80 carry. But right now it does look like Ultimate 34 has a bit more damage than Waka, who will of course scale up over time. But with playmaking ability and higher damage, I'm really looking at Ultimate 34 to set up the team for success before this next dragon spawns and let them lock down at least one before Meridian Technical secures the soul.
Yeah. Looks like these teams almost preparing for a 20-minute Baron here. Oh no.
Oh, Yuumi left alone.
You hate to see it.
Will be the skip of the week. Nard going forward, looking for the stun of the wall, but won't find it. A flank from Geronium will find Ultimate 34 to the backside, and the resets are here. Gonna do everything they can to stop the Darius, but what can they do? Xayah dashing forward. Qwerty looking for a little bit more damage. Will find one as Zelda picks it up on the side. Qwerty in the pit, though, left alone. Do they have the damage to take him down? No, they don't! Yuumi Gillen comes through. Killian cannot find the damage, and now kiting backwards against the Zac. It's a double kill for Qwerty here. Still kiting backwards, still alive against the entire team of Meridian Technical. Qwerty makes it work somehow in the Baron pit.
And there's that Xayah Yuumi power. Safe in the beginning and a turret late.
Extremely dangerous there. The DPS was just left unchecked. Rakashi wanted to chase for more kills, and they found him. But the threat was Qwerty in the pit, and they managed to stay alive through everything that was thrown at them.
Yeah, such a good flank by that Darius, and it even just took so long to burn through the Darius there that it looked like a lost fight. But Qwerty and Zelda they didn't care, and they just mow through the rest of the front line.
They'll bait the Yuumi and then switch into everybody trick.
It might be the rush down here. They may have spotted the Diana on that bot side and need the recall out of Xayah, but this is every member on the Baron right now. Only at 8k HP, there's still time to try and contest this one, but they have to get there, and they have to get there right now. Gates are available to try and funnel the Xayah here, but it's down to 2k. There's no time left, and this smite will be going on over. Meridian Technical claim the Baron uncontested.
So 21 minutes into the game and already a Baron and 3 dragons for Meridian Technical.
It's kind of been the way the game's just been going this entire time. Is Thunder Ridge always correct with the fights, but it feels like they're never at the objective on time, and Meridian Technical taking advantage of it in this case as they claim that Baron. It's a whole lot of gold being swung their way and a massive buff to try and fight for this soul.
Oh, Yuumi, no.
Around here. Baiting the Yuumi.
Oh,
Be careful here. He's a little bit alone. No team to really help out, but look at the damage from the Zac. Goes godlike picking up the Yuumi there, and they're still alive and still that passive. Nara going in trying to find the stun. One does go over to 34. Will be able to find Waka. Rakashi still finding more kills. 1v5. What a legend here as they chase down Ultimate 34. The rest of the team has finally arrived to help out. That is a clean ace, minus the Victor. Triple kill going over to Cake, and they'll be able to claim the soul on top of it all.
Oh man, such a good start to that with the Yuumi bait, just luring the Zac into an unfavorable fight. But this Zac, just the amount of damage that came out and grouping everyone together was just too much.
It's everything going right for the Zac here. Every single ability hit is generating blobs all over the fight to pick up and heal back up. On top of that, with Radiant Virtue, there's just so much healing coming back to Rakashi that they're able to sustain through that fight and wait for their team to get there. Didn't even go down into the Zac blobs and lose out on the passive, so feeling really good about that fight. Meridian Technical in setting themselves up for a position to take this Elder and take the game.
One extremely scary thing about having a Yuumi as your support is that if she gets locked down, you're down a member. There's nothing she can really do.
Exactly. Yuumi was the first to go down in that fight. Although they may have found something back here. That's a whole lot of damage. Syndra presses the gameplay button on him. Shut down. Cake gets picked up there. That will stop the siege for at least a little bit of time, and Thunder Ridge buys themselves some breathing room.
Yep, I believe that was a shutdown as well. Some good gold going to Ultimate 34, who's one of the major powerhouses for the side of Thunder Ridge.
Feeling a lot better about that one now. They don't have the soul, but they are still able to find these kills and continuously find the fight off the back of these strong pick tools that Thunder Ridge has picked up. And that's exactly what you need as the team that's behind. You'll never win the team fight in a straight up 5v5 head-to-head, but you will always be able to use your pick tools and create unfair advantages in the 4 versus 5.
For sure. These Baron minions are wrecking the towers, giving them even more of a gold lead.
Does hurt quite a bit. Still a little bit of time left on the Baron, but with that kill kind of forcing back the entire team of Meridian Technical, that top lane tower should be the last one they take with this buff.
Yeah, just both teams kind of nothing on the map to play for at the moment. This Baron buff just taking some turrets, but until Elder's up or another Baron.
Focus on a ward. It's a Zac on in once again. Rakashi will find quite a bit of damage. Zaya on the side trying to kite back. It's a split fight here. Really able to find the damage though. Qwerty through the choke, trying to find the pullback. Can't get over the wall though. No flash available. Qwerty will go down. Yumi's left alive there, but will also quickly follow. 2 kills go over to Cake. And what are they looking for here? Mini waves aren't exactly pushed in, but they're looking for mid lane tower.
Zac just gonna tank this tower. Actually gets down, pulls them in, does a little bit of damage, and then decides maybe tanking another tower might be a little much.
It's a little bit too risky there. Rakashi, the hero of this team, taking every single engage and continuously finding the fight. See if Dahl can drive the tower. Goes down, actually. There's just too much damage from range here. Underestimates the power of that Victor and Caitlyn.
Team getting staggered as they're trying to defend this base, making it really hard to form a full-on defense here.
Yoshi on the way back, does get the pull on in. Stridebreaker proc will be able to find the kill. Killian support. The Lux managing to find one more kill in the base here. Do they want to try and push for more? It's still ultimate and forget the carries of Thunder Ridge. Looking to try and defend the base here. Forces a flash out from Cake. Managed to pull in the Cinder. The Ultimate 34 goes down, and this might just be the ending push. Yumi going to be left alive to try and defend the base here. 2 towers focused down. Waka, they'll go down. They trade one back. Who's up and who can defend this? It's going to have to be Dow in the 1 versus 4 to try and hold the entire base against Meridian Technical. Here he comes, trying to see what he can do with the damage. Zac with the engage and forcing him away from the entire team. I think they have this one. The Cake on the Nexus here with the damage. The last few auto attacks will come through, and Meridian Technical will take the fight.
Remaining undefeated in the finals.
Yep, Meridian Technical showing how they got here. Just such good dragon control and just such good game flow that we're able to come out on top. We'll take the win.
They really showcased themselves as the team that's always on the same page. They were always at every single objective first. They managed to take every single dragon. It's just such good, clean macro gameplay from Meridian Technical.
Yeah, and I even mentioned in Doc's Keys just how important that dragon control was, and just being there before the dragon's even up and just having that control just made so many of these fights, especially with their team comp, just so difficult to enter even into the river to contest.
And again, that's the power of they had all the tools for it. It was Lux and Caitlyn, so hard to walk into if you don't have frankly, a champion like Ornn who can just press that button and walk on in. They didn't have the ability to do that, so always trying to face check into them. You saw how hard it was for Fat Yoshi to walk in and try and get the steal on that 3rd dragon. There's so many opportunities for them to try and get in, but it was really good execution from Meridian Technical to keep them out of the pit and just deny the ability to even go for the steal.
They just had so much vision all over the jungle. If Thunder Ridge walked in, Zac was there, ready to jump on them.
Yeah, we had Qwerty just doing really well, and just unfortunately, when the other fed person is a tank who just stacks up that armor and can kind of counter that heavy damage, it makes it really difficult to hold that lead. Just coming out a little bit more on top in the end.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as we get down into it, any nominations for player of the game?
Well, there's the obvious one. Oh, nope. Well,
Yeah.
The player of the game in our hearts. I gotta give it to Qwerty. They tried so hard. They had that one team fight where they were totally surrounded and just took everyone out.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that team fight as an ADC main as well, it just feels so good to see that, because you see everyone fall around you as an ADC, and you usually expect to just disappear, and they just held on and just fought through the entire team, essentially.
I'll go with the obvious one.
You'll go with
Player of
the
the game in my heart is going to have to be the Roxy. Love heavy engaged tank compositions. Found the 1 versus 5 engage and managed to hold the team there until his own team could arrive. It was a brave play to make, but it was a decisive point in the entire game to find that victory.
Yep. And as we start to wrap up here, is there any final thoughts that anyone would like to bring up. Oh, we also have the top 5 as well, presented by the Idaho National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs, offering a 20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho National Guard is the best team out there. From all of us here at Boise State Esports, thanks for joining us. It's been great to have everyone in the arena again. I mean, like, yeah, you being back here after all this time, you know, it's great.
It's great to cast with you.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
So,
warms the heart.
From all of us, have a good night.
Oh, it's a huge stun in the mid lane out of nowhere. No one saw it coming, but it's Ultimate 34 with the setup, and QWERTY knocking him down for a double kill.
No way to react to that. Once they got hit by the stun, I don't believe they were able to move. Such a glitch here. Picking up a double.
Double kill so fast, you almost didn't even see it.
From the Fog of War, there's nothing you can really do to react to that stun. You have to have the most insane reaction speed, but it's another stun in the mid lane. This time the snare from the Xayah gonna pick that one up, and Ultimate 34 set up by the Xayah and knocks down the kill themselves this time around. Careful as well, claimed by the Yuumi on top of QWERTY there. Here comes the Cake with the Gale Force forward, looking for the kills. A shutdown onto the Caitlyn, lots of gold being swung back and forth here. Yuumi with the ability to get away though, will stop one more kill from going over as Geronium now looking for a kill on the Dow here in the top lane.